Welcome to the live. Just waiting for people to show up. I don't even know if my headphones work. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey,
And how are you?
good. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
You kind of fell off the
Oh, I
face of
got
the
that
earth.
big box in today.
Oh, you did?
I got that big box the other day. Yeah.
Did you get it set up?
I used it for like 15 minutes.
Good. Was it great?
What do you use it, like 15 minutes every day or?
I do it 20 minutes twice a day. But I had to work up to that.
Oh,
I'll
I
be
did it
honest.
15 minutes.
I had to work up to that. I did it 20 minutes every day until I worked up to twice a day.
No, I did it 15 minutes just one day. I didn't know how long to use it. So,
Oh, that's
thing's
pretty good
massive.
because there's no rule.
No, there's no rule. I mean, use it how you want and program it how you want. So sometimes I use it on different programs. Like I put a different vibration on when I want to just sit on it.
There's no way
I
I'd
don't
fit
see. I
on
don't understand.
that.
I didn't get a manual with it. I just got the
Oh,
machine.
they didn't send you a book?
No.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to look it up online and see if you can't print out some instructions. Because
The only thing I
mine,
got was a little piece of paper. It tells me what everything does. That's it.
really.
It's weird.
It doesn't say anything else.
Well, there's a ton of videos here on TikTok and YouTube on how to use them, and what they specifically work on, and I don't know. I
I
watched
just put it on the
somebody.
football setting. That it had a football setting, so I put it on it. Each setting, I just put it on. It was like 15 minutes for each setting, so
Hmm,
I just put the football guy on.
is that the heaviest? Is that the strongest one?
I guess, yeah.
Wow.
Mine
Well,
is numbers. Mine goes up to 99.
yeah.
I usually use it around so.
It shows a guy running. It shows a guy like walking briskly. Then it shows a guy running, and then it shows a football player. I picked the football player and did it for 15 minutes.
Well, that's probably the whole
And
body then.
honestly, yeah,
Did
I
you
mean, I
have to
was
get off?
jiggly bumping all over the place.
Did
Yeah.
you have to get off and go
Uh,
pee after about the first 5 minutes?
no, what it did to me though, I noticed it made my feet tingle.
Yeah.
It felt
It
like there
makes you,
was electricity shooting through my feet.
it'll make
Huh.
you itch too. Um,
Yeah,
man,
it
I
did
was
make me
do
itch.
itching.
that.
I was itching all over for the first week.
Not me. My main thing, it doesn't do it to me now so much as when I first started on it. Every time I got on it, I mean, after about 2 minutes, I'd have to go pee.
Yeah, I learned that the first thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Shaking
And
it
that,
out
I
of
was gonna put it on my belly.
well, you can, like, I put my yoga mat down in front of it, and then I lay down on my belly and put my arms on it and put it on the lowest setting for about 10 minutes. Or you can sit on it, or if you're brave, you can do squats. But I have to have it
I
on the
perfect.
very, I gotta have
I
it on
do
the very
squat.
lowest setting to do squats, or I'll fall off.
I do mini squats. I
Good
I do
girl.
squats. Therapist has me do. But I also something I like because when I just stand up straight, it shifts my legs and butt big time. But if I kind of bend over uh, a little bit, bent at the hip, um, it gets my legs and my upper body. It gets my upper body more.
Yeah.
When I do mini squats like I'm sitting in a chair. I don't do deep knee bends.
Oh.
Because
Well,
that would be
I
too
know
hard.
that.
The
I
other thing it
do I
did
do
is
I
it
do
made me feel like
squats.
I was running because I felt like my blood was pumping.
Yes. Well, mine says that if I put it on the program 9, which is usually what I use it on, um, I think it's 15 minutes equals 30 minutes of running. And I have, it's I can program it 1 through 9, just like I do my bike. So it starts out kind of, medium and then slow and then fast and then back to medium and then fast and then faster and then slow, and it just jiggles every bit of my body, all of it, in different ways for the whole 20 minutes. But you can use it on, it's like a program. You can have it, each program targets a specific part of your body for different periods of time. And so I guess they're also different, because I know the ones I got my kids have a post workout setting, and mine doesn't have that. And that's what my
All I
kids
got was a
usually.
little piece of paper that had like 2 pages or 3 pages full of stuff. That was it.
You're gonna have to
And
go on Google or
one
YouTube
side
and look it
was
up.
one side was talking. It was just another language. On the
Yeah,
other one, it said what the controls do. It just showed me the controller, what the buttons were, what the controls do, and its different various settings. That
yeah.
was it. Nothing more.
Wow. Yeah, I bet if you went on YouTube or Google and Googled
And I
the
know the thing was
brand.
like 40 pounds.
Yeah, mine's probably 30, 30. It's supposed to be a portable, but yeah. The one I thought the one you had picked out was a lot bigger. It looked big.
Oh, the one I got is huge.
Huh.
Oh, it is. It's about half the size
Mine,
of this table.
the other thing my book says is it depends on how far you spread your feet apart too.
Yeah,
Makes a difference in where it targets different places.
Well,
yeah.
I
The
saw
more
my foot
you
on the
the more
notes.
you the more you spread your feet apart, the more of a workout it is.
Yeah, yeah. I just
All
laugh
I
all
got
the
is the
time.
notes. I can show it to you.
I have an easier time
I'm gonna sh-
at physical therapy. They make me stand with my feet together, and I hate that. I do best when my feet are shoulder width apart.
Yeah, mine too. My balance is better. Yeah, that looks about the size of mine when you
I
put your
thought you
feet
got
this
on
is
it.
what I got.
That's it. My goodness,
That's it.
I got a whole book.
My
Wow.
remote
And
doesn't work.
it says precautions before use. Talks about what the components are, what is in it, and it talks about what all the buttons do. And this one talks about what the buttons do. And on this side, it just talks about the problems if there's any problems. That's it.
Hmm.
Nothing else.
Hmm.
And I used this setting.
Hmm.
And I think this increases the time.
Yeah, one of them
And I can
should.
pause it. And I don't know, I think that's the mode. But I put my foot on here like this. And then use it.
Oh, hello.
Well, and I know mine also is
Hey,
in free.
Hazel.
It's kind of in free mode where you
Hi,
can
Diesel.
set it for minutes and a steady,
Hello,
just a
Diesel.
steady setting. But I like to use the program because I like for it to go fast and slow and fast and slow. It kind of loosen things up. It's pretty cool though. I really like it.
I used it like twice.
I got a text today from Lisa, groovy chick.
Yeah.
And she was kind of frantic on Tuesday looking for us, and I told her we were taking a night off because I assumed that's what we were doing.
Yeah,
And then
I didn't feel too good.
I just I shared I told her that I just knew you were going to come on tonight. That was before you texted me back. But I just knew you were going to come on, and then I sent her an invitation just now.
So
But
did I.
she was really wanting to talk to all of us. I guess she's going through
Yeah,
a
I
rough time.
wasn't feeling a little blah. I was feeling a little blah, and I was playing with my son Tuesday. That game with him, so
Well, I didn't. I just told her you were doing some inner work.
I was doing that too.
Well, that is in a way.
That is inner work for sure. And so
That's right.
I sent her some videos to listen to and gave her a pep talk and told her we love her and we'll be here tonight. So hopefully she'll come in.
What do you want, buddy? Huh? You
I
bet.
know it's been a rough
slept-
week for everybody.
I slept for 24 hours yesterday.
Good.
I went to sleep at about 8. I went to sleep at 8 o'clock. Wait, no. 6 or 7 last night. I didn't wake up until 6 or 7 today.
Wow.
That's good. You needed that.
You did. Hi,
I don't think I
Lillian.
did. I mean, and hi. And I had weird ass things going on the entire time. And I'm trying to sort it out, and it's been in my mind. I've had, it's like I was getting flashed 4 or 5 different lives at the same time. So now I've got a distorted mess to figure out on what was what, because last night it was, I don't know what the heck was going on. I wasn't sure if I was I was in a past life or watching somebody else's. There was so much information last night. It kind of overloaded me, and I don't know what the heck is going on.
Wow.
All I could see was thousands of images flashing in my head.
I've been having really strange dreams too. Very odd, kind of disjointed. They don't really go together.
Me too.
That's what happened last night. It was
It's
very confusing because it was like I was living 10 different people's lives at the same time, and I'm like, what is going on here? I was in a ship, and then I was on the ground, and then I was in the ocean, and then I'm on the land, and then I'm back in the ship, and I was like, what's going on?
I haven't
It was
remembered anything, and I don't know how long.
very confusing.
Well, I was on live with Robin. Suzanne and I were last night, and I told Robin that I had just gotten stuck in this brain loop of this childhood trauma that I thought I had worked through long ago. And it was something to do with my father. And I really believed I had overcome it and was done with it and had it all figured out.
Right?
Then suddenly it was like on a loop in my brain. And I was just like sinking into my chair with my head bowed, just thinking on, why am I thinking this? Why is this going over and over in my head? Why am I getting so angry at this now? And upset and depressed and just literally sitting there curled up in my chair, just feeling like somebody was beating on my shoulders with this thought loop. And Robin did a channeling on it, and I guess I'm doing it to myself because I guess I'm bored. He told me that I had already worked through everything, and anything I'm having is because I'm causing it. Is what I got from what the answer was. Is that what you got to them?
Well, I heard him say, "You've dealt with it. That's why it's looping."
And that I'm free and clear. I've dealt with everything, and that if anything comes up, it's because I'm bringing it back, not because it's not over.
Well,
Maybe
no.
you just thought that was, you know, you
Well,
just didn't think it was all the way done.
Well, and I kept thinking, why? I mean, because I really did believe it. I had already dealt with it, and he confirmed that I have already dealt with it. It is gone, but it's a thought, it's a memory, and it's coming back. And he said, I'm just doing it to myself because I guess I don't have anything to work through, so I'm just throwing stuff at myself, kind of like a self sabotage. I don't know. And I was thinking, well,
And
how
that's what they
stupid.
said in the last reading. They said, don't
Yeah,
sabotage.
I know, and I thought about that too after I got off with him. I thought, well, damn it, didn't we talk about that already? And why am I doing this? But
Right?
anyway, I I went to sleep and I actually slept for 6 hours straight. It was it was bliss. I mean, I really slept for 6 hours without waking up, and when I woke up, it was gone. It was just gone,
I don't
and I
understand why I
haven't.
slept for 24 hours.
You needed it. You probably just needed to integrate some stuff.
All I know is when I was asleep last night, all I could see, like when I was awake, I closed my eyes, I see dragons and symbols, and I
Hey,
still see
Lisa.
dragons and symbols when I close my eyes, and then when I went to sleep, I was like felt like I was living 10 different lives at the same time. Hello, Lisa,
But but
and
you couldn't tell if they were yours or somebody else's or what.
I have no idea. I absolutely have no flipping idea if it was somebody else's or a past life or a future or another reality. I don't know what it was, but I could see 10 different things. I was on a spaceship in one, I was a dragon on another, I'm walking the planet with somebody with dark hair, and then I'm walking on a different world and I'm blue with um, white hair, and then I'm like, it's like I was living friggin' 10 lives at the same time. There was war, there was love, there was Earth things going on, space things going on. So I gotta try to figure out what the hell last night was about because there was so much information, It was like I got images after images after images in my head, and that dream psychosis, whatever it was. I have no idea. It was like somebody opened up Pandora's box and it unloaded on me.
Mm.
Cause it's like, you know, when somebody opens up a dam and the dam just goes. That's exactly
Yeah.
what it felt like. Thank you for the gifts. And it was like
Yeah.
somebody opened Pandora's box, or somebody, you know, or actually, you know what it reminded me of? The best example it could remind me of is, you remember Back to the Future when Marty had his kid, which was really Michael J. Fox anyway, but he was watching the TVs, and there was like 20 different TVs on the screen there.
Hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And like each one had something different. That's exactly what was going on. I was looking at 10 or 20 different things at the same time. I have no idea what in the hell. And then when I close my eyes, even when I close them today, I can see light language. I can see dragons. I'm seeing people. I'm seeing all kinds of things that I don't even know what to explain or how to explain it.
Hmm. Well, I'm sure you'll start
And right now,
integrating
I
some
feel
of it.
like, you know, when you wake up and you're in that daze.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
felt
You
like
can't
I've
get
been in
away.
that daze. That I'm in the twilight era, in the twilight thing right now. I'm like, I felt like I can go to sleep at the drop of a hat, and I can be awake at the drop of a hat. I'm like in that middle, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm right in the twilight right now, and I have no idea what's going on. And my head feels so lightheaded. I'm looking around, and like, I have no not feelings, but no emotion right now, but just happy, joy, and peacefulness.
Hmm.
Like bliss, you know what I'm saying? I
That's
Yeah.
felt like I'm in a bliss right
Great.
now.
wow. That sounds good.
Yeah. Does to me
Like,
too.
yeah,
I wouldn't mind feeling in a bliss at the moment.
No, me neither.
I know. I
it's like
stare at
some
wallpaper
like
all
I
day.
fired up a couple fatties and smoked them.
Huh.
That that's a good feeling.
That just puts me to sleep.
So,
A
well,
couple.
So
I got into the wallpaper stripping, kind of a mindless, just strip and scrub and strip and scrub and just mindless, not thinking about anything. You know,
I don't know. I'm just chilled.
it was weird. Unless he came over and told me I was doing it wrong, and then I would have a moment. But after that, I'd go back to just being mindless. But did you ask Aria or Brim?
I didn't ask anybody anything. I'm just in bliss right now.
Mhm.
I
We,
almost
we
feel
should
like I
ask.
smoked something.
We should ask
Like
Aria
like I'm
what
high.
it meant. What maybe she has an insight.
Oh, I could, but I still feel like I'm high. So
You don't really
I
want
feel like right now I'm
to
in a
go there.
dream.
He
I
doesn't want
honestly
to
feel
ruin
like
the buzz.
He
I
wants to
feel like
stay on
I'm.
the wave.
Yeah.
It feels like I'm like on this constant wave of purity.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, when my friend Sarah was going through, when they were showing her all of her lives and it was just a bombardment like that, she said that would happen where it would just be one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And they were showing it to her in like cartoon theory. And she
Yeah.
was kind of like, come on, I'm a grown up. Don't treat me like a baby. So they said, okay. So they showed her the real thing, and it scared the pee out of her. And she's like, okay, fine, go back to the cartoons. And so
Oh, they
but
showed me
she
the real
said,
thing.
yeah, so she said it would just be a constant bombardment of different lives, but it was kind of in like either black and white or maybe a cartoony way, or and she felt remote from it until she asked them, and then they put her right in the middle of it, and it scared her real bad because like a lot of her galactic
I
lives
wish I would have gotten cartoon.
were scary, 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 like when they were eating her face, kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
there was some scary moments. There was some scary
yeah,
moments in what I
yeah,
seen, and it was, and whenever I seen anything, it wasn't like a dream. It was
yeah,
more like a lucid dream. Like I could see, hear, and smell everything.
yeah. That's what she said. But they dimmed it down for her some of the worst things. But then they showed her
I
the
wish mine
boring
was.
lives too, like she was just a regular housewife and lived on a farm and raised her kids and was a stay-at-home mom,
Yeah.
and and they told her that was important too. Those all of those lives were important to her for some in some way. But she always came out of those sessions, I guess you'd call them. And she said it would take her
Mhm.
sometimes a week or more to integrate, a lot of what they were trying to show her, and trying to sort it all out. But
And
she just
today's
kept
topic's
getting,
going to be about synchronicity.
yeah. So, maybe it's just going to take you a little bit of time to kind of sort through all the information they gave you all at once.
Yeah.
Because it is confusing. Like, even just the weird dreams I'm having they're like, I'll be dreaming and it'll have a theme and we're going along. It's like a movie, and then boom, we're done. We're going somewhere else. We're doing something else. It's a
I
whole
mean,
nother dream. And I'm like confused, and then we'll do that for a little while, and then it's a whole nother thing. And it's like, stop
okay,
it.
here's
I
how it
want to
started.
finish.
When I was, I don't know. I know I had a bunch of them, but I can't remember some of them. But the ones I do remember, because it was going so fast, that I was talking to an elf was one, a red-headed elf, and then Brim. I was Brim flying around in the universe, and then I was a human herding sheep, and then I was in a castle on a throne talking to somebody. And I remember the castle, and I know what the castle looks like. I know it's on Earth, but I don't know where it is. But I've seen it. And I was telling people I wasn't really a king, but people were making me out to be king, and I wasn't a king. I was just trying to help people, but they called me king, and I got in trouble with England because England was pissed off because the people kept calling me king. And then there was a war, a military war with pew pews and knives and all that. And then I was riding a horse in the Midwest with two pistols on my legs and on my waist, and I'm riding a brown horse, and then it disappeared where I was on a ship, a pirate ship, talking to somebody, and then I'm on a spaceship as a blue alien, and then I'm back on Earth, right, look like a Native American riding a horse, shooting a bow, and then I went to I was in another country and somebody was trying to torture me and I wouldn't give them information. And then I was back on the ship again, um, doing some scans on the planet surface. And then I was a dragon. So yeah, it just kept doing stuff like that the entire time.
That's just
That would
weird.
be confusing.
Did you hear that noise?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. As long as I know it's not just me.
What noise?
Sounds like we're underwater.
It does.
Yeah.
It sounds like that.
Like when I go scuba diving or when I'm snorkeling.
Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
maybe we're underwater in Atlantis.
Yep. It sounds like we're scuba diving.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
No, I hear it.
Well, I've
It
got a
sounds like we're
dream.
in a what? You know what it sounds
hear
like?
it.
It sounds like a fish tank.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Diane?
I had a dream that I really can't figure out. My sister Dina was paralyzed from the waist down, and she's moved on. But in the dream, she was in a car with me, and we were driving somewhere, and we went off a bridge into the water. And as the car was sinking, I was getting things undone, and I told Dina, I said, "All right, we got to undo you. And when I break that window open, we've only got a few minutes. So you get all the air you can now, and you're going with me." And she just sat there and wasn't doing anything. And I took the seatbelt off of her, and I went to breaking the window. And I had hold of her to pull her out. And I woke up.
AK here.
Hi.
He was learning Chinese just a little bit ago, telling his girlfriend she was beautiful.
Nice, she know what the I
Hey,
Hi,
Mary.
Mary.
And Ray, if Ray's with you. Or Ray,
Hello.
if Mary's.
Mary's lives have been very interesting lately. She's had a lot of activity around her now.
Yeah,
She
she went
always has
viral
that
with her
activity, right?
Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Why don't you
Yeah,
come up and tell us about it, Half Pint?
that was a very clear
Yeah, I've
picture.
got a lot of
that.
stuff. I don't know what to do. I
What
don't
do you
even know
mean?
what to say because so much stuff happened to me lately. I don't even know what to say. And after last night, that 24 hours of sleeping, it's like I was cruising, like jumping through. I felt like I was one of like quantum leap, jumping from body to body, or something. I don't know.
Hi, Mary.
Hi.
Hi, Mary.
Hi.
You and Ray have
And
been
I know
busy
there's
over
been
there
ships
with
out
your
in front of my
Bigfoot.
house.
Yeah, we've been a little busy. I'm talking to Brim. How are you guys doing?
Hanging in there. I had an IV full of iron yesterday. I'm looking forward to
Oh,
it
yeah.
helping me feel better.
Do you feel
And
that? Did you feel
every time
better
I
today?
close my eyes, I see light language and dragons.
What'd you say, honey?
Do you feel better today?
Not that I can tell. I mean, it's got to take a little bit. It's got to. How fast does it make new blood cells? I mean, I'm real low on red blood cells.
I just know
I think
Janice
it
said
takes a
she felt
day.
better when she walked out. Maybe it was just her. She just felt better when she walked out. She already felt better.
I read it can take up to a couple of weeks, and I go back next Wednesday for my second dosage. You know what was super frustrating yesterday? The roads suck ass, and I needed that, and so it's like I'm gonna tough it out. And I got there fine. They hadn't even plowed around the hospital, and it's a huge hospital. And I found the entrance because it's a different one. I sat there for close to 40 minutes waiting for the valet. I was the first one in line. There was a long line behind me of people wanting valet parking. And I finally called the main. I called and I got the cancer infusion area, and it was like transfer me to the non-cancer, you know, infusion center. Anyway, I finally called back to the main hospital number and told them where I was, and I said, you know, I got here in plenty of time, and I've been sitting here for probably 40 minutes waiting for a valet. And she said, let me call down there and see if I can get somebody out there to get you. So here in a few minutes, a girl came out, and she took my keys and gave me a ticket. And then she went back inside. She didn't talk to the people behind me or nothing. And um, she's not sitting at the normal valet desk. She's sitting inside, but there's no sign outside telling people you have to go in and get the valet.
Oh my gosh.
So I was the last one out of the infusion center, and they were, you know, they all left probably as soon as I was out because they were all packing up to leave as I was. And I had heard it would take like 4 hours, and the actual infusion was only 15, but it was all the talking to me about possible reactions, and she wanted to know if I'd eaten anything, and of course I hadn't. And so she brought me some cheese sticks and some graham crackers, and I took my own water. And anyway, and then they kept me probably 45 minutes after the IV was finished to monitor me, and I didn't have any trouble. So, but they gave me Benadryl in the beginning, and I had taken a pain pill probably 2 hours prior because I was really hurting. So between what was left of my pain pill and that Benadryl, I was like, oh my God, I hope I don't run into anything on the way home because they'll put me in jail. But I made it fine.
My goodness. It was pretty icy. It was icy here.
It was awful here. It was ice and snow, and then it was packed snow, and our high was like 14 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's been so freaking cold. It's unreal. I hate having to
Yeah,
keep
it's
all
been
the
cold.
water
My
running.
electricity bill is $327.
Wow.
Well, I average mine, so I never have the super high bills. But you know, in the seasons where I'm not using hardly anything, I pay because that keeps me from having the super high heating bills in the winter and the super high cooling bills in the summer.
So,
Well,
Brenna,
welcome to
I
the
have a
live
question.
half pint and AK. And we'll start with half pint and then we'll go to AK.
So I have a question. I'm kind of going down this rabbit hole, and I need to find out about something.
All right, let me turn this up so I can hear. Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's in the big black triangle ships?
Fae. Some of them are Fae and some of them are Draconians.
Reptilians.
Reptilians? Reptilians
Yeah.
are more in like a round ship. It looks like there's pipes coming out the top.
No, these things are huge triangle ships. I mean,
they look like
I've never
tops.
seen it. Huh?
Do they look like tops?
What do you mean tops?
Like
The toy. A toy top.
is it like a almost like a flying pyramid?
Well, I don't know. I can't see the top of it. I can just see the bottom of it. And this thing's huge. And it looks just like a triangle. Like it's got the 3 lights on the bottom of it.
I know
And the
the
ones that-
Fae. Okay, let me see. When I seen the Fae ships, they were triangle, but there was a light in the center. But you didn't said you didn't see a light in the center. The
Nope, there's only 3
draconians.
lights on each
Hmm.
side.
So the draconians have triangle ships, but it's got 4 lights on it. But there's only 3, so it has to be either the interdimensional reptilians.
And what about them?
They
I'm
are
just curious.
they're very um,
Yeah,
they want food because their universe doesn't have
Like
food.
yeah,
They want food because their universe doesn't have
Like
food anymore. They eliminated
Okay,
their food
okay,
source.
I need to tell you this story, okay? So, this
Okay.
weekend, okay? Don't ask me where the hell me and Ray were, but we can't remember this weekend whatsoever, and we feel like we're coming off of drugs. Like we've been some black suited being sitting across our street, and I'm telling you, there is some weird shit happening here, and it's like, I'm not scared, okay? But I want to know who the hell's above me. Because I do not feel our Star
Right?
family here.
It's
And it's kind of
interdimensional.
freaking me out a little bit.
You don't feel your star family out there anymore?
Nope. In fact, the ships that I had here are now gone.
Huh.
Even our orbs are gone. Yeah, they're cut in half. I don't know what that is, but
Have you reached out to your star
And
family to find out where they went or why they went?
well, I have a feeling I know why they went is because they moved in. Because I got like 5 of them sitting above me.
Wow.
And it was just weird because, I mean, we're missing 2 days.
Oh man.
And then I was asking,
it.
and then I was on Commander's right, and I'm asking him, you need to let me know who's in these triangle ships. And he could not answer me. He cut off when I was asking him about it.
Thank you, AJ.
I have an idea. We actually also have triangle ships, man-made ones, and they were just like cargo hauling ships. A basic design, the T3B.
I read about those.
Oh, these look different than those. I know what you're talking about, but these look different.
And then the pyramid. I've heard a lot of pyramid-shaped triangular ships being spotted, which I'm not sure who has those.
Okay, so check this out. So the night that I seen the being across the street, okay, he had this silver ball in his hand and he was spinning it. And I've never seen a being like this before in my life. And our star people are not here.
What did he look like?
Interesting.
What did he look like? He looked really dark, and he was carrying something on his back. And then, oh yeah, and then I forgot to tell you. So me and Ray are doing a live, right? And I'm telling you, something attacked me and almost got me to knock out on the floor. And Ray was fighting it in the house, and it had tentacles to it.
Weird.
Yeah, Ray got it, but man,
What'd you do with it?
Ray fucking took a knife to it, man. Started swatting it and it booked it out the roof.
He took a
Symbiote.
knife to it.
Yeah. And the calendar. So check this out. So I got this calendar sitting here, and it looks like there's a portal on my calendar, and it went right for that.
Wow.
Yeah, it hit the calendar thinking it could get through the calendar, and it couldn't. So when Ray seen the other tentacle, he hit it with a knife in it. He seen this bright light, and it flew right through the roof.
Wow.
Wow.
It's called a
Is it the size
symbiote.
of people?
A what?
Symbiote. A symbiote.
What? Okay, what is that?
It's kind of like Venom or
Venom.
symbiote. It
Yeah, kind of like Venom.
like the TV show.
Remember Stranger
Like,
Things? Like Stranger
Yeah, and you
Things.
guys, that's not it. So Ray woke up with this knot on his neck. I mean, it's went down since then, but I'm telling you, we have been like really sick.
And it's making her not talk.
Right. Because I'm having problems speaking right now. So it needs to get the hell off of me. Jesus' name, get the fuck out of my house. Right now. Sorry.
There's one in there now.
Well, no, I can just. A weird energy, I guess.
Yeah,
It's a symbiote.
like they're out of phase.
It's an interdimensional symbiote.
Okay, so how do I keep them out of here? Do you know? Like, is there something I could do
I
to
would-
keep them out of here?
Do you have the salt by the window? The stones by the window?
Not right now, but I can do that.
Yes, that would be a good idea. Because times are going to get rough, as we talked about earlier. I had the same experience yesterday. I slept for 24 hours. I had flash after weird stuff happen. It's like I was like in 10 lives. And I was seeing weird, crazy shit that I've never seen before in my life. I don't know what the hell happened last night. But I went to sleep at 6 or 7 o'clock last night. I woke up today about 6 or 7. So when you're talking about crazy things like that, I've had that last night, and ever since then, I've had ships and beings around here that I've not encountered before, just randomly showing up, and they weren't all bad. They were really good. I actually went up in a ship with the Palladians the other day in an orb ship, and then I hung out with elves. Yes, why? But I have no idea.
And then we're hearing
But-
all sorts of running around the house. Like things are chasing each other around this
Yeah,
trailer.
I got that too.
You do?
I got that too. Yes, my dog. Hey, when I first got him, I said on the live too. I was talking to people on the live. My dog hardly barked. Ever
Yeah.
since the beginning of this year, he's been barking at the mirror. He's been barking at the door. There's noises going around the house. And the other night, there was no wind, okay? There was no wind out here where I am. I had a back gate set up where I put the dog out. I went to open the door. The gate was totally knocked over. It looked like somebody had tried to come up on the back porch. Both of the gates were knocked over. Things were moved across the thing. And it looked like there was face prints on my door. I'm telling you, I don't know what the hell is going on. I think we hit another reality.
Okay.
Because
Brim,
things are happening that...
Have you seen my big video?
No, I haven't got a chance to watch anything from anybody, actually.
Well, I'm not Sure that
I even got taken by Bigfoot.
I'm not too sure this was Bigfoot in my tree.
Oh, I'll look. I even
Yeah,
had an
all
encounter
this
with Bigfoot.
that video went
I've never
viral.
had that.
Yeah, that video went viral, but I have been dealing with Bigfoot here. That was, I don't know, it just, I keep thinking about this video and it's like, yeah, like, it's just weird. Like, I can't explain it. It's just weird. I mean, what is Bigfoot going to be doing up in the tree, slamming it back and forth? That we were in the middle of a snowstorm and it was so windy, and he's up there swinging back and forth in the tree, and no footprints.
I've never had encounters with Bigfoot, and they've been coming up left and right. I honestly, there's so much going
Well,
on. I didn't know that I was going to be encountering Bigfoot myself. So
well, you know what? I'm not even worried about Bigfoot.
I've
I'd
never
rather
had
worry
a
about the
problem with Bigfoot.
than, you know what I mean? Because I go down to the tree, you know, where he goes into the tree, and I talk to him. Hey, Bigfoot, how you doing? You know, but he hasn't been here for a few days now, and I got some things that are kind of watching my property right now, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just had
I'm going to look at that video.
I just had to talk about this because I mean it's been kind of like
Which video is it?
the one that says check it out, it's Bigfoot. And it's really weird because now all my other videos have went viral.
And that's kind of weird. We weren't.
Yeah, because we weren't getting that, like, at all. And then all of a sudden, boom, man, all my videos went viral.
And it ain't like we're not wanting to go viral.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we don't want to become famous or nothing. We're just wanting to hang out with everybody.
We're not doing this.
I know. I see one that says 1.2 million people.
That one, that's the Bigfoot one. Yeah.
Have you ever seen it?
Hey, have you ever seen anything
What the
go
hell?
viral like that on TikTok?
What the
It's
hell?
really weird. Telling you, it's weird.
What the heck is that?
Are you looking at it right now?
And it ain't, it's grainy.
What?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he's looking at it. What is that? I don't think it's Bigfoot.
What the freak?
And it's grainy.
No, it. You know what it looks like? It's not Bigfoot. It's that it's those. Oh, what the heck are they called? The lycanthropes.
The what?
They're called
Lycanthrope.
lycanthropes. I like.
What are those?
Yeah, that.
Isn't
They're-
it like a werewolf?
Do they
They're
travel?
creatures that.
Do they travel
Yes,
black
they're
ships?
yes, and they're werewolf. They're lichens from space. They're called lycanthrope or whatever. Oh my god, I can't say the word.
I know what you're talking about. So
Because
they're in
And
black ships.
they've been
right?
stayed up in the Appalachian Mountains for a while. Because remember, there was stories about groups of people that were attacked by them, the military. Remember, we talked about
Yep.
that. They went up in the Appalachian Mountains to recover a plane crash, and yeah, and those were the beings that everybody was seeing in the Appalachian Mountains.
We see black
So
ships
you just
before
caught
Yeah,
one.
we've seen black ships before we even seen those.
and let them know that you're going to see that loop.
Oh yeah, you need to check out that other video I got with that loop picture with that
Well,
loop
and I
ship,
know they're not the shadow ships.
because these were black ships that me and Ray seen coming towards us. Yeah,
The
and
the shadowers more look like, okay. The werewolf ships are triangle. The and so isn't some of the
yeah, because Eddie won't even go outside. He won't
reptilians, the interdimensional reptilians, and but you have the shadower ship is more like a giant spider.
Oh, mother sucker. So check this out.
What? The,
I got a picture of this spider. It seemed to have been tied up to the tree. It was really weird.
The spider was tied up.
Yeah, so I thought it was Bigfoot standing back there with it, and I thought he tied it up to the tree. Just know that he got it.
They called it a
Lisa's waiting to be accepted to come up. Lisa's waiting to be accepted to come up.
who is?
Groovy chick, Lisa.
I'm not getting anything. Yeah, I can't invite because you know how it is. I can't even read comments.
Maybe Diane.
I can't read comments.
You know,
I can't.
Um, do
and
you have a mod?
Rice.
Can you bring
Yeah,
her up, Diane?
Maya can
Yeah,
approve
Maya
a
can do it.
request.
You know, Anne Rice wrote a whole series of books about the lycanthrope and the
I just,
Appalachian Mountains. Rice wrote a whole series of books about the lycanthrope and the
I just,
Appalachian Mountains.
AK was trying to say something a minute ago.
Sorry.
Oh no, I'm good. You, tell us about your Viking ships.
So I've never dealt with these before. This is something totally new to my area. It's just really weird. So, can these things come in the house?
Oh, I'm sure they can.
Like paranormally or whatever?
You sound real muffled, Mary.
I think we're about to be inundated with even more different ships. If everything I'm listening to and all the things I'm being told are true, then in the next few months, I think there's every type of species known is going to be hanging out around here, and we're going to be seeing them all.
Well, that's what they say.
That's what I've been hearing.
Okay, so what's the best way to battle these just in case? Because
Do you want to battle them, or
I
I
don't
mean,
want
For
nothing to
entertainment purposes
I don't want
only.
to battle anything. I really don't. I just,
Make sure and shield.
yeah,
Put your shields up.
Is your house protected?
yeah.
do your salt, do your crystals on your windowsills and in your corners. Spread your salt and use the black Himalayan salt if you can. That um, salt
Yeah.
will be very helpful. But look and research do your black tourmalines and the ones that absorb and reflect. to help, put those in your windowsill.
Black
And
tourmaline with selenite is good
yeah,
together.
yeah, they enhance one another.
I also
And
use
everybody, I
Celtic
mean,
sea salt and put them in the
yeah,
window. Put like a little cup of it by each window so indoor.
Yeah, we use sea salt and black pepper.
yeah, that'll. When Katie went to Hawaii, she got us a whole entire bag of black Himalayan salt, and that really helps. It's a little bit stronger, but any kind of salt. I mean, the Himalayan salts are good. And
Yeah.
then use your
You know
soap,
why the
Mary,
Himalayan salt works? Do you know why
because
it works?
Why,
because
Paul? Just tell us.
Because if you look at what raw Himalayan salt is, it's from the mountains. And people are saying that those mountains at one time were giants and were the Nephilims. So basically, they got turned to stone and we're using them, their essence. Yeah,
their
because if you
essence
carve
is
into the
embedded.
stone, yes. Because if you look at the stone, it looks like meat, but it's a stone.
I've seen what petrified cedar looks like, and then you zoom out and you see the size, like the massive size. Like we used to have like super super huge trees way back when, and they had to chop them all down so the giants didn't survive the floods. Apparently.
Yeah, I
But
think
go
I
ahead.
read that somewhere too.
Does make sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
But I've seen pieces of those that look like feet or look like fingers or giant feet or giant fingers or like a piece of their leg and once
Do you know?
it's kind of, you can really see it. They don't even have to point it out. You really can see that it looks like a body part of a giant.
Like a petrified body part.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of those in the different parts of the world, but we have them here too, in the mountains. And if you think about it,
Okay,
over in the
you
Appalachia
see this
area,
mountain, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it looks like
I
wood.
always see this mountain, and now I know why I seen it. And I was told what it is. Every planet, mostly every planet, I had to re-edit that, has a giant tree that's connected to the planet. This one was ours. It was cut, and it got turned to stone because it was cut, and it became a mountain. That is why Earth has no magic, and we only
Also,
got faint magic. Yes.
have you seen Back to the Future? There's a scene where they're talking about um, like cutting down a tree that could be like the tree of life or something, and they're
Yes.
in the desert, and in the background there's a big mountain that with a flat top, and
Yes,
it's
this is
like,
the
oh, I
one from
wonder.
Close Encounters too. But every planet
Okay,
has a tree of power. Like remember when if you read about the Nordic mythology, they talk about the tree of life and the tree. What is it? And what's his name? Caused Ragnarok and all that.
yeah,
mhm,
I've heard of that.
This is the tree he's talking about. This is the tree. This was the tree that gave us power. And when that tree was cut, it turned to stone and took everybody's magic away, and it stopped all of the beings from being born here, like magical beings. But in it, and there's just a glimmer of it left. That's because we do have some abilities, but not like we used to. You see what I'm saying? If we had that
Yeah,
tree, we would have all those magic abilities still. But when that tree is gone, that's why. Because, and if you've seen in many different stories, that whenever you cut something magic, what happens? It turns to stone or disappears. This is what happened. This was the major spot. That's why everybody wants to go there. That's why they filmed this from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and they put the aliens there. That is why it's always important. This mountain is so important. It wasn't really a mountain at all. It was a tree of magic and power.
Well, we're getting some of that back though, because
Yes.
in Atlantis and Lemuria, prior to their leaving, they
Yeah.
deposited all of the crystals in different areas across the world,
So
and we have
basically,
a
when this tree
huge
was up,
deposit in
when
the
this tree
Appalachian
was,
and the Ozark
yes,
trees.
when
Yeah,
this
the
tree,
Ozarks.
this tree right here was giving us 100% magic, right? Right now, as time progressed, after the tree was cut down and it would turn to stone, it knocked us down to like 10% or less than 10%. And now, as we're growing up in our abilities, we're starting to gain it back, but not like we used to because we don't have that tree anymore. If another tree was to grow, then we would have that ability. So, our major focus is to make this tree grow. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it, but that's the best way I can explain it. That because that tree's gone, we have abilities, but just not like we used to. And is the underground world real? Yes, there's a lot of underground things that are real because when Terra smashed into Tiamat, it covered Tiamat and buried everything that was on the planet on Tiamat. And it was covered by a new surface, which was Terra. And that's what we're living on. We're living on Terra. Well, Terra, Earth. We call it Terrans. That's where it came from, and that's why we have a people called us Tartarians. Some people here were Tartarians when humanity first began, and the Tartarians were a race of taller humans. They were called giants, kind of like big giant Kali or something like that. They were about that size, and they were very advanced and very technological, and they were taken out by the Christians because they were told they were evil. So during the Bible, like Sodom and Gomorrah, Babylon, all of them were Tartarian ran cities. But the Bible painted a picture of them being evil, so they eliminated them. Like the walls of Jericho, stuff like that. And all during time, they eliminated those Tartarians. And that's how the Earth was. But yes, the beings that were on this planet at the beginning, before humans got here, there was jinns, dragons, because it's Tiamat. Tiamat's a dragon. You had jinns and Bigfoots. There was about 3 or 4 races on this planet. Like Mars. Mars had four beings too. They didn't have a humanoid being. They have kind of lizards and an AI kind of looking robot thing. But Mars only had four things of life too. This planet here that was Tiamat was dragons, jinns, Bigfoot, and shadow beings. And when Terra crashed it, it covered and pushed them underground.
So, Brim, I was using my ghost box one day and asking questions, and it told me
Right.
there was a serpent here with me.
There's a what?
Serpent.
Yes.
Surface.
Is
Well,
that good?
the thing I was reading about with Atlantis and Lemuria, and they buried all the crystals, and now that Mother Gaia is doing her birthing process, and
Mm-hmm.
as the Earth is tumbling and changing and turning, that's where all these crystals are coming up. They're just erupting
Yeah.
up out of like under pavement in places, and then like over in the Ozarks and the Appalachians, you can go and dig
Mhm.
crystals. They're just popping up out of the earth, big giant, like huge 30, 40 pound pieces, that people are finding now, and it's bringing back some of the crystal magic. That's why it's a
It
little
is.
easier to
Be-
use our
There is,
crystals
because
now.
if you know that there's a crystal cabin that nobody can go in,
Where is it?
has
Oh,
anyone ever heard about that?
yeah, I
No.
did.
Where is it?
Yes. I
Yeah,
don't know exactly where it is, but there's a massive crystal
yeah,
cabin you
they're
cannot go
protected.
in.
Yeah, they had to wear it. They were
There's
trying to.
there's many massive crystal caverns. Go ahead.
Caverns, you said?
Yes, it looks like the Fortress of Solitude from Superman. That you can't spend more than 10 minutes in it. Even in a suit, you can't spend that much time. That's how
Where are
bad
they,
it is.
AJ? Where are these caverns, AK?
I don't remember. I saw a documentary of a lady on TV that was exploring them, and she said that they're protected because people were going in there and breaking crystals off to take home with them, and they're like, "Oh no, don't do that." So like regular people can't
And then
just
there's one.
go and visit them.
There's
We
them,
went
but there's
into a
also
couple.
two or three. Now this is fact. You can look this up. There's three of them that are white giant crystals underground. Even in hazmat suits, they can't stay in there for longer than 10 minutes because the
Because of the
energy is so
vibration.
strong. Yep.
Well, is that like the ones we went into and when we were in Virginia, those crystal caverns? Because we visited a couple of those, and I can't remember now what the name of that one crystal. That it was the only crystal that was like that forever, and then they eventually found some on the other side of the world, so it wasn't the
Okay,
only
flower
one.
power. I was I think it was an insectoid. I people want to disagree with me, but I think it was a prime mantis being.
Hmm.
I really feel it was a prime mantis being. But as you were saying, who honey, what's that?
A mantid. I've been hearing a lot of people
Oh
seeing
yeah,
it
half pint. You were
lately.
talking about the serpent. Half pint was talking about a serpent, and then we'll go to
Hmm.
AK. What was the serpent?
Oh, I don't know. I was just using my ghost box, I was just sitting here like asking questions or whatever, and it says
Uh
you
huh.
have a serpent here. But is a
It could be a
serpent bad?
dragon near you.
Okay, cause check this
No.
out. So after all this happened, all me and Ray were seeing dragons up in the clouds.
Hmm.
Well, that's my people.
Yeah.
We got all the dragons are everywhere. And that's where Brim's doing. Brim has been. I've talked to Brim, but he's been mostly out around the planet helping everybody. He's everywhere.
How cool.
He's been all over the place. Oh yeah, AK. What was you saying?
There's a lot of things going on. I'm seeing lots of orbs up here now in Alaska. I mean, there's always been orbs, but they're really starting to come out. And I finally got some memory cards to get all my phone memory storage so I can start recording. But 2 days ago, I saw one that flew. I was going
Okay,
75
groovy.
miles an hour down the highway, and this thing just comes up on my right and just passes me, and then flies across the road, and it was off to the left, and just parks itself there, and just hung out. And when I got home, I parked and I took a picture of it, and then I ran inside and was clearing my phone off, and then I ran back out to go take a video, and it was gone. But then that reminded me of
That was an Arcturian.
yeah. Okay.
It was
Um,
an Arcturian looking glass, I call them.
okay. I also River. I sent her the pictures. I was taking a picture of a backyard of the my aunt's house I was house sitting at, and I accidentally caught a metallic orb above the tree line in the top left corner. And like you said, it looked like it had some fins on the top of it, and I didn't know what that was. But you were saying it was reptilian.
The liquid metal looking ships. If it's a
Um,
liquid metal looking ship,
it wasn't
it's
that it was kind of dark, so it wasn't like shiny metallic, but you could tell it was like a metallic type of ship.
was it triangle or round?
It was round, but it looked like it had like a fin on it.
That was an Andromedan.
Okay. And
Andromedan
another
have like round ship with a fin on it.
I had the really shiny really pretty metallic, like smooth. You couldn't see any seams. Uh, Fly right over my head across the tree line, and it made like there was no like sound except for a whoosh, 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 like as it passed me.
Arcturians and Andromedans, they make those whooshy sounds. You've always had them around you for some reason. Every time you come on, I keep seeing Andromedan and Arcturian. I don't know what it is, but they seem to be lingering around you.
Interesting. Well, I also live in between two military, like army base and a air force base. So, yeah, I always see like jets flying around and helicopters flying around, and actually the other night I saw a weird, those drones that have been morphing, and like blink, using strobe lights. Um,
Yeah.
I saw it was really low hanging, and the helicopters were going after it, and I was like, "Oh man, like there's too many trees, and I couldn't just couldn't get it." But like I was like, "I bet you that's one of those drone things that morphs."
It sounds like it. Yeah, it's Andromedan and Arcturians. They're definitely around you. They're watching you, protecting you.
Interesting.
There's something you have to do. I'm not sure.
Huh.
I keep getting. You have to find your path because there's something you need to do.
As far as I know, I have to help people understand that not all like they're not. There's a lot of good ETs around, and they're not here to like take us over or anything. There's going to be a lot of freaking out people, and you kind of gotta be like an ambassador of sorts and just calm people down and be like, it'll be okay. There, don't. It's not the end of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Contact is
right.
coming.
Well, anyway, anyone, that is interesting. I have Cash App and PayPal here. I do a 25 card reading, and the rest of these are free if anybody needs it. And always remember, please like and share. But I do readings for 25. And Honey
I
likes to
I paid,
do group readings.
I did already pay for one. I already
Well,
sent it for a
What's
group
what's
reading. Whenever it's convenient for all of us to do a group reading, you've already got it.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna step down so I can put this salt on the windows and stuff. So,
Okay.
We
okay?
love
Yeah,
you, Mary
we'll
and
check out
Lane.
your
Love you.
videos after
Yeah.
this.
Me
oh,
too.
What
thank you.
what's
It's
I
the
nice
do,
group
to
got
see
going
you,
appreciate
on?
Fine.
help. I do appreciate you guys' help.
All right, I'm gonna do that reading. So if you want to hear it,
Okay.
let's see. I looked up at the numbers, and I'm like, I wonder if Honey is gonna do the group reading right now.
You knew I won.
Let's see. I'll shuffle the cards here. Watch me get half the deck again. Where's Suzanne? Oh,
I'm
yeah,
right
she's here.
here.
Oh, crap. Here we go. Watch us
Oh,
get the same
why?
card again.
Sexy cards are coming. Woohoo!
We're doing the healing deck. And I already 2 cards fell and I wasn't even done yet. We got concentrate on this card. It's your energies that are going to push out the cards. And I've already had 2 before I even got a chance to do anything. And I'm feeling so much whacked out energy right now. Everybody's all over the place, even making my head lightheaded. Seriously, my head. Well, I'm feeling worse now. It's like I'm feeling a little bit dizzy.
Yeah, like the last few days I've been feeling like that, and every time I'm trying to sleep, I keep seeing all kinds of things going on. It's like, wow.
That's what I was saying earlier, that I had like hundreds and visions of something. I don't know what the hell was going on last night, and I slept for 24 hours, and all I got was crazy visions, dreams, and I don't know, all kinds of weird stuff.
It's
Well, apparently
been
that
very intense all week. The energy is very, very intense.
Lots of solar activity too going on.
Mhm.
okay, I must.
This week has
Well,
flown by for me.
here we go. We got half the deck again, more than usual. We got more than usual. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh well. Here we go. Procrastination. It's showing that a cave. There's a man in a cave, and he's feels safe in the cave, but he doesn't want to exit it. He's feeling himself being sheltered. He doesn't want to explore the outer world. He's procrastinating. And I'm sure it's a man. I'm seeing a man. And he's procrastinating and going out into the world and expressing who he is. I don't know who, but that's what I got. I don't know if that resonates with anybody, but that's what I got. The next one is love. Wow. There's a lot of relationships here, a lot of new things coming together. But somebody, 2 or 3 people need to open up and express that love to their partner. It would be the greatest love ever. And it's 2 women. I can see 2 women involved in this. There's a group of people, but it's focused on these 2 women. One has dark hair, and another one has like reddish hair. And they're open up to love, but they're really secluding themselves. Into not experiencing the love that they want and they need. And there's somebody that's very combative, or they're not understanding what is being told to them, And when they express how they feel to some people, they're not understanding them. And it says, say what you mean. You say what is on your heart, not what your mind is telling you. And that one had many people there. Again with the wild card. There's 3 women here that are like wild child energy. They're all over the place. They're overwhelmed with erratic curiosity, love, and they want to explore every facet of humanity. But you have to sometimes put the hold on it and not be so wild. You need to be cautious and trust your intuition, not jump anything and to be wild. How teachable you are is showing me that there's a group of people that are very teachable and that like to be taught. So they go into different various places and learn different energies and different knowledge. And it seems there's many women involved in this one. And this one's saying that there's somebody here, I don't know who, it's not showing me who. It could be people outside of the room, because I know people are sitting out there, that somebody's selling out. They're not being their authentic self. They're just going with the wave and not being their true self. And they're selling out to somebody. So be aware, don't sell yourself out. Be your authentic self. And with that card is rejection. Because you're not going to sell out, don't feel the rejection, because if you feel that rejection, you're going to get that fear, and you don't want that fear. Just be your authentic self and be who you truly are. Rejection is only a fact of life, and it's going to happen. People are not going to resonate with you, so they're going to move on and find someone that does. You have to take it with a grain of salt and move on, you know. If you linger too much into that, you're going to fall behind, and you're not going to ascend into the higher realm you need to be in. And that will lead you to the sadness. The sadness within your heart that you're alone. You're not really alone. You're never alone. There's always somebody with you. You have friends on earth. You have companions. You also have a spiritual family, a tribe. Even online, you have that. You have to seek them out. Whenever you feel sad and you're broken and you feel that you need to express yourself, find a place that resonates with you and talk to these people. They're there to help you. We're there to pick you up when you fall and you stumble. We're there to help you. You just have to seek out who resonates with you. Just not on a spiritual level, on a love level. You know, that unconditional, universal love. And like all things, many of you need to unleash your creativity. Express who you are and what you like to create. We are the gods and we are creators. We can create drawings. We can create life. We can create gardens. We can create anything we want to. You just have to put your mind to it. Just because people might reject what you do doesn't matter. Be yourself. Do what you want to do. Express what you like. Just because somebody rejects you and you feel that sadness that they're going to give you, don't worry about it. Be yourself. Create what you like. Do what you love to do. Show that. Express yourself. Because at the end of the day, when you do that, you're being your authentic self. That's your true home. Your home resides within inside of you. It's not a materialistic thing. It can be, but I'm not talking about materialistic at this point. We're talking about spiritual home. Go to where it resonates with you, where you feel the most warmth, the most love, the most family, tribal love, unconditional tribal love that there is. You need to feel that. That is your true home. When you wander out into the world, it's a world of darkness, and a lot of it's got hate. You got to put on your armor of truth and knowledge, and have your eyes open and your ears open. Listen to what is there. Listen to the signs. Watch for the signs, because the universe is always there to guide you. And that is where your home is. And that's where your heart will be. And like we all enter that world, in that cruel world that's out there, It beats the hell out of us. It makes us do things and does things to us that we can't control. So why bother trying to control it? You just heal from it and learn and grow so it won't affect you. And how do you heal? You heal with looking within yourself, resonate with Gaia, resonate with people that are around you, read more knowledgeable books, resonate with people in your family. That is how you heal. And spend time for yourself. Sometimes take a warm bath. Lay out in the grass when it's not freezing cold, like 13 degrees. And again, card for Suzanne. Many people have a bond. Many people have a bond. And they do certain things like this. And when you do these certain things, it's not just about the act. It's about the bonding and the merging of two souls colliding into one. An unconditional universal love. When you merge as one, you become one with the individual you're with. Don't be too free on giving it out or putting it out. Be more free of your heart. And if it resonates with your heart, then you do that act. And I see that a lot of people are so concerned about the act and not the feeling behind it. Even though sometimes, people like the feeling of that. But that's not really what it was intended for. Pay attention. And it's funny because earlier I just talked about the signs. Again, when you walk into the universe, pay attention to the signs. You can see them, you can hear them. Some are plainly obvious, some you have to understand. Every time during the day, you're giving a sign.
Hold the card
Whether
up.
it's time dilations. Oh, well, I have my eyes closed, so it's hard to see.
Oh,
You got to pay attention to the signs in the universe around you. Even when you don't need a sign or help, it still gives you to you. You have to pay attention. Be more awake. Open your eyes. Don't be so focused forward, but look to the left and look to the right. And look at around you. You don't have to look behind you because that's the past and you learn from that. So there's no point of looking in the past. Look to the future. Look at the here and now. What can you do to make your pathway? And sometimes you might hear a song. A song could have you remember something. A number. A license plate. A reflection in a mirror. A person's face. All are signs and symbols. They're everywhere. You just have to look and pay attention. And whatever comes to you, whatever you think it is, you go with that because you trust your intuition. Never question or doubt yourself. And when you don't get the signs and you don't understand it, you need to have patience. Patience is a virtue. When you ask for something in the universe, it's going to give it to you in its time and the time you need it, not the here and now. And that's what humans want. They want everything here and now. They want everything on a silver platter. The universe is not going to do that. Creator source is not going to do that. They're going to give it to you when you need it. And if you need it, they will give it to you, just in the time it's needed. So have that patience. All good things come to you for those who wait. This goes to a lot of people, and I'm seeing a lot of people in this card here. Don't worry about being the adult. Sometimes being an adult gets you in trouble. It makes your mind think bad things. You always have to bring out your inner child, because your inner child holds the secret, holds the key to life. When you look and explore your inner child and you bring that inner child forward, you'll be more open to see things, to understand things, to comprehend things. But as an adult, you're blind to that. You don't want to. You want to be and seek approval by everybody around you. It's not about that. Be your inner child. Your inner child doesn't care what people think. Your inner child's free. Let it be free. Let it free to explore the universe, to explore the surroundings around you. No fear of judgment. But as adults, we fear that judgment. What does this person think? Who cares? Do you think a child cares? No, they really don't. And a lot of us, even Satan, fell to this. What was the thing that Satan fell to? Pride. That is the most deadliest sin of them all. Satan himself fell out of heaven because of pride. He wasn't pushed out. He became too prideful, so he fell out of heaven. He fell from grace. He fell and lowered his vibration. That is how he fell. And we as humans have that same thing. When we have so much pride and ego, think we're better than everybody else, or claim to do this and claim to do that, what you're doing is you're being prideful. No one person's greater than another. We are all equal. We just have different abilities and we use them separately. And that is the true understanding of who you are, is seeking your inner child, that inner peace, being your authentic self. Don't sell out to anybody. Be yourself and have those patience. The universe will give it to you. But don't be prideful. Don't be one wearing two faces. Be the authentic self. And also, when you go out into the world, be courageous, be brave, because that is what you need to be. Courageous and brave. Don't have fear. Fear feeds the negative energy. And fear people can read. When you go out into the world and people see your fear, they're going to run you over. They're not going to think twice. They don't care. When they see that you're courageous and brave, they're not going to mess with you. Because they know that you're weak. Show them that you have the power. Be that beacon of light. Because if you're not, you're going to entrap yourself. You're going to put yourself in an entrapment. You're going to seal yourself. And when you seal yourself, you're sealing your fate. The fate that you don't want. You don't want to entrap. You want to express who you are. Be your authentic self. Unleash your creativity. Show that you are that bright light. That you're that beacon. That light that can pierce the darkness. And like I always say, have faith. Have faith in the universe. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in the people around you. When you have that kind of faith, you have that universal, that unconditional love. Then, and only then, will you have the understanding of what it means to be one with the universe. And no, Paul did not give this reading. Blessed be. Well, what did y'all think of that one?
It was interesting.
You even had a guest do it.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good. It's pretty good. I got to get out into the world. I got to get out of the cave, man.
That was Brim telling that reading there.
Yeah.
Yep, that was Brim. He gave you all a reading.
Yep.
I wish I could start posting these on freaking YouTube, but trying to download stuff from the site is monotonous.
I could tell it was Brim just from the way the
Yeah.
voice changed and the way he speaks. His syntax is so different from yours.
I was like, uh-oh, here it comes. He's like, I'm doing the reading. I'm like, yeah, okay, dude.
Move over.
I'm like, okay. I'm not
That's
arguing,
cool,
Brent.
though.
You go ahead and read it.
He likes reading for us.
He does. I'm really
Brim,
hoping
yeah.
I'm hoping Ariel comes see us tonight. I've been sending out the energy for Ariel to come visit.
The area is. Her and Epi have been having issues over there on the other side because there's so much going on up there in space. She's been taking a hiatus too lately.
Epi has?
And there's so many people a hiatus.
Mhm.
She said there was a lot of people on Earth that needed help, and she's been visiting everybody. I know
That's
she's been.
sweet of
I
her.
know she's been to Florida. She's been in Florida for a while. She's been near Orlando. So whoever in this group is near Orlando, that's where she's been. She spent time in Orlando. She's been in Texas. Orlando, Florida, and Texas is where she's been.
We need them here. In
We
Texas.
definitely do.
Mhm. Well, I was talking to Archangel Michael about it, and he told me, "Don't worry, sister. You know, we can be everywhere, but
All
sometimes
at
we
once.
just have to be focused." And he said, "I don't ever leave you." He said, "It's not that I leave you. It's sometimes we have to be focused."
Nanishinonia kuya nootia. Anana sinia no kononia koneo no kluvi. Aona inia sinia ka ania. Onono sotia ka.
I have no idea what he said, but it made me feel better.
That was healing to Groovy and whoever else needed healing.
Mhm.
He said, may you walk amongst the clouds with peace and love. Don't let your body fail you because it will heal. I will send my healing magic to all of you. That's what
Well,
he
thank
said
you, Brad.
to you and Groovy and Maya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And Suzanne needs it too. We all need it. All of us in here. We all need extra.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. It's been
Are
kind
you
of rough
alright,
the last
dog?
few
What's the matter
months.
with you? Why are you looking weird like that? What's the matter, boy?
That's
Are
cool.
you
I've been asking my guides and my angels to work on me when we sleep, and Azrael says they do.
They do.
okay? Honey's in control of live right now. Honey and Maya. I'm gonna go take this dog out and freeze my nut off. All right, I'm gonna get cold because of you. I hope you know that. I'm gonna get cold up there. Come on, come on,
Well,
it's cold.
if Maya and Honey weren't watching us,
Gonna
I'm sure we
freeze.
would all misbehave.
Gonna
Right.
freeze.
Well, I was just going to tell Lisa that I've been thinking about her all afternoon while I was peeling that wallpaper. Just praying for the angels to hover and to heal and be sure that they let her know that they're with her. And, you know, Lisa, just lean into it.
Be sure
And
to give them permission, Lisa.
Okay, okay.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna have to go so I can put this salt on my windows.
Okay,
okay,
baby.
Love
we
you.
love
Can
you.
Love
somebody,
you,
Be
Mary. It's
safe.
good to
somebody
see
bring
you.
me down?
You too. Oh, to
Thanks,
put you
guys.
down?
Plus nine.
Okay, let's see.
Love y'all.
Love you
Love
too,
you
Oh,
Mary.
too.
Can you
Good
bring
to
me
see you.
down?
I'm trying, baby.
Okay.
so
All
it
right.
looks like everybody got tingles from that healing. 'Cause I know
Yeah.
I felt it for sure.
Yeah.
I've been living in these paint fumes and paint remover fumes. I feel like I've been on acid or something for
Oh,
the last
bless your
2
heart.
weeks. We've tried to have the windows open, but it's so dang cold.
It
Yeah,
is.
Yeah, it's way too cold.
I've been standing trim for the last 2 days, and so yeah, I get you. We didn't
Hmm.
open the window like for half the first day, and we're like, "Hey, we should open a window."
Yeah, where you getting high? Yeah, it's yeah. So I kind of have been, usually when it's too bad, I can go outside. I have a heater on the patio, but the my yard cats, they are in my chair. All of them, like all 15 of them, are all piled up in my chair in front of the heater. So
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow.
I can only
They're not
stand
dumb.
there because I leave the heater on for them as much as I can during the day, and I don't leave it on it when I go to sleep, obviously, but they pile up in my chair. And so I'll go out and get some fresh air a little bit and then come back in. I'm going to be really happy when we finish all this.
Yeah.
Then
Well,
we're going
Lisa,
to
you
start.
said you've been having hell for all week. What's going on?
Hey, with the hail?
No,
Well,
Lisa said
Hey
she'd
guys,
been having trouble all week.
Oh
well,
hell yeah.
just since like yesterday, um, the last time I took my pain medicine was yesterday at 8 a.m. because they ran out of it.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, is Medicaid and all that stuff all frozen?
I don't know, it has nothing to do with that. I am living in a nursing home.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it does have something to do with it, AK, in that it interrupted some of the flow of of
No,
the
this is
medications and
carelessness of the nurses.
oh, oh,
This has nothing to do with insurance or anything like that. It's carelessness and it people not doing their freaking jobs. And since about September, this is like the seventh time that this has happened.
oh my God!
Either with my pain medicine, and I'm talking, it is a strong narcotic. I won't say the name of it on here, because it is so strong. They have run out of my antidepressant. That is something that you cannot just stop taking.
Yeah, once your
You
body
have
is
to
used
be
to it.
weaned off of it. So, of course, I had withdrawals because of them. Then they've run out of my anti-anxiety medicine. So I again had withdrawals because of them. Because they're not doing their job. And I've just been, I got fed up. And it's like the negativity just overwhelmed me. And I got so angry. I actually had to have a sit down conversation with the DON and the ADON, and I was trying to get the administrator in here too because I'm very close with him. He used to be the physical therapy manager, and he definitely took a 180 career change. But he took care of me for a year. And then he became the administrator of the building. So I have a very close relationship with him, and he really looks out for me. And I wanted him there at this meeting because there was a lot of things that have gone wrong since basically yesterday morning.
Yeah, with him there,
Everything in the building.
everybody would kind of, have
There's so much negative energy here. I feel at this point I am so incredibly drained. Just empty inside. Because I feel like, alright, there's 4 aspects to this freaking human body. It's physical, mental, spiritual, emotional. And all 4 of those avenues for me are just filled with negativity right now. And Honey sent me this meditation thing that I tried. And I had such a hard time concentrating on it that like I couldn't concentrate on it. But it did bring me down to the point that I actually fell asleep. And I took a probably 2 or 3 hour nap. And that's pretty unheard of for me. And actually, since getting all 4 of those implants removed, it's like all I wanted to do is just sleep. And it's like, that's what Spirit is telling me to do. I'm asking Spirit for other things. I'm asking Spirit for, help put me in touch with my Starseed family and help connect me. And all I'm getting is that I need to sleep. So that's what I've been doing.
Well, it's good that you're listening to them.
You have to be, you need to be prepared. If they're going to bring energy in for you, then you have to prepare your vessel, right? So that when they bring that energy to you, you're ready for it. So they want you to sleep and rest and integrate. so that when they bring that energy to you, you're ready.
Being
I'm glad
here
that,
is such a helpless feeling. And that was one of the things that I talked to them about. I said, you know, I'm dependent on the staff here. And when they don't do their job properly, it affects me. And this is the degree that it affects me too. And they saw what a mess I was. And they were like, I hate seeing you like this. I just feel so overwhelmed. I can't get out of this bed and go out in the hallway and go hunt down my nurse and be like, hey, you forgot one of my meds. Can I freaking have it now? Because I've already asked 3 times for the last 6 hours.
Oh, that's bullshit.
That happened today.
Yeah. Yeah,
Then
there's
we
some.
ran
Right.
out of another medication of mine while we were actually in the meeting. The nurse came in and told me I can't get you your medication because we ran out of it. This is another medication that I take. It's actually a drink. It's called Questrin, and it's for the gut because my intestines are all messed up. I've had extensive surgery on my gut, and I have to take this medication. And if I don't take it, I pay the price for it.
Big time.
And so does my CNA, who has to, I'm sorry, we're all big adults here, and I'm just going to say it. My CNA is the one that has to clean up the mess.
there's an ombudsman. There should be phone numbers posted everywhere. And
Oh, I've
usually,
already got state. I've
yeah,
already, oh yeah, I know.
you
It,
should call them every day. Every day. Call your ombudsman every day until they come fix this.
Be sure to let your administrator friend know what's happening.
oh, he knows.
Okay.
Oh, he
Yeah.
definitely knows. Oh yeah.
The ombudsman is a separate entity from the facility that works through the federal and state government, and they have they are above even the highest administrator there, and they that is their sole job, is to make sure that the facility is doing every single thing they're supposed to be doing, and they can get into an awful lot of trouble if the ombudsman is unhappy with them, and that's when their funds are withheld. And so when you get an ombudsman involved, the facility has to straighten up, or they're going to lose funding. And usually, if you can get your ombudsman on your side, things will straighten out pretty quickly.
It sounds like, you gotta get them where it hurts. And
Hmm.
unfortunately, nowadays, that means money.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely. I know it sounds like it shouldn't have to be that way, but unfortunately, it is. That's what you
Well,
have
I
to
told
do.
them that this is it. This is their chance. When he became administrator, um, he sat down and talked to me. In fact, we actually sit down and talk probably twice a month, just to stay up to date with what's going on. And so he does listen and he does react to what I say. But the one of the very first times the very first time he sat down with me, he said, now that I'm an administrator and we have the kind of friendship and relationship that we have, I would just ask of you, uh, and he put it that said in a way that hey, if you want to call state, go ahead, call them as many times as you want, as many times a day as you want. I am not stopping you at all. Absolutely, go ahead and call them. But I'm asking you, as kind of like he was saying, out of like our friendship and out of respect, would you come to me first? Let me know what the problem is and let me try to fix it first. And if I can't, then call them. So I told them today, I said, even though, so and so is not here right now, he already knew about that the DON and the AGUN were up in my room talking with me, because once he found out what was going on, he sent up the restorative therapy, he sent up physical therapy. Like, all these people are coming in my room and checking on me and giving me hugs because I was hysterical. They were looking at my foot and making sure that it was okay. As I said, it's huge. It is swollen. I could turn the camera around and show you guys right now, but I don't want to disgust you because it's so big. It is so swollen and I'm in so much pain. And I don't have my pain medicine. I've got my Lyrica,
Yeah.
but I don't have my narcotic. And
That's not okay.
so I said, is
For
my foot cold?
purposes only.
Because I don't have feeling in my foot. If you could put a sock on me, and I would have no idea if you put a sock or took a sock off or even touched my foot. I have no feeling, but I have extensive nerve damage, so I have nerve pain.
Right.
Yeah, explain that one. But I said, is my foot cold? Can you feel my pulse? Can you check and make sure that my foot is even okay right now? And I guess, on a medical side, everything looked okay, except for the fact that it was swollen, or still is swollen, actually. It just, everything fell apart, to the point where I had to talk about the receptionist today when I tried to reach out for help, and she put me on hold for 33 minutes. I said, you know what? Let's see where this frickin' goes. After I saw that I was on hold for about 12 minutes. She wants to, play. All right, let's play. Let's see how long I'm on hold. I'm not going to hang up. So I sat on hold. She came back to me 33 minutes later. So I got to tell the DON and the ADON about that. Then I got to tell them about the appointment that was supposed to happen today at 11:45, and they showed up at 1:30. I got to tell them about how the kitchen sent out my breakfast this morning, and I lifted up the lid, and there was no oatmeal on it. When that's basically the only thing that I can stomach sometimes, and I cannot eat the other things on the plate. So I had to call my CNA, and again, the CNA had to go all the way downstairs to get oatmeal, not only for me, but for other people that it turned out there was no oatmeal on their plate either. So they had to go downstairs several times to get oatmeal for many people. So many CNAs going up and down the stairs many times because the kitchen never put oatmeal on everyone's tray. Then the CNA comes
Hey,
in with
Lisa, if your
oatmeal.
pain gets really bad,
Yeah.
what's to
What?
stop you from calling 911 and requesting an ambulance?
I don't want to go to the
You'll get
hospital.
pain meds in the ER.
Oh no, I've done that. You know what they do? They give me my pain medicine in pill form and let me sit there and suffer more, because then my next dose is due in 6 hours. And
Ah,
once you're off of a narcotic for an extended amount of time, I need my next dose
it takes a while
for
to catch
me
up.
to catch back up to where I was before.
Right.
So I asked them,
Yep.
could you give me a freaking IV and give it to me intravenously, please? And I've begged them at the ER. No, we have to give it to you in pill form because that is what you're prescribed. We're going to give it to you in pill form, and now we're going to send you back, to the nursing home. Okay, well, they still don't have my next dose. I need my next dose in 6 hours for this to do any good. Otherwise, my entire trip here to the ER, which I have to go by ambulance because I'm bedridden.
Right.
So I go on a gurney, on a stretcher, every time I go to and get hospitalized. I have to go by gurney. So I go there, and they give me a pill, and they send me back. And I come back, and they still don't have my medicine. So I just went to the ER for
For nothing.
nothing.
Yeah.
It's a vicious cycle.
I'm sorry that's happening.
Thank you.
There's no excuse for that.
No, there
There's
should not
not.
be.
The last 48 hours has just been hell.
Well,
And I
bless
was
your
like,
heart,
you
Lisa.
guys need to get your shit together. This is not okay, and I'm not okay. My mental health and my physical health should not be so up and down like this because of staff not doing their job.
Correct.
If you're familiar with medical industry, they use bingo cards here. The nurses use bingo cards. It is very obvious when you're starting to run low, because I've seen the bingo cards. They bring them into my room. I've seen many of my bingo cards. There is a strip of about 6 pills that are highlighted in bright red saying reorder. But do they do that? No. They wait till, oh, this is your last one. Let me get on that for you. Uh-huh. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Thanks for not reordering 6 pills ago.
Did you
This,
ever try another nursing home?
oh, yeah. This, this is the best. This is the best I got, and I am not moving. All my shit is here. I'm moved in. Like my TV, my 50-inch screen TV is on the wall. Like I am moved in. And I have been to other nursing homes that I had serious neglect and abuse. And I'm someone who's lucid. It took me 4 days to get out of there because they wouldn't even give me a phone. I did not have a cell phone at that time. I was fresh out of a 13-month hospital stay after being on a ventilator for 6 weeks. And I ended up in a nursing home that was sickening. And luckily, I got out. But the people in there that can't, like, speak up for themselves, What about them? They're still there. Our healthcare system, I've been in it for 32 years. Don't it's it's a fucking joke. It's just a fucking joke.
That used to happen a lot when I was in hospice. They would call me at 2 o'clock in the morning and tell me either they just gave the last dose or the dose was due and they didn't have it. And I would have to get up and get dressed and go to the pharmacy and get it and then take it to them and deliver it.
Oh my
And
god.
and we have a 90-mile radius.
Oh my god.
And for the first 14 years, I traveled. So some of my homes were as far away as 60, 70 miles. So,
If you were on hospice, you should not have to suffer like that and be waiting for someone to drive your medication to you.
right. And,
Like,
if they were,
They
if
should
they
have
were
let her
my,
know earlier that they were getting so low.
if they were my patient, that wouldn't happen because I hounded them constantly. And I knew when things were due. I had a system and I knew when their refills were due. So that didn't happen to my patients. But when I was on call, it happened all the time. And because some of the other nurses either didn't have a system or everything was so broken at the home they were trying to take care of that it was impossible to, set up lines of communication. But yeah, that happened a lot to me. And yeah, there's no excuse for it at all. And I always felt bad because at least my patient had someone they could call and they could go get it and bring it to them. The other ones had to wait until the next day until they could get it from wherever they got it from, their regular pharmacy. So,
I was on hospice for 30 days, so I know what it's like.
yeah.
And I pulled through. But
That's
yeah,
good though.
I was on hospice for 30 days. I've been here since July 15th of 23. So about almost a year and 9 months or so. And
My longest patient I had over almost 6 years. And I often had
I was only
patients
on it
that they
for a
would tell
month.
me it would be 6 months or less.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
and
happened back
my
in like
doctors would always
September.
laugh and say they said I took too good a care of them. You know what I mean? Because I had patients 3 and 4 years, and like I said, I had one nearly 6. So, you know, it's
I'm in Illinois,
not
Florida.
always being on hospice doesn't always mean it. Yeah, and things are different at different hospices. I understand that,
Right, right.
but yeah,
Oh.
it is really the whole medical system is so messed up right now. But we're gonna get the angels working on you, and from what I understand, they started,
Between
and they
my
told me
foot pain and
they told me they already had been there, but they were all gonna make an emergency pit stop today. So I'm sure you had more than your usual today.
I've called them in. I've told them it's okay. I said, please help me. My heart is open. My mind is open. I want them to help me.
They will. They will help you. And it's, like we talked about earlier, they want you to sleep. They want you to rest. And when the healing energies start coming in, you'll be able to receive them because you're opening up your heart. You haven't been open. You're in the process, and now you're fully opened, and now they're able to help you better. So I think, I really do believe that things are going to get better for you. And we're all here,
Thank you.
praying and sending extra healing and prayers.
You
And,
guys have really been there for me over the past, I don't know what it is, 2 weeks, 10 days. I have no concept of time right now. Everything is so weird. Everything is just bizarre.
I'm glad that meditation helped you, and, use it again. And I have some others. In fact, I used one yesterday, and I'm not sure I sent it to you. I'll resend it. It's about a 30-minute meditation that really did make me feel better. Once I was able to sit down and concentrate on it. But the Cryon videos that I send to you are very soothing, and sometimes that's all you need is just to help you kind of settle down. And just listening to his voice and his calming words is always very helpful to me.
That was part of the biggest struggle for me today, was just how angry I was. And I'm not an angry person. But I just, like I said, all 4 parts of me, the emotional, the physical, mental, spiritual, just fell apart and just crashed. And I lost it. And now I just feel empty and lost. I feel weird. I don't know. I don't feel right. Having those 4 implants removed changed a lot. Downloads are coming in a little bit clearer and stronger. But because of the amount of pain I'm in for the last 48 hours, or almost 48 hours, I guess, the pain's taking over, and it really sucks. And I feel like I'm having trouble listening to spirit. I'm not listening, hearing spirit.
What did Robin say last night, Suzanne, about pivoting? Was it Lassus that talked about coming to a point and pivoting in the pain? Do you remember?
I didn't hear everything you said.
Oh, do you remember last night when I think it was Lassus said something
Yeah.
about reaching a point in her pain where she had to pivot? And then he spoke about that. Do you remember what all he said about pivoting in the pain?
No.
It was
No.
it was like he was talking about reaching a point where you pivot your focus away. It kind of like a diversion. And it's hard.
No.
It's really
I
hard
was
to
in,
do.
I was in so much pain yesterday. Normally I manage to, I get at least to 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, early evening before I take a pain pill or a muscle relaxer, because when I'm up and doing stuff, the spasms don't bother me too much. But I had intense pain all day yesterday. I can't remember if it was yesterday. Yeah, I took a pain pill in the morning, And then I had to go to the hospital, and I was like, man, I hope I'm okay to drive.
Uh,
And I got, there was hardly anybody on the road because the roads were just shit. And a lot of businesses closed, and the infusion department closed as soon as they were done with me, because I sat there for like 40 minutes waiting for a valet to come. And there's no way I could walk in that stuff. There's no doubt I would have fallen, and that falling down is the last thing I want to do.
I
And
know when I was in the hospital and I was having my dressings changed, it was excruciating. I mean, we're talking pretty excruciating. And
yeah,
I had one of my really close friends. It was my pastor at the time, and she and I developed a way of where could she had a way of being able to just help me get out of my body, where I could just remove myself from my body. And I know my angels were helping me to do that as well. But it was like I was lifting completely out of my body, and it would take them about almost 2 hours to do the dressings, and it was pretty intense, even with all the meds and everything that they gave me.
I bet
And that um,
that
that was
sounds
the only way
painful.
I managed to get through that. Was that I was able, with Leslie, she was able to, we were able to develop a diversion scheme to divert my mind so that I could rise and I could feel my body rising up. I could feel my spirit just rising up out of my body, and I would just be above it, and then the pain, be out of the pain for a period of time, long enough to get through, it, and if there's a meditation we can find to get you into the right moment and ask the angels to help you when you're in that, because I know what you're talking about. Once you're in that crisis of pain, it takes 2 to 3 times the amount of medication to get you out of the crisis,
right.
because you let it go too far. They've
Exactly.
allowed it to get out of control. And
Right.
so the only thing you can do then is try to remove yourself up out of the crisis, and float above. If we could find you a meditation, a
That makes
mantra,
total
um,
sense.
like Paul talks about a lot too, and I've read, if you
I
do the
haven't met him yet. I'm like, you guys keep talking about him,
oh
and I
well,
really want to meet him.
Paul
Who?
is Brim. Brim is Paul. Paul.
Paul,
Paul.
Wait, oh, I thought you guys. Oh my god!
No,
Brim,
Paul.
All this time.
Brim is the
Oh, that.
dragon.
Yeah,
Paul,
Brim.
Oh.
Paul is the man. Brim is the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. All
So
right.
like
Did
Paul,
everyone
Paul,
see the
Paul
light bulb
started the
go off in
live,
my head?
and then Brim came in and took over and did the reading, which he does sometimes. And then Aria comes in sometimes, and Epi comes in. So they're in and out. But Paul is the guy. He's our guy. But anyway,
Okay.
we
I
talk
got it
about
now.
using the and in my quantum healing theory that I'm learning for quantum touch. If you use that reverberation, that vibration in your body, can kind of put you into a frequency. And so if you practice doing the and get that deep um,
Okay.
down into your chest, you can create a frequency within you, within your body. And
Okay.
that's a good practice. And I think I know that I have some Buddhist chanting meditations that I can send you that would probably be very helpful. But just anything to create that resonance, that vibration within your core to, get your vibration up. And during that period of time when you're struggling, when they're not managing things well, you can put yourself out of body. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So
That makes total sense.
I'll dig around in my playlist and I'll find some and send them to you, and then
Okay.
practice, and your guides will help you with it, and you can get into a rhythm and do it every day. Do one every day, whether you think you need one or not. That way, every day your vibration is getting higher, and then when you need it, you can raise it to an even higher level. At the time you need it, and just try to keep that up and keep that stillness, that calmness, so that you don't go into the panic and don't fall into the pain. You can rise above it.
I
If
fall
it,
into panic so easily.
yeah,
And that has just been something that I've struggled with like my whole life. And
that
I
increases the
attribute
pain.
it to a lot of things, like trauma, for one. I've been through several traumas. So I think that panic comes from there.
That
Um,
that raises your pain level, by the way.
yep, absolutely. We actually, well, not we, but I actually said that to both the DON and the ADON. I specifically said that. I said, I expressed to you guys how angry I am. You can see how angry I am and how upset I am at everything that has happened. And I said, and what happens? And you guys are nurses. In order to become a DON, you had to be a nurse first. And I said, what happens to your pain when you're angry? And they both said, it gets worse. And I'm like, so this isn't rocket science, you guys. Don't run out of my meds. Keep
Stress
me
makes mine a
level-headed.
million times worse.
When I managed my own meds, and at that time I wasn't taking narcotics, or pain narcotics, at least I had my anxiety pills. But, for 3 decades, I managed my medications myself at home. And I did a pretty damn good job of it because I think I had maybe one withdrawal every decade because of, one reason or another, something happened. There was some sort of emergency. But I had no issues with this. I said, you guys are making me go up, down, up, down, up, down. I need to stay level. You guys are controlling my physical health and my mental health because of the carelessness of the staff and the people who are not doing their job. And a lot of it has to do with agency people, the agency nurses and the agency CNAs. I mean, the healthcare is so shorthanded, understaffed, underpaid for what they do. I mean, they need to be paid more. Them and teachers, specifically healthcare, I should say CNAs.
If nursing homes paid better, they might have a better chance of hiring more quality staff. And part of my job is going to different nursing homes, and I talk to multiple administrators going, this person should not be working here. And I told on staff all the time because I'd see stuff. It's like, I told them one time, I said, if I saw somebody speak to my mother like that, I would have her out of here in an instant. And I said, this guy was abusive. And, my coworker was like, wow, Suzanne, you're such a badass. And it's like, it's just absolutely wrong for them to be treating somebody like that. So then, obviously, the administrator said something to this guy because Mandy was with me, and he passed us on the hall, and to intimidate us, he slammed as he walked by, he slammed his flat hand against the wall, and it was like, "Come at me, bro! I will tear you up." And I mean, but he might have been he was probably making minimum wage, which is just shit wage.
Yeah. For what they do, I mean, and what's required of them, they need to be paid a lot better.
This guy was screaming at like an 80-year-old woman. I mean, he was yelling at her, and it was like, I was so tempted to say something to him at first, but I stopped. I said, "Come on, Mandy," and we turned around, and I went to the administrator's office, and I said, "This guy should not be allowed to work with the elderly, period."
I used to do monthly classes with my regular nursing homes that I went to, and it was just something I did on my own. I would do a monthly meeting, and the nursing director would make it mandatory. They would have to come in and listen to whatever subject I wanted to teach them that month. And it would be dignity, how to deal with dementia, how to tell the difference between UTI and dementia, and pain management was a common thing I taught. And it was easier for me because these were small towns, and the staff tended to stick around a little bit more because that was all they had to work. They didn't want to leave their town, so that's where they worked. But agency nurses have no excuse because they're paid 2 to 3 times what the regular nurses are paid, and the aides that come in are paid 2 to 3 times what the
Yep.
regular staff is paid. And so agency is a problem because, even when we didn't have that many agencies in the small towns that I worked in. We did here in my town. And when I was on call, I would encounter various agency nurses, and they're just there for a short while. They're not attached. They don't care. They're making money. And
Right.
it's hard. It makes it really hard.
Agency comes in here and they sit down and they get on their phone and they do the very least amount of work as possible while they
Bare
watch the
minimum.
clock for them to be able to punch out and leave.
Yeah, it's bare minimum. Yeah. We have a broken system for sure. And that's why it's even more important for us as a collective to learn how to heal ourselves, because we need to be able to heal ourselves and talk to ourselves in our body, talk to our organs, talk to our blood, and heal ourselves. That needs to be something that we all learn to do.
Yeah,
So
it
that
turns
eventually
out
we
never
don't
needed
need.
any of these medications anyway.
Right.
It makes me so angry. We could have just healed ourselves to begin with.
Right, but we're human, and we took a little while to learn this, but we are learning it, and that's what we're all here to help you do, is we're helping by sending our healing energy and helping you
Thank
to
you.
learn different coping mechanisms and different ways to help heal yourself. But remember how powerful you are, Lisa. You are a creator. You are a manifester. You can create worlds, and you can recreate this body that you're inhabiting. You can correct a lot of these things that are going on with your soul, and learning how to do that is going to be
I
key
want to learn how
for
to
every
do
one
it
of
so
us.
bad. I
I
don't
know,
want to
and
feel like this. I don't want to be negative like this. I know my frequency is low right now and I don't like it at all. I don't like this space. I want out.
and we're here to help you. We're going to lift you up. We're going to bring you up. And that's what we're all here for, and we're here if you reach out, and you did, and I'm glad that you
And I'm
did.
so grateful for you guys. I'm so, so grateful because otherwise I wouldn't know what the hell I'm doing.
Well, as all of us together, all of us that come here in and out of these spaces, we're all learning that we can heal ourselves, that we have that power within us. Everything is available to us if we go within. And that's what your job is going to be for the foreseeable future, is going within and finding your power, because you are absolutely amazing. You have that skill. We just need to help you find it, and you need to find it, look for it and find it, and all of the resources available to you, which is all of us as healers, as well as your guides, your angels, your galactics, your starseed families. But we have to understand that no one is coming to save us. We are meant to save ourselves. And so we pull on that strength from everyone around us to learn that eventually what we learn is it's within us. It's us. And we're the ones that are going to heal ourselves, and therefore go out and teach others to heal themselves, so they can go teach more people how to heal themselves, and understand that we're the savior, we're the creator, we're the ones that have this strength and have this creator power, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
And you're better. I feel like you're better. I feel your energy is stronger. It doesn't feel as hopeless to me as when I first met you. I feel like you are stronger. I can feel your energy now in a more positive aura. That is
I've
the only way
definitely
I can
changed.
it's the only way I can explain it, is I feel your energy around you, in you and around you, and it feels stronger and brighter to me in these last couple of weeks. So what you're doing is working. What we're doing is working, and we're going to keep doing it. What does Brim have to say?
No, no, Satya Kohan.
Yes, sir. Be sure and I know you're following Yaya. Be sure and watch her videos every day. They're very uplifting, and she has so much wisdom for all of us.
She does.
Um, I listen to her videos every single day, and I learn something from her every single day. Um, just being able to have a center point to come back to is very important, because it's easy to kind of get lost in the sauce and get down into the nitty gritty and not be able to see the bigger picture, because we're down there looking at all the individual details, and it feels overwhelming when we do that. We have to be able to rise up a little bit to be able to look down on the scene and see the whole thing. I know I sometimes when I talk, I channel, and when I write, I channel, and it comes out very unemotional. It comes out in big words sometimes, and they use almost a different way of speaking, so that sometimes I can sound cold when I'm talking or when I'm writing. But that's because I'm I'm channeling my guides, and they are detached. They're unemotional. They love us. They love us so much, but they don't have our emotion. They don't have our sympathy. They have a lot of empathy for us, and they want us to do better, but they don't have the human emotion like we have, and so it can come across as being rather chill, and sometimes even making fun of us. Like Archangel Michael, he tends to make fun of me sometimes, and he uses a lot of big words, and he uses his words in different spaces than what I use. So sometimes when I'm talking, I sound distant and cold and not and detached, and I don't mean for you to ever feel that I feel that way, because I don't. I'm very attached and emotional. Um, but when my guides are speaking, that's who's speaking to you. So when that happens, I hope you understand sometimes that I'm not trying to be,
Okay.
um, I'm not trying to be cold or cruel or uncaring. It's
Right.
usually
It
my
probably
guides.
comes off like just very direct.
It's very direct and very dry, especially Michael. He's very dry. Um, and Metatron is a little more excitable. And when Saint Germain talks, he's very stern. And he scares me sometimes, when he's talking through me, um, because that's just how they talk. And so I wanted to say that to you, because I don't want you to ever think that I'm not deeply involved and deeply caring about you.
Thank you. That's so sweet of you to say that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
We love you.
I love you guys too.
That was really soothing, honey.
Thank you, okay. I know you know what I'm talking about, because I do come across that way sometimes. And
I
then
I didn't catch
later,
that. I didn't catch it. Like everything you said was like true, and I felt it really like resonate.
thank you. Well, when I sit down and channel in writing, my sometimes my daughter will call me, or will text me, and I'll sit down and then I'll just start typing, and then she'll get it, and then she'll come back and say, was that your guides, or was that Michael, or was that whoever? Because she can tell now who it is when I'm channeling. She knows who it is now, just by the tone and the words and the way they're put together, and she'll start laughing. And I can tell, I'll sit down and start writing something to Suzanne or to Lindsay Ann or whoever, and then I'll read back over it and think, huh, wonder where all that came from, because I don't remember all of it. And when I'm talking,
Sister,
sometimes
a question.
it changes when I'm talking. I know my voice changes. I know I lose my emotion. Um, I say things I don't remember. But I know that they're telling whoever, whatever it is they need to know. And that's how they talk to me. And so I've gotten very used to it. But we're all here. We're all here for you. And that was a really good reading that we had earlier.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty good reading. I'm pretty stoked.
Mm. Yeah, you a couple of weeks ago, okay, he did a reading that after we got off, I sat and cried for nearly 40 minutes. Just it was such a wonderful reading. We've been getting a lot of really good ones lately.
Yeah, I've seen you guys invite me, and I'm like, I'm busy. Like
I
I've been
know.
working late a lot.
I know, and the times are different too for
Yeah,
everybody.
right now it's 7:47 at night p.m.
Yeah, and it's 10:47 here for me, for us.
Yeah, I'm 10:47 too.
Yeah, and I know Diane is same
And
time
for
I
me,
am. But and then poor Paul, he's an hour. It's 11:47 for him.
Oh wow,
Right?
Yeah,
the Far East.
yeah. So we all just try to get together whenever we can, however we can.
well,
And
Easterners.
I've
You're
noticed
laughing, River.
I noticed that people come in when they're meant to. I've noticed that too. And
Absolutely.
Loretta has a way of popping in at just the right times, and it's like she's very in tune with spirit, and she knows. And it's funny because I never know when Robin is going to be on live. I don't get his notifications anymore. I haven't for a while, but it's like I get a punch in my shoulder and I know he's on. It's like Robin, and so I know to go find my phone. And last night, River and I got it at the same time, so she's picked up on it too. It's just we know when we're supposed to be. They know when to put us and where to put us in the different places that where we come together. Mm.
I've noticed that the right place at the right time kind of thing.
Mhm.
There's no coincidences.
Well, that was the topic for tonight was synchronicities, and we've had a lot of those going on lately. Where it seems like we're all getting into sync with one another. I've noticed. So it's just going to be important for us to listen to them, listen to our guides. They're trying so hard to tell us and to talk to us. And it may not be something you hear in your ear, and it may not be a knowing that you get. Sometimes it's you pick up your phone and there's a video there that somehow appeared that you needed to hear.
Yeah, that
You
happens
know,
a lot. Yeah, that kind of stuff happens all the time to me. That's why I say there's no coincidences because, like when I stumbled upon your room the first night I came in, like I told you guys, I was like, I was meant to be here. I was meant to hear all this, and now you're stuck with me.
well, we're so happy to have you. Yeah, you know, Paul has so much going on, and he's got so much flowing through him that we are all benefiting from. I know it gets to be a burden to him sometimes because we're kind of dependent on him now. But especially since he moved up there and he got into his little spirit spot where he's really getting a lot of good downloads and a lot of wonderful experiences, I'm kind of jealous. I want to go to I want to go see Bigfoot. I want them to come get me, take me to their home. I want to go see Fairyland. You know, I want to go on a ship, kind
Yeah,
of.
I've been trying to see my fairies. I've been talking to them and asking them, to show themselves to me and telling them that it's okay and that I'm ready. I want to see you guys or see my fairy, singular. I don't know if I have one or many.
Most of us have several.
That's what I've
Do
heard.
you have your delayed lighting Do you know where that
Yeah.
setting is?
Yeah, that's
You
what
know,
I've been working with.
that's the easiest way to see them. And after you get used to seeing them on the delayed lighting, then it seems easier to see them with your eyes. They pop in and out, and I ask them to touch me, and they will. And my Bigfoot, they're always here. They're like hanging over my shoulder right now, listening to everything. They're very nosy, very nosy. Um, and they like to listen to
Well, they're
everybody talk.
supposed to be very curious creatures, that
Hmm.
they're watchers.
Yes, but they're fun too. They play tricks. They like to joke around. And my fairies do the craziest things. They hide stuff from me. They play with the
Really?
cat. They play with the
Yes, I've heard
cats.
you say that they play with the cat. I want to see a video of the cat playing with them.
I would love to
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to look and see if I saved any of those videos because they're just hilarious the way the fairies just, it's like
I bet.
they're all bouncing around and when they were kittens, really for sure, when they were little, there's like six of the kittens, and they are just bouncing up in the air and swatting at things. And if I put the delayed lighting on, I can see the fairies touching
Wow.
them and playing with them and sitting on their back and like riding them like a horse or something like that. I'll have to look and see if I saved any of those videos because I video so much I can't keep them all. But yeah, they're so funny. They're just, and they do hide things from you. I was telling somebody the other day that I have Moldavite, and Moldavite doesn't bother everybody, but it is very strong. And usually if you're going to use it, you need to be serious about it. And so if my guides or my fairies or whoever, if they don't want me using it, they hide it. And I keep it in a case, and that case will just disappear. And then it'll reappear where it was, where I put it, where I left it. So I know I didn't move it. And they just started telling me, you don't need this right now because Moldavite brings in a lot of strong change. It's a very strong energy. And so there's just times they don't want me using some of my stuff, and then they'll hide it from me. Or they're in the house now. They do things in the house. And they help me find things. I lost one of my diamond earrings. I was very distressed. And I found it on my bathroom counter. And I know it wasn't there because I had searched literally every single thing. And it was not there. And then the next day it was there. They can be helpful and they can be playful and they can be like little kids.
Mischievous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mischievous and humorous.
Yes. They'll pull your hair. They'll pull on your clothes. They like to blow. If I have my any of my anything burning out here, they like to blow on it, blow on the flame, just to see it. If I'm burning incense or anything out here, they'll be messing around with it, playing in the smoke, and then you can see their figures in the smoke too. I've noticed. And Loretta was talking about that. She had a video where she caught some of her fairies in the smoke. But there's so many things here that are trying to help us, and the dimension, the veil is getting so thin that it's easier and easier for us every day to be able to communicate across the veil. And I'm not talking about people who have already transitioned. I'm talking about other dimensional creatures that are here. They're getting easier
Like
for us
layers
to
on an
see.
onion, there's many Many overlaying.
Hmm. Well, I know I was on a live. I was actually working in the yard this past summer, and I was listening to Cryon like I often do with my headphones. And something told me Paul was yelling at me, so I went to his live. And there were some other people on there, and they were talking about fairies and this and that. And I was over, picking at weeds and cleaning out some things in the bed. And they had left me this giant mushroom, and it was not there the day before because I had been working in that particular area by my pond for the last 4 days, and it was not there. And suddenly we're all talking about fairies and all of the things, and there was a mushroom the size of a dinner plate right there next to my rose bush. So they bring you gifts, and I leave things out for them. And if the raccoons don't get them first, they get them.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've never been around real raccoons, like ever. Never really seen real raccoons.
Oh, they're
I found
vicious. They're
They,
horrible creatures. They're mean. You
oh
don't want to go
no,
by them.
I love my raccoons. They
Oh
are
my God, are you kidding me?
no
They're
my
so
Rocky,
mean.
my little bitty Rocky. I found him on the patio in front of the back door. He had been abandoned or lost or something. He was little, so I started feeding him, taking care of him,
What about raccoon beings?
and he is huge now. He's huge, but he likes to play with my toes. He likes to he'll pick them up and look at them, and then he'll look at his feet, and he'll look at my feet, and then he'll come and
Wow.
want me to pet him. He'll get on the table because he likes the catnip treats because they make him high. And
Right.
For entertainment purposes only.
yes, but then Rocky he got married and brought his babies, and those babies were so destructive. They just tore up everything around here. They just couldn't be controlled. And I talked to Rocky and the mama several times about getting a better handle on the babies, and they just kept wreaking havoc. So the guy next door loves them. He loves to video them. So we transitioned their food over to his house. So they all went to his house until they got old enough to go away. And Rocky still comes. He comes and sits with me at night. He eats his food, and then he'll come play with my feet or play with my pants or just
That's
sit there.
crazy. It must be like a regional thing then, because the raccoons up here are vicious little bastards. they're
Really?
horrible, mean creatures.
Oh,
And when I was living in my condo, obviously we would have dumpsters. And I wouldn't even let my son take out the garbage at nighttime because that was one of his chores. And he was not allowed to do it in the dark. So, during the winter when the sun went down early, he had to make sure to get the garbage out before it got dark because otherwise those things would be sitting on the dumpster waiting for people to throw their garbage out. And they'd be like, they wouldn't even let you throw the garbage into the dumpster and they were already hissing at you.
Really?
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
it's, I don't know. I live across from a creek in a kind of a quiet, older neighborhood, and we
Oh,
get
yeah, I lived across the
raccoons
street from
and
the forest preserve.
possums, and we had a porcupine, a baby porcupine at one
Wow.
time. We get all sorts of critters
How
from the
cool.
creek, and we've always had raccoons, always, and possums. The possums are weird looking. And then the armadillos, we have to run them off because they dig up your yard. But otherwise, I don't, I have a whole yard full of critters.
That's
I
so
think
cool.
You know,
That may be
there's actually raccoon beings.
well, I heard you say that earlier, and I was going to ask you about that. If you meant that
They're
that's
human
like a
size.
whole other species. So that's
They're
true.
human size. Yeah.
So where did they come from, Paul?
Well, and Brim's got them on this planet. They're called Rakkas.
Do they look like
They're called
regular
Rakkas.
raccoons?
And they got all. Yeah. They have all different kinds
So they're
of
all
fur,
hairy and
and
fuzzy.
they have the
Yeah.
mask and stuff like that too. Yes. Yeah.
Paul, can you bring
They
Diane back
got
up?
he has one. Uh-huh. They have one. I can't. I have to reload
Hmm.
because all right, let me reload again.
Can she not add herself? I've never done that as a
Yeah,
moderator, so I don't know.
just click on her. See that multi thing? Yeah,
Moderator, so I don't know.
just click on her. See that multi thing? Shoot, and then you can approve to bring her up. But
I don't know if she
Okay.
can approve herself.
So Lisa, you talk about the squirrels. The squirrels I have in my yard, or did have in my yard before the Bigfoot came and settled in. They were horrible. They would
What they
attack
happen?
you, literally attack you, like run up your leg to
Whoa!
oh
attack
wow,
you
yeah,
and throw things at you. And
Whoa!
the Bigfoot have cleared them out for me.
Oh, I
Now
bet
the
they're
Bigfoot
probably
throws,
scared of them.
yeah, the Bigfoot throws things at me, but they don't want anybody else throwing anything at me. So they ran them off.
Has the Bigfoot ever hit you with anything, or do they just throw stuff towards you, like to get your attention and be like, "Hey, I'm here"?
Yeah, they just throw stuff at me to get my attention, and they stomp around in my Mexican petunia bushes and they live in an oak tree that's back here in the backyard, and I can see their faces
Do
in
your
the
neighbors see
tree.
them too?
No, no, my neighbors are not anywhere. They I'm the neighborhood hippie witch person. The one
Okay.
that's I'm the one that's making soap, making lotions, doing potions out in the yard, gathering up the herbs, making
That
herbal
used to be me.
jellies and
Yeah.
growing flowers out of the rocks in the alley. Yeah, they all
That was
are
me.
they're
I was the
used to me
witchy.
now, but when I
And
first
I feel really lost. Part of the reason I feel really lost being in this nursing home are all in a storage unit, and all my witchy stuff is in there, and all my crystals and my sage and
you
um
gotta get your
all
crystals.
I know.
yeah.
I want my stuff so bad, but I do not have control over my storage unit. My parents do so bad, but I do not have control over my storage unit. My parents do. And my title, my car, the situation with my parents is completely screwed up, and that is a whole nother topic. But they are holding my storage unit and my car over my head. Excuse me. As my father is a narcissist, and he has to have control over me. And they have not returned any of my calls, texts, or emails since the weekend after Thanksgiving. I said, I want my car back. I have a buyer. I need the money. I'm sure all you guys know the way nursing homes work in the United States. They take your entire income and leave you with $60 to live off for an entire month,
Yeah.
which is, I mean, that
Yeah,
is
that is
nothing.
not fair.
It is nothing. I had to get a US cellular phone plan for $20 with like 1 gigabyte, megabyte, whatever it's called, one thing, for another $5. So my phone bill is $25 with tax. So I'm now left with $30 to live off of for a month. And I can't get my stuff out of there, my arts and crafts, my witchy stuff, all my like, I don't even know, what do you want to call it? My girly stuff, like my skincare, my lotions, and my aromatherapy. Oh my God, I want my aromatherapy back so bad. I've got bottles and bottles and bottles of scents. I want my stuff. And I have this disgusting, sinking feeling that my parents sold my car and kept the money. They somehow, maybe they forged my signature because they are not on my title. In fact, when they showed up at the hospital when I was on the ventilator, we were not even on speaking terms. They were not my emergency contact. I don't even know how the hospital found them. I had not spoken to my parents in over a decade. It was best for my mental health that I said goodbye to them. And I did that. But
Do you have a friend? Did you have a friend before that you were close to that could be like a mediator that could maybe ask them to retrieve some of your things?
I don't really have any friends because I'm weird, which is why I know and I feel so strongly and long for my Starseed family so much because I know my parents are not my parents. I've never got along with them. My son is not even my son. I know that might sound disgusting.
Well, your
You don't get
director
that,
friend, he can
they're-
contact your parents and ask them if
We
you
already
make a
did that.
list.
I
Did you
had
make
I had someone contact my dad, and they sent me the text first that they were going to send to him, and it was really good. And I said, he's not going to respond. In fact, he's probably going to block you. And that's exactly what happened because my dad has an iPhone and my friend has an iPhone. So I guess with iPhones, because I got a Samsung, so I don't know. But I guess with iPhones, you can tell when people block you.
Yeah.
I even said to my dad before they stopped talking to me right after Thanksgiving, I said to him, you know, I've got a bunch of strong guys that are willing to go into the storage unit with you and just start unloading it into a truck, and we can start like separating it and get rid of it. My parents are the ones paying for that bill, which is why I feel like they sold it. They auctioned it off. I feel like they sold the car. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about it at all. I mean, they have my safe with like my birth certificate and my most, important documents in it. And I have asked for them to bring it here for over a year. They live, I believe it's 12 miles from here. Or is it 12 minutes? I don't remember. Yeah, it's 12 minutes. And they, quote unquote, visit me 3 or 4 times a year to drop off my mail. They drop off some of the things that are in their basement that could not go into storage. And they're here for about 20 minutes and they leave.
And they won't bring you any of your crystals? Do you think that kind of got lost in the
They're the
stuff in
ones
your
that had to
storage?
pack up my apartment. And it was throw everything into boxes and get it on a truck.
Hmm.
I don't even think boxes got labeled. Like, I don't even think the boxes got labeled bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, family room. It is just gonna be a shit show free for all. I said I can sit in the passenger seat. My dad's got a Suburban, so I can climb up into that. I would be able to, then it'd be easier to do that than to fall into a car or then to get back out of a car. So I said I could sit in the passenger side of your Suburban for the entire day and watch you guys unpack with these extra guys who are willing to help you. You got muscle strength here. Younger guys in their, like 40s and 50s in my age. My dad's up there now. And he said, no. A very firm and mean no. Followed by, if I need help, I will get my friends to help me. Okay. All right. You power freaking control brainwashing piece of shit.
You have a social worker there that could be working on this and do a mediator where they could get some of your things back for you. You just may need to make a list.
My
And then-
father won't do that.
Well, they'll have to. I mean, the social worker can make him do that.
Especially your paperwork, your important stuff,
Right.
all of that stuff. Like
Right.
the crystals and stuff can be replaced. But yeah,
No, they
like,
can't. My income is $30 a month. I need to buy deodorant and shampoo. I mean, someone bought me a hair dryer off of my wish list. It was a surprise. I didn't even know it. It was someone in Commander's show.
oh, yeah.
It showed up, and it was the first time that I blew dry my hair in 2.5 years. And after my shower, I didn't have to sit here and freeze for hours while I waited for my hair to dry. It was absolutely fabulous because I don't
that's
even
amazing.
have my hair dryer, and I can't buy a hair dryer. I have said to my parents, do you guys realize that you're ignoring me and I'm dying? Yeah, that's something you guys probably don't know about me. Is that, yes, I'm dying. Sorry. I didn't mean to, spring that on you like that, but
Unalivings for the so you don't get.
yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, right.
Well,
right.
and
Sorry.
we all are. We come out that way, and it's just a mindset. As Cryon says, it just depends on how you feel about it. But energy never goes away. We remain. We just change vessels, as we go through our multiple lives. But also, again, words have power. We talked about that last time.
Well, I'm
And
not having any more surgeries done, and I need to have
I,
surgery,
I know, but
and I'm
words
not
have,
doing it. And we're like literally just sitting here since September, waiting for toxins to be released into my body.
yeah. Well, again, you can start working on that healing of yourself, and work on doing what you can do for yourself, and to start healing parts of your body that need to be healed, um, through your mind, through your soul, um, and see what use your power. You're not powerless. You have more power than you think you have, and you can create. And so using that positive, I know it sounds woo wooey and all the airy fairy, light worker talk. Not everything is, rainbows and unicorn farts. I know that. But again, how you speak to yourself and what labels you claim for yourself, you can speak that into existence. So if you can speak negative things into your experience, you can change that by speaking positive
But what if I
experiences.
feel that that is a positive?
Then that's up to you. That's your soul. That's your journey. That's your path. And as long as you have that peace and you know that's where you need to be going, then that's your free will, obviously. But you are reaching out for help.
I am.
And so that tells me that perhaps you're not as set on that path as you may think you are.
I was until I found out that I was a starseed,
Yeah.
because it was like everything just fell into place. I mean, everything, all the puzzle pieces just came together, and it was like, duh, Lisa. It was all right there and right in front of you, and you never saw it. And now my eyes are open and I'm awake, and the the power of what I have felt, my intuition and the empath in me that was there, it was real, or it is real.
It is real.
And I doubted that all these years until, like, oh, I don't know, a month ago, 6 weeks ago, whatever it was, when I found out I was a starseed.
Yeah, on Commander's show, I think I did see you there.
Yeah.
Well,
I've
and
been watching
use that.
Commander's show for several months, and then I went up and spilled my spilled the beans.
Well, use that to your advantage. You have something now that you're looking forward to, that that you have a mission. There's something you need to be doing, and it's just up to you to figure out what that is. And we all know that we came here for a reason, and we also know we have free will. We can do it or not. We can take different paths to get to the top, or we can just not go there. But we also know that if we don't go there this time and finish whatever it was we set ourselves up to do this time, we'll have to come back and do it again. You know? Well, you don't have to,
That's
but
kind of what
it's the best way.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm realizing, is that if I don't figure out what my mission is, I'm just gonna be stuck on this god awful planet for who knows how long.
Well,
I
and we don't necessarily have to reincarnate to Earth. We reincarnate into different systems. They're easier, and some are not as easy. Honestly, from what I understand, there's places way worse than Earth
Yeah,
that,
Earth
you
is
gotta be kidding
supposedly like
me.
a Disneyland of the universe.
yeah, yes,
Oh
yes,
We're
that
a
is
special
correct.
no.
planet, like a library planet with all
Hmm.
with like all the crystal caverns and things. Like
Hmm.
other planets just don't have what we have.
And they don't have free will. Some of those planets don't have free will. They're there as kind of a worker bee, mind hive, they just, they don't have the opportunities we have to grow our soul. And that's why so many people want to be here. That's why there's such a list of people wanting to get into Earth. And we do have the mystery schools. The mystery schools are all over the place, all over the
What are
universes.
those? What's that?
Well, we've talked about that here on this channel quite a bit. In that there, back in the times of Yeshua, he was enrolled in a mystery school where he learned the different ways of meditation and healing arts and going within and raising his consciousness and ascending. Of course, he came in already ascended, way higher than we obviously are, but he continued to learn, and he was in a type of mystery school in the Middle East where he went to Egypt, India, Africa, and somewhere else, Paul. I can't remember. But he went to all the different major healers and leaders of that time to refine his his gifts, because as a child he wasn't in full control of all of his gifts. And so by the time he was 12 is when his family sent him over to do the refining of his gifts and his final ascension here on earth, into the 12th, 13th dimension that he achieved before he left here. And all the other ascended
Do we
masters
know?
did the
I'm sorry,
same
let me
thing.
interrupt you real quick. Do we know how many dimensions there are? Is it
I
like
think there,
No.
infinity or
I
There
believe,
can be an unlimited number, but as far as we know, I think there's like 7 or 12 or something like that.
okay. Okay, I'm
12 that
sorry.
there's 12 that we have absolute evidence of. But I believe if you look at Taoist and Buddha, they talk about other dimensions as well, and that there are almost an infinite number of dimensions if you know where to go and how to look. But the mystery schools are all over the universes. You can enroll if you're up. Okay, the way Michael explains it is when you're there with your higher self, with your soul family, you're plotting out your plan for what you want to do. So you choose where you want to go, how you want to do it, and then you descend into a type of amnesia. So you have to spend your time growing out of that amnesia into using your intuition to follow the path. Your guides are here to help you stay on that path. And oftentimes we stray, we go here, we go there, we get stagnant, we don't work on it, so we don't get anywhere. And I've had lives that I lived an entire life and just messed around and didn't do anything. I took the medicine and never got better. So I had to come back and do it again because I didn't do what I was supposed to be doing, which is why I've had so many lives, I guess. And but again, it's all part of the learning process. We're here to learn, and then we can choose to be born into a mystery school, which are all over the universes and have all different types of learning mechanisms to learn from. And like Paul's had visions of the mystery school that he was in a couple of his lifetimes. And
Wow.
I know that I have also been in mystery schools.
Did you find out about your past lives through meditation? Is it
Yes, and
like you were
Mm-hmm.
or do you astro oh what's it called? Astro travel?
no, I don't like to ask for trouble because I don't feel in control of where I'm going, and I want to be sure of where I'm going and who I'm mixing it up with. And
Okay.
so I don't really care much for astral traveling. I, I do lucid dream, and I have a lot of prophecy dreams,
What's
and
lucid dream? I've heard that term before.
it's kind of where you're in an in between. You're in between here and there. You're awake, but you're not awake. You're experiencing, but you're not in your body.
I've had that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes. I've had
You
that happen many times.
you go into a meditative state where you're well, like the longest one I've ever had was 4 days where
Oh wow.
I didn't sleep, but I wasn't really awake, and my body was, I could see where my legs were here, but they were over there too, and they didn't really work the way they were. Like, I would tell my leg to move, but it didn't really move, but it might move over there where that leg was. It was very odd, and it's very disconcerting to be in a lucid dream sometimes, but it can also be quite fascinating to be in a lucid dream because you're seeing a lot of things that you wouldn't normally see, and you can see, things going on outside of you, outside of this dimension, just outside of this particular life. Because you have your higher self, and your higher self sends out portions of itself into different lives. So we're all living completely different lives in different dimensions, different parallel worlds, but we're focused right now on this chart. So our higher self is like the the grand puppet master, where the higher self is orchestrating many lives on in many different places and areas and things. That so our higher self can pull in as much data as we possibly can for the growth of our oversoul, our higher self soul. And I have experienced a parallel life through dreams where I knew I was existing in a different life, and I could dream it. I was there. I
Wow.
performed it. And then I'd wake up and I'm back here in this life
Very cool.
doing these things. And then when my past lives come in, it's generally a flash or a dream, or I'm spaced out in meditation and see pieces of that life, and it's usually something I need to know for what I'm doing here in this life. It's a lesson.
Okay.
So I'll go back. My soul will take me to a past life where I had to learn something, and I'll bring that back with me and reintegrate that life into this part of my soul. So we're retrieving a lot of our lives, our past lives, because nothing is occurring in past, present, future. It's all occurring at the same time. We're all doing all of this at the same time.
Right. I'm
It's all,
trying to understand that now. That's one that it's like
it can, yeah,
I'm a visual person, so it's like I want to see it in my brain. I want to picture that, but I'm having a hard time because it's like we're programmed that we have clocks and we have time,
hmm.
and
Right.
That's a hard one. I'm struggling with that one.
And that's part of our life here is learning to live outside of the indoctrination and outside of the time frames. Get out of your bubble into the rest of your spatial soul. And it's pretty fascinating actually. But I just know that if my higher self wants me to know something about whatever it is I'm going through, if I'm having an issue, if I'm having a problem, they will show me a prior life and tell me this is what happened to you in this life, and this is the reason you have this fear, this anxiety, this agoraphobia, this whatever you're having, this stress, anxiety. This is why. This
That would be
happened to
really
you.
nice to know because I am definitely a why person. I always
Well,
want to know why.
okay, so I have a lot of anxiety about my oldest daughter who is lost in an evangelical MAGA cult. And
Oh
I have a
no.
lot of anxiety about that.
Oh, honey, I'm so
And so
sorry.
I was brought to a couple of previous lives where I was shown that I was a healer back in the time, and I was indigenous, and they came in, took over, and they wanted us to integrate into the Christian way, learn their language, forget our healing herbs, forget our healing ways, and just be regular what they wanted us to be. And I was very resistant to that, did not want to do that. So they took my children from me. They took them away from me. And then I just lived in the village as a healer until my transition. And I, of course, was devastated that I lost my children. And I lost my children because I refused to conform. And so I have issues around conformity, but I also have a lot of issues about losing my children. And so I had to learn that surrender. I have to surrender her to her soul path to know that her higher self is doing what she needs to be doing with her in this life, because obviously she came here to experience what she's experiencing for her own learning. It has nothing to do with me. It's her own path, her own learning, and I have to surrender that. I have to trust her soul to know that she's doing what she's supposed to be doing in this life. And it's been so much easier since I had those revelations. I also had to
That's really
reconcile.
powerful, honey. That's very, very powerful. You're
Well,
touching my heart. You're touching my soul.
and I wanted to present that to you in a way to help you understand about your son.
Thank you for
You know,
sharing that.
your son is on his path because that's the path he planned out before he came here. He chose you as his mother. He chose his family. He chose his circumstances because there's something he needs to learn from this life. So the circumstances that are occurring around him right now are all about him. And you're, of course, learning from this as well, but you're ancillary at this point. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're living your life doing your purpose. He's living his life doing his purpose. And you're both ancillary to each other's lives because that's how you planned it.
The
Because
last
he needed,
time that I basically really saw him was when he was in 7th grade. He's now 28 and married, and I have a 5-year-old granddaughter. And He
And you
wants
have,
nothing to do with me because he thinks I'm a complete crazy freak because of my mental illnesses. I was I was a single mom and I struggled. I admit it. I'm not gonna hide anything. I struggled. It was the hardest thing I ever did, and I don't think I did a very good job at it. And I think the kid was miserable with me. That poor kid, I think he was just absolutely 100% miserable. And because of my narcissistic, power hungry, control freak, brainwashing father, he had to steal him away from me because my son was the son that he never had because he had 2 daughters. And he wanted his son. He wanted a son so badly, but my mom could not have any more children after my younger sister. It was it, just 2 of us. So they took him from me. I
and
had to give my parents, my evil parents, guardianship over my child because that's what he wanted. I gave it to him.
and that is where you come in that you are living the life of a Christ being here on earth. In that you gave up something that was so precious to you because you love him so much. You want him to be able to experience what he's experiencing. So you gave that to him in a Christ like spirit. And so that creates an energy around you both, and you have a connection with your granddaughter. You feel it. And who knows, there may be a time when she reconnects at a time when she's supposed to, because she too chose her parents and her situation to learn something from what she's doing here.
All I have is pictures of her. I want
Yeah.
to astrovisit her so bad, but I'm not even close to that yet because I can't even meditate. I have so much negativity in me that I can't even meditate. It's so hard just to listen to the words because my brain, my overactive, anxiety ridden brain just spins onto another subject. And then, yep, I bring myself back, like you're supposed to do with meditation. I bring myself back and I hear maybe one more sentence in that meditation, like what you gave me today, what happened today. I'd listen, I'd hear one sentence, and immediately I'm like, oh, I forgot to tell the DON and the ADON about this. I'm like, I didn't even touch that subject. I totally forgot about it. Yeah, and then I'm like, nope, bring yourself back. Bring yourself back. And then I would look up at my TV screen and look at the pretty beach picture. I did that beach one.
Yeah.
And then I'd listen and close my eyes. And it was that vicious cycle again. It was immediately I'd hear a sentence and then my brain raced off to something else, something anger related, something negative. It could even not today, but when it happens in the past, it is usually about the anger and the pain that my parents put upon me as a kid.
Well, Spirit told me last night through Robin that when you get those loops in your brain, then it's a memory, because our brain is a computer and everything is packed in with our memories.
Yeah.
And so you feel like you've dealt with it, you're done. However, it comes back because it is a memory. And so you just let it play out. Let it play out. Just keep letting it play out until eventually it's gone. Don't focus on it. Don't pinpoint it. Don't get caught in the loop that you're analytical brain is trying to put you back into that memory loop,
Excuse me.
and just let that keep playing out until it's gone. You know, like a cloud. If you're laying on your back and watching the clouds will eventually move out of your sight. Just let the words float off on the clouds. Let that loop go, and it'll disappear. And then you can replace that energy with a more positive thought and keep that on a loop in your head. You know, that positive
I
thinking,
don't
that
even know what a
positive thought.
positive thought would be.
Start small, find
That's how
something very
negative I
small,
am. I don't want to be negative anymore.
and
But
that's
that's, I don't even, a positive thought.
So
I don't
Flo,
even know. I, my life sucks. I don't,
right.
I don't know.
Well,
My life was really sucky before I had the spinal cord stroke.
start small. Don't overwhelm yourself. Start with a very small thing. Anything, any small thing you can think of that you can put a positive spin on. Put that in your head and let that loop, and then let those other thoughts float off on the clouds and let them go. And just release and release and release until you feel that empty space, because every time you release negativity, there's a empty spot there where it was. And so then you are concentrating on filling that empty spot with the positive. And even if it's very, very small, it doesn't matter. It could be a very small, insignificant thing that you are replacing, like a grain of sand, one little grain at a time with a positive thing. You know, today I woke up and I actually had oatmeal on my plate. That's a celebration. Make a fool out of yourself. You know, I'm so happy I had oatmeal, damn it. You know, and just go small, very
Okay.
small, and
Okay.
then build on that until you are replacing it with stronger, more positive thoughts every time, until eventually that empty spot that the negativity was removed from is now filled with light. Picture that in your head. You have a beautiful imagination.
That was
Picture,
exactly what I was just going to say. Thank you so
pic,
much. You put this in a picture. I can see it. I can see
picture
like
that.
an empty spot.
Do that sitting in the power that I sent you. Do it every day. And just start from your feet, work your way up through your chakras, find that sunshine crown that's coming down from the sun into your head, opening up into your third eye, down through your throat chakra, down into your heart, and then out through your limbs and into your hands. Bring it up from your feet, bring it all the way up to your head, into the pineal, and then just imagine, have a picture in your head. I don't know if you have a picture or an idea of what Ra might look like, with that ray of sunshine coming down into your head, and then feel the tingles go down through the sides of your head, down into your shoulders, then down through your throat into your heart. Open up that heart and then send that out through your limbs, out your palms, into the universe, and let the universe transmute it into love. You take that dark and transmute it into love. Send that light out, and then you will gradually refill that hole with positive light. Don't leave the hole empty, because then the dark will start filling itself back in there.
That's probably what I've been doing. I've been struggling all my life to fight that negativity. But so many bad things happen to me. And I know I'm not trying to be like, oh, poor me. Bad things happen to me. I'm not going down that route at all. So please don't think that. I know that bad things happen to everybody all the time. I just felt like the bad things happened to me way more often and frequent than other people. And they were big things, life-changing things, life-altering events, traumas. And then after the traumas, trying to fight that particular trauma and rise above it, but you're still getting shot down each day with another bad thing and another bad thing. And you're like, can someone please just throw me a bone? Could I just get a little bit of good luck? Just a little bit. Maybe a little hint. Just once. And when all that stuff constantly comes at you, it's
Just that
hard to
one,
fight it
just
off
that
anymore.
one,
I don't feel that strong anymore.
that one little thing can turn into a bigger thing, one little piece at a time. And things are not happening to you, they're happening for you. And if you can find that one glimmer in that horrendous thing that happened, was there one glimmer of something that happened for you that made you see something differently, that gave you a little more love in your heart, gave you some empathy for someone else, that gave you a different outlook on the world? And bring in that thought. Bring in that, well, yes, this horrible thing happened. However, this little piece here was helpful. This helped me see things differently. This helped me understand someone else. This made me more loving. This made me more empathetic. And understand always that that what all is going on around you, these are all individual soul paths that are all occurring for the person they're occurring for, in conjunction with your own, and you're getting little glimpses from their experiences as well as what you're teaching them. Because just you being where you are, even if you only reach one person and make them a little more empathetic for someone in your position, you've got a win for that moment. You change someone's outlook, then that rippled out to them changing someone else's outlook. And it's small, but it grows. It's like a snowball. It just keeps occurring. And if you change that whole way of looking at it, it's not happening to me, it's happening for me, it's part of my growth.
That actually makes sense. The not happening to me, but happening for me, so that I can see something or learn something. And
You took on a big soul burden. You took on a lot for this life to learn. Obviously, you wanted to learn a lot in this life.
I guess I wanted to feel pain. Maybe I never felt pain before. Maybe I wanted to feel emotional pain and physical pain, because and mental pain. It's like that's all it's been.
I've heard of soul contracts.
It's been. But you know what? Ever since coming to the nursing home, it's the first time that I've been able to I've been able to just breathe, and I slowly came off of survival mode because I have food and shelter. And it's, well, I was gonna say guaranteed, but I don't know.
Not
Right now
always,
it's a scary
yeah.
time because of insurance stuff, but let's not talk about that. But
Well,
yeah, I've got food, I've got shelter. There's a lot of things that I don't have. Like, I want my clothes out of storage. My parents have my winter coat at their house. I've asked for that. I can't even go outside. Then maybe I can sit in my wheelchair for a few minutes and go outside. So it's like I got blankets and I want my coat. Is that such a hard, difficult request? Winter's almost over by now. But yeah, the last time I've left this building was on a stretcher in September. That was the last time I was outside of this building. I want to go outside. I want to look up. Because that's all I've ever done is look up. I want to see the stars.
well, I remember a long time ago when Commander first started his lives, he did a full live on where he took us onto a ship in our imaginations. And so I'm sitting in a hotel room somewhere. I don't remember exactly where we were traveling at that point, but I spent the next 4 hours just imagining being on this ship with these people doing these things. And I could see the stars. The ceiling
Oh, it
went
sounds
away.
so wonderful.
All I could see were the stars and the planets and the parts of the ship he was describing. And it's just, I just went there with, he just took us all along with. And Thomas Sawyer does that too. He gives you ways of walking into the forest onto a path until you meet up with your angels. You get into an elevator. You go up the elevator into the angelic realms, and then you can see and visit and speak with and spend time with. And then you come back into your elevator, come back down, walk back down the path to return. And so you can leave your body in order to do that in spirit.
And that's exactly what I want to learn how to do.
You can do it. Your imagination is all you need. That's all
why
you
the
need.
card said inner child.
Yes.
You gotta bring out your inner child. Use your childlike imagination.
Yes. And you can,
Because
you can.
when you contract yourself as an adult, you have an adult mindset. You're thinking, like, oh, I can't do this because people will think I'm crazy, and I can't talk about this because people would judge me. But you don't ever hear a child worried about who's going to judge them. They're just going to be their authentic self. That's kind of what
Right.
we have to do.
Okay.
Yes,
makes
be a
sense.
child and fill your world with your imaginative feelings and go on adventures. I would lay in the wheat fields for hours and travel. My brother and I, we were extremely poor. We didn't have hardly anything, but we didn't know it. We really didn't know it because we had so much fun. We had a lot of freedom. My poor mother had too many children, too many jobs, too much to worry about. So we were free to live in the forest. And that's how we grew up,
That
was
kind of
in
sounds
our
amazing.
imagination. We didn't even wear shoes to school until I moved to Texas. I
Where
was
did
a
you grow
part
up?
Arkansas,
Okay.
right on the bayou, right on the edge of the forest, and that's where we lived. Was in the forest, in the bayou, in the you know,
Cool.
out in the woods with the animals. We
So
were wild little animals.
did you see Bigfoot then, or was that something that you developed later in life?
It was
Like
later, but I did see the fairies. The fairies were there,
when you were a
and
little girl?
yes,
Okay.
yes. And what I would often do is I had an NDE around the age of 7, and I was in a bubble. And within that bubble, I traveled and saw everything. And it was when I came back from that experience, the rest of my life was completely different after that. I saw spirit. I heard my angels. I knew my angel. I knew that I was different. I knew that angels or somebody was helping me. But after that experience, then I understood there was so much more out there. I just had to go meet it. I had to go find it. And so I spent the rest of my life finding what I needed to know and changing in ways that I needed to change within myself, because there were circumstances in my life, because I was so poor, that I could not change. But I could be very grateful for what I had. And I was. And that's how I've lived my life, is in my imagination.
Can
Wow,
I
that's awesome.
ask if you lived through your imagination because you went through traumas, or was it completely unrelated? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
No, I lived in a very abusive environment, very poverty stricken, very abusive
I'm sorry.
father.
You don't have to talk
It's
about
fine.
it.
It's fine. No, it made me exactly who I am. And I am
Yeah,
very
and
grateful.
a lot of us grew up like that. Me, I grew up being abused in every single way, tortured every day. I was made to take care of 13 brothers and sisters, 356 rabbits, 4
Yeah,
dogs,
rabbit.
Wow.
and
That's a
chickens.
lot of rabbits.
And I went to school. I didn't go. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, went and did all my chores, went and took care of the kids, went to
So
school,
it was
come
a
back,
farm.
cycle start again.
It was a
I
farm?
never had a childhood, and I was abused in every single way. And then I got to be foster homes. I was taken out of my home. I went in foster homes. I was beaten, abused in every one of them. I ran away, and I got pulled back into them. I've got bitten, abused in every single way again, and that was my cycle up until the age of 18. I found a good foster home. I stayed there, and I figured I'd give my mother a second chance, and I decided to go live with her. She stole $30,000 from me. She stole my car, thirty
Oh
thousand
my
dollars, and
God.
everything I owned. So I went to live on my own. I moved to a town far away from everybody. I don't talk to my brothers and sisters. I have 13. I have about 250 cousins, aunts, and uncles. A whole Italian family. I don't even talk to any of them. I'm sitting here by myself and out here because I can't associate with them because my family is pretty bad. And
I'm sorry.
we don't talk to each other. I've been alone where I had to struggle. I've been homeless. I've had to restart my life about 35 times. So whenever somebody goes, oh, well, I can't pay for this, or I have money problems and I'm living on the street, I'm used to it. I've lived in shelters. I've grew up on a mountain with just a butcher knife, and I've done all that, and I know how it is to be alone. And that's why I have so much love for everybody, to show them how it is to be in this predicament, and why I have the love I have for everybody, and how I can relate to a lot of people. And what did that do for me? It helped me grow and learn how to deal with certain situations that I've had to grow with. I've had surgeries. I've seen beings, UFOs. I've been chased by the men in black. I've been shot at, stabbed, slashed, ran over. I've
You need to
NDEs
write a
7 to
book.
9 times. Yeah, I've
Mm-hmm.
had all this happen to me, and I I don't I know why I'm here. Well, I think I know why I'm here, but I'm still here no matter how many times either I tried to end my life or somebody tried to end it for me. I don't go anywhere. I come back here because I have something to do. And that is
You
my
said that
struggle.
you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I have a struggle, yes. And when it comes to love, I've had relationships, and I've had maybe one true love, but it was taken from me. And I can't ever get that back because I wasn't the rich crowd of people. So this entire time I've been single for freaking 17 years, well, basically all my life. And I was married, and I gave everything, my heart and soul, to her. She up and left for no reason at all. We never fought. We never argued. We agreed in everything. She just up and left, and next thing I know, I find out she's living in an apartment with another man. I
Ugh.
had to deal with that. I went batshit crazy. I went to mental ward, and I had pills. I get it. I understand how it is when, and this is why I'm trying to relate to people, that you're not the only one experiencing this. I'm here to help and guide every one of you. So when I sit here quiet and I'm listening, that is the key thing to helping people. When you listen, I'm
True.
listening to everybody and their problems and how they were dealing with the things. And I give them my best opportunity and my best information and advice that I can share with them to help them, guide them, to make them a better person, to give them an awakening, or experience something they don't have. Because I've been through the run of the mill, and I've not really said a lot of this. Bits and parts people have heard. And last 2 years ago, I ended up being a spiritual person, and I became into my own through the commander. And I got suckered by a group of assholes that overran me and took control of me and influenced me and took my power because I was stupid and gullible enough to not take the power and give it on to them. And within doing that, I learned who I am and what I am and the power that's within me. And the power is inside of each one of you. When you pride yourself on that fear and you say, I feel this, I feel that, you don't need to fear any of that. Everything in our life is meant to happen, and we're here for a reason. Okay? And what we do with that experience is we do the best we can. We help people in that. Yes, our situation sucks. Yeah, I was abused. Yeah, maybe because it had to happen for me to be the person I am. It's not that something I ever wanted. I didn't want to be all that stuff happen to me. No, that is far from it. But I needed to have that experience for me to learn and grow. You know, I used to look at things like, this sucks, this, that, this, that. Yeah, it sucks, but you're also going to look at, when I'm in this predicament, I'm not just helping myself. Other people are seeing this. They're witnessing this. This is going to change them too. And that's what we
E-
need to do.
Even if it's
Huh?
just one person,
Yes.
that's all it
Even if you're
takes.
just touching one person, that one person, it could be a ripple effect, a chain effect, a domino effect. I don't care if I have 100 people in here or 6 people in here. I'm still giving the message out. That's what, and I'm not like everybody else, you know. They want to, oh, I don't have enough followers. Oh my God. Or, oh, this or that. I don't care. What I care about is helping the people that are in here now. Because the information I'm giving them, it will go on to other people. And they will have that understanding. And they can send that message through them. And there, of course, the ripple effect, the chain effect. That is all I'm here for. I don't have no alternative motives. I don't have no hidden agendas like a lot of people do. My agenda is obvious. I want every one of you to come into this live to be a better person, be a better individual, so you can be going into the heavenly realm that you create for yourself, not the hell that you're going to put yourself into. And when you're living in a perpetual world of bringing yourself down, you're in a cycle. When you're in that cycle, you're not going to go anywhere. You're just spinning the wheel and spinning, 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 spinning. You're not going to go anywhere. You have to learn to break the wheel. Take the power back. Don't give the power on to a Superman, a god, or some individual that claims that he can interpret the stars for you, or some individual that is going to say that she went on a spaceship 1,000 times and she never gets healed, but yet she goes on the ship, or you know, some guy over here in the Sacramento, California, that thinks he's the God's given holy Messiah shaman. That's not what it's about. It's about you. You hold that personality. You hold that power. That power is inside of you. And when people come to realize that that power within inside of you, you can manifest and create anything. We are gods. We have a shard of God within inside of us. We are creators. We create our own universe. Wow.
Yep.
Okay. I just had to go on that, man.
Who stepped
good,
in
that's
there?
good.
Wow. Who was
I
that?
don't know what came over me.
Well, it's probably a combination of all of them right now, trying to talk to us. And I know my guides have been fleeting in and out, saying things. But you know, we all can't have come from perfect families. We can't all have. You know, some of us are still living in the 3D, where it's just life, and you know, we're just doing our thing. But there are those of us who specifically came here at this time, and our souls are very resilient, or we would not have been chosen to be here at this time. And so we have to remember that we have the power. The power is within us, and we can use that power every which way we need to. We can ignore it and just live a 3D life, or we can do some light work and be okay with that, or we can be the true light workers that we know we are, that we're meant to be here for, and the people who need to hear us will be the ones who hear us. Other people will find other people that they resonate with. And it doesn't matter to me whether they choose me to listen to or if they find another person that they resonate with better. What's
Right.
most important is that they have the eyes to see, the ears to hear. And it could be that, just as in my nursing profession, I didn't pick out one nurse that I wanted to be exactly alike. I looked at all the nurses I worked with, all the
Right.
CNAs, all the doctors, all the people in the hospital and in my home care, and I picked out pieces of them and
The
incorporated them
qualities.
into how I wanted to present myself, what I wanted to model myself from. And I've had multiple experiences outside of my healthcare profession as well. I was in church most of my life. I left for a while and then I went back and took my children so they would have a foundation. I taught them not to just blindly believe everything everybody said, but they had a good grounding for what they needed to do for the rest of their life. And I was able to provide that for them as well as some common sense, more spiritual things that they needed to learn as well. But I also used my spirituality in the people that I worked with. Like I said, I deconstructed a lot of people at the end of their lives and made their passing much more peaceful. And that was my goal. And I would ask every day before I went out into the world to be the hands, to be the heart that someone needed to see that day. And even if I never knew it, even if I never recognized that I touched someone, I knew that at some point I probably did. And I still have families come back to me and tell me they remembered a specific thing that I said to them at a specific time that got them through everything. And they're so grateful for that. I didn't
Okay,
do
I
it
got something for
all.
you, honey.
It was done through me.
Whose body are you in?
Well,
Whose body
I
is
have
that you're in?
I have a carcass. I have
Yeah,
a meat suit. Right.
yeah. Who's in that meat suit?
But well, Mary Magdalene is here, a part of her.
No, you're honey, right? Honey is
Yes.
inside the body, right?
Yes.
So you can control the body. You control your arms and legs, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
The
sometimes.
older I get, the harder that
The
is.
life around you, the people around you, you
Mhm.
can talk and control them sometimes, right?
I influence.
You can orchestrate your life.
Yes.
Okay. So if you can orchestrate that body, you can orchestrate the life around you. Who's in control?
I am my
When you're
higher
hungry,
self.
who feeds you?
I do.
When you go to the bathroom, who feeds you?
I do. It's me.
So that's saying that you're in control. Does God come down and say, go to the bathroom?
No.
No. You're in control. We control our lives. That's
Hmm.
what people don't understand. They're putting their control into everybody else's hands and blaming
Right.
everybody else, but not
Right.
taking responsibility for their own actions and what they can do with their body, and their
Right.
mind, their soul.
Mm.
So you placed yourself into a marriage, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you orchestrated your life. If you don't like that life, what can you do?
I can change it.
Exactly. And you're what? You're creating that world.
Hmm.
So
I
you're
enhance it.
God.
I
You're
am a
a
god.
God, a creator.
I am.
Yeah.
I create. I have created this life based off
Mm-hmm.
all of the experiences that I've had since I was born
Who creates your
and
future?
before. I do with my higher self now.
Mm-hmm. Who creates your past?
We did as my higher self together. We all did that.
So if you're in control of all of that, you can change every aspect of your life.
I can write a new story every day.
Exactly. That was my point.
Yep, and I do every
And if
day.
you
I
don't
get up
like it
every
and you
day.
notice you're doing a wheel, what do you do with the wheel?
I break
A
it.
cycle you don't like. Okay.
I get off. I get off that ride.
Right.
Sometimes I put myself back on it because I know that I self sabotage. I know that. And I'm working on that. That's my lesson right now.
Now, if you don't like how your family members are talking to you, what do you need to do?
I need to change what I'm listening to.
Or change your approach, or ignore them.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. I change what I'm listening to. Am I listening to my inner guidance, or am I listening to all the monkey voices around me?
Never listen to your brain.
My brain is out of control.
Your
So
brain
I
will always
shut.
get you in trouble.
Yes, it will. My mouth too. Yeah, my mouth gets out of control. But if I'm reacting, then I know that I need to pull back because I cannot control what anybody else is doing, but I can
Right.
control how I react to what they're doing.
You know why? Because it's your universe you're controlling. That's their
Yes.
universe. That's their power. You can't
Yes.
control them.
No. It's their story.
Mm-hmm.
It's not mine. And in my story, I'm the
Only we
main
live our
character.
story. When we live our story, we can guide people and tell them if they want to take that advice, then so be it. If they don't, then they got to live their story.
Or find someone else to mentor them, which is great.
Right?
You know, and if I see that I'm not the teacher they need, then I can help them get in touch with the one that will help them better. I have no
Uh-huh.
ego there. It doesn't matter if it's not me.
And a lot of people on this earth, on this site, have a lot of ego. That's why I can't stand watching them anymore.
Yeah. Well, I know, and it's, you know, I've never been a rule follower ever. It's always been very annoying to me that there has to be so many different rules. You know, people say, well, you have to meditate this way, or you have to meditate that way, or you
You
have
know
to
what I
be
say? The
spiritual
rules
in this manner or that
rules have been made
manner.
to be broken.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't give
And
a
just
crap
because
about
you've
rules.
always done it that way doesn't mean that that's the way it needs to be done.
Right.
You
Go
know?
with what resonates with you. What is easier for you? Which way do you want to do it? There's the proper way, and then you can do it your way. It's still the same amount. If
You
even
just got
God
to
said
find the
himself,
flow.
God said himself that when the Israelites were, oh God, help us, help us. What did God say? God said, "Oh, don't come to me with your insistent whining and complaining. Come to me when you truly need it, with your pure heart.
Mhm.
I'm not here to serve you, I'm here to help you."
And help you find it within yourself, because that's where it
Right.
is. It's not
I'm
outside
pretty
of
sure
you.
it says that in the Bible.
Yes. There's nothing outside of you. It's all within. And we all create
Right.
our own worlds within. And so our story is what we have written. And we can change that story anytime we're ready.
Right.
So, yeah, there's some things, though. You know, we talk about soul contracts. And we lived off of soul contracts for so many eons. And this is a period of time, a divine period of time, in which we can toss aside the karma, toss aside the contract, and write a new contract every day to change that contract if we choose. But there are some things that we chose before we came here that literally are not changeable. So if we chose a certain thing to be happening in our life, for this life, to teach us what it was we wanted to learn, we may not be able to change that particular thing, but we can change the circumstances around it.
We have free will, but there also some stuff is predestination.
Yes, there are still some contracts that have to be fulfilled. And so the only thing we can change around that is how it is fulfilled, how we react to what's happening,
Mm-hmm.
to the life we're living, and say we chose in this life to have a limited illness, a limited
Mm-hmm.
physical appearance, or something particular thing that we were going to live out and expire from. That we may not be able to have a miraculous healing from that dis-ease. However, we can navigate that in the best way we know how, learning our lesson, teaching others our lessons at the same time. Because while it is all about you, you are the main character, so are they. They
And it's the
also
same
are
thing
the
with the
main character.
universe. We don't need the universe to come and save us. Everything we need is on this planet. We have the cure to cancer. We have all the cures, and everything we need is on this planet if we just look around us. Look within inside of us and look inside this planet. This planet is made for the human body. This human body really is not supposed to leave this Earth. It's an Earth body for an Earth planet.
Space.
Why
Yeah.
do you think when we talk about ascension, it says, well, when you ascend, you will go into space and your body will transform into another body. Yes, that's what's going to happen, because it's going to turn into a earthly flesh body to a heavenly spiritual body.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
because
that's
this
right.
Earth, this material, this carbon-based material skin suit we're in, is made of Earth. It doesn't leave. It's not supposed to leave.
Hmm.
So everything we need to cure this body is on this planet.
Hmm.
We don't need to look to the stars for the answer. Everything we need is here.
Yes, I agree. And yes, we do oftentimes have those internal memories of living a galactic life, which makes us long for the stars. But we have to pull ourselves back down and understand that we came here to have a human experience. This is
Mm-hmm.
this is our journey. This is what we came for. We can't spend our life waiting for the rapture, waiting to be taken up into stasis, waiting for
I
the
am not going to
galactic
no stasis.
to come to
We're not
Earth
going
and
to.
save us. We can't say, I'm waiting for someone to save me. You're the me. You're the change. You're the person that's going to make that happen for you. No one
I
else
don't know
is.
who said that one part, but it bugs me. That really
And
bugs me when I hear him say
I
that.
know. It's okay. I agree.
You're going to go to
it,
stasis. Man,
well,
shove your stasis.
that's a very common thing that's floating around out there, similar to how we've lived off different religions and dogma for so many centuries and eons. We've lived on
Yeah. I'm going to
certain
leave Earth to
beliefs
go
that
inside a
were
tube and sit there for
that
thousands of
were
years. Yeah, okay.
we've been indoctrinated for so long that it's difficult to break those chains sometimes. But we have to understand that we are free. We're free agents. We're not waiting for some, just like in religion. You're waiting for a God that lives in the sky on a throne, looking down and saying, you go here, you go there, this is going to happen to you, and I'm not liking you, and I like you better, and I'm going to talk to you, but I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to answer these prayers, but I'm not going to answer those prayers. So who gets to decide who's good enough to get their prayers answered and who isn't? You know what I mean? That's a very limited way of looking at your human experience. But we
That's why I
came
don't
here.
understand that when someone says you're going to go into a cryogenic chamber. No, 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 no.
Well, and
Not
I
happening.
personally don't believe that either. But again, Paul, think about this. We're master creators, we're manifestors. And if we choose to manifest that and believe in that, it's our free will to do so.
Well, I'm not going to go into space and just go to sleep.
And and some of us just aren't gonna do that. That's not our
I'm not going
plan.
to be on a hibernation ship and be in the matrix where people eat my body and produce food products for other people and use my body as a battery. No, sorry.
Well, but the thing is we can't judge. We're not judging.
I'm not
That
judging. I
is
just say it doesn't happen.
that.
Unless you put
You
yourself right
you
there.
you were on the ship, the Ithaca ship too.
What?
Oh, that's what the movie, the Ithaca. Like, yeah, people were batteries for the.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, there's a
Say,
common
what
thought
is
out
going
there.
on?
There's a common thought out there that the space people are going to come down here, take us all away into ships, put us in cryo, let the Earth finish her evolution and birthing, and when the new Earth is finished, they're going to bring us all back to live in the new Earth. That's a thought. That's a
Oh,
process
hell
that some
no.
people are living for. And if
Oh.
if that's what they want to create, who's to say they may not create that? I don't know. I just know what my guides tell me is that when we finish this contract here, when we're finished with this avatar, we are reborn into our original energy selves, and when it comes time for us to return, we may return to a different type of earth. By the
We
time we
are.
come back, that will be
It'll
a
be a
whole
different kind of
different way
Earth.
of living. Yeah, yeah. But we're not going to have the same body. We're not going to
No.
go into a ship, be turned into a 30-year-old buff karate kung fu person that has all these gifts, and then we come back to Earth and that. That's not my personal belief. But I'm not going to tell somebody else that they can't have that belief because they're creators too. They can create whatever thought they want, whatever life they think they're going to have. And eventually we're all going to find out how that's all going
Well,
to work.
you're going to find out is because the ones that think they're going to go to sleep in the little cryo chambers is probably going to be on a different planet, probably a different Earth.
Yeah.
One of the ones that
That's
break away from the main source.
and that's kind of how I guess I've come to feel about it. I'm not, it's taken a little bit, but people think and do and believe what they think and do and believe to survive. And if
I just
that's
can't fathom it because maybe I've been in space too long. And when I hear something like that, it just makes me laugh. It's like, what? Even Area and Epi and all them just, what? What in the
yeah.
hell are you thinking? They're actually laughing at that point of, what? Where did they ever come up with this idea?
Now, the way
They said,
Cryon explains it is that we can change our bodies. Our bodies are changing as we are living in this life now. We are becoming more crystalline, which will lengthen our lifespan here if we follow.
right.
If we eat clean, if we take care of ourselves, and
And you know
do
how
the
that works,
spiritual
right?
things. Because you can reverse your aging through meditation. You
Yes,
can
you
do that.
can.
You can renew your cells and bring back your youthful appearance through your meditation and your thought processes,
And one key
your
one key
communication with
part
your
of your
body,
body, one key part of your body is the one part that initiates it all.
your pineal gland, right?
Yes, the pineal gland, because it has a rare mineral, like I said before. There's a monotone of white gold within our heads.
Mm-hmm.
And what this white gold does, it sends electricity through our body and gives us bioelectricity. The more we work on that pineal gland and then we make it more, why do you think we have the chakras here? When we open up these chakras, it opens up your pineal gland. Henceforth, it opens up more electricity that goes through your body. Henceforth, when you raise your pineal gland, it makes you smarter, makes you heal yourself. It makes you more advanced. Our body is water, and we have that bioelectricity. When you got a substance inside of us, and we have metals in there, that is good. That's the key elements to the bioluminous crystalline being we are. Once we fire up those neurons in that pineal gland, there you go. You're going to turn into the crystalline being.
When you pull in that DMT and the dopamines and the the things that are circulated through our spinal system, it drips down from our pineal gland into our spinal system, circulating through the body, healing the cells, and you can reverse. You can reverse damage. You can reverse illness. You can, a miracle should not be rare. A miracle happens all the time. And I mean, I don't personally think it should be rare.
And here's something else for you that you didn't know. Here's something else people didn't know. We have white gold in our pineal gland, right? But do you know where the best gold is? Where we got the highest count of gold? In our fingernails and in our toenails. Why?
I heard that.
Because that is where we used to be able to do magic, but the tree was cut down and made into Devil's Mountain.
But you also have the centers in your palms and in your actually in the soles of your feet as well. You've got those centers where you can concentrate your energy and actually push that out into the universe or use it to heal for others, like I do with my hands.
Your fingernails have gold in
energy and bring that energy out into those chakras in the palms of my hands, my thumb, my middle, and my pinky, and I can use that energy to pass that on into other people.
Now let's take this as an energy thing for a moment. Your pineal gland pushes out more electricity. It goes through your arm. It hits every single finger. Each single fingernail is a conductor. It's conducting more electricity through your hand. It comes back down. It goes through the other part. It goes through your hands. Now you're firing all of your fingernails is raising that bioelectricity. Then it starts going down into your body. And then when it explodes into your feet, your toenail, your biggest toenail has the most gold in out of all of the nails. So when that gold sends the electricity gets into that, it basically makes you what? You're a conductor. You're conducting all the energy. And where does it come out? It goes into the center of your chest where your heart, where there's a big piece of gold inside of your heart. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. And there's gold within your heart, the small traces of amount, but that is where our soul is. And when you have and you use that bioelectricity, henceforth, the more electricity you put in, the bioelectricity that you form within inside of yourself, you become the most electrifying person in the world. You can become smarter. You can heal yourself. You'll see things. You'll heal things. You'll heal yourself. You'll transcend, you'll bend spoons and this and that, you'll have psychic abilities. That's where it all comes from. That pineal gland is important. Why do you think your chakras are important? The chakras are connected to that. Like Yaya said, the golden ticket. You wanted
Right.
that information, that is the information. Once you unlock the base, chakra, solar, heart, throat, third eye, and the crown, you get them all activated. And they're in a straight line. When you get them going in a straight line, the pathway's open. There's nothing blocking it. You're unstoppable.
Mm.
What do you think
Well,
the
and I
saying
heard,
is? You have a heart of gold. That, yeah, just like he just said. The saying, you have a heart of gold.
well, and
That
I
saying
heard
was put
Gabby
out there
does
for a
not
reason.
talking about when she does her Reiki that when she was younger, she didn't realize that she had so much electricity and power within her hands, and she accidentally burned people with her palms because she didn't know to control it. Now she has a way through Reiki of controlling that energy and sending that healing down into her hands. What they used to call back in the 80s healing hands, changed it
Right.
to Reiki. Now it's quantum because we're learning more and more about it and realizing that Reiki, you're using the energy out of the atmosphere, pulling it in, and it seems to be a more temporary energy than what you get from quantum. If you can
Tell you
transmute it
this
into
now.
quantum, it is a much stronger, longer lasting healing.
You want to know something? When you take socks, you put them on your feet, and you're rubbing against the carpet. That is inducing
Mm,
more electricity. That's why you shock people. Some people do that,
mm,
but I
mm.
do it. I can shock people without even doing that. I've shocked
Well,
many
yeah,
people just by walking, and I walk up to them, and there was one time I actually seen electricity come out through my hand. I could see the little blue light of electricity come through my two fingers
hmm
when I shocked
and
somebody, and I'm like, "Holy
I
crap!"
haven't seen it, but I've felt it. When I was doing
Uh,
healing with my hands on others, I could feel that, and they felt it as an electrical current, but I didn't see it. I haven't been able to see it yet.
and the same
But
thing. Here's another thing too. You worked in a hospital, right? Any of you people worked in a hospital. When you go into a hospital and you see somebody that play with electricity, what is the first part of their bodies that has turned black?
their core,
What else?
their
When
hands, and
somebody
their feet.
has passed on from electricity, being shocked, what parts of their body is completely black?
Their hands, their feet,
Yes. Right. Why?
because that's where it entered and left.
Not really, but basically their fingertips because of their fingernails and
Because of
their
the
toes
conductor.
have.
Yeah, the
Yes.
conductor. Yeah,
They conducted that electricity. It got so overpowered, it burnt out like a battery.
yeah, yeah.
That is what I was saying. That's why it proved my point that you can take a low voltage and sing it through your body, and you could actually fire electricity from your fingers. I've actually tried that too. For
Well,
entertainment
that's the
purposes
reason I've
only.
been taking the monatomic gold for so long now, is I did all the research on that, and I've been replacing the monatomic gold in my body for the last 3 years, and I feel a very big difference in the way I can heal. Does that make sense?
Right.
It's like I don't know. It's increasing that gold, and that's what finished opening up my pineal gland for me. I was, I had a Kundalini experience. It was very wild, very uncontrolled, and it painful actually. And then the second one I had was much more controlled, much less painful, and much more helpful to me. But then I started taking the monatomic gold, and my healing abilities increased.
And here's another thing that proves that you have more power in your hands, in electricity goes through your hands. Remember Lucy? What did Lucy
Yep.
do when she in the movie when she got she raised her brain power and she got more electricity flowing through her brain? What did she do? She was plucking electricity in the car. She was picking out nodes
Yeah. Um,
because her
that,
she could sense it and she could see it. Do you know
mm,
why we can't see like the stuff when we were a child? Is because our eyes are opened, our eyes grew bigger, and if it was a little bit smaller like a child, we could see more because there's a thin layer. As we grow older, it opens up, and we it won't let us see certain things.
and
That
yeah,
is a
we
proven
lose
fact
that.
too. Yes,
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called. It's in the back of your eye. It's a little thin stem. When you grow
Yeah.
older, it stretches out and makes it thinner.
Yes. I know what you're saying. I can't call the word. In the anatomy of the eye, I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about. I can't remember the word for it.
and
It's been,
just so y'all
Well,
know, I didn't read a book about all this. I
yeah,
all that I know came from the universe.
yeah.
I don't look up
Say
any of this
something on
stuff.
this.
Go
I
ahead.
Yes,
can tell
help.
you guys one thing. One thing is, I hang out with James a lot. Yes, you are. He's all with the orbs, and
Mm,
he has one video particular that he's got the orbs coming out of. It looks like one comes out of his hand, and while it's coming out of his hand, you can actually see. It looks like a little spark. It's amazing. It's on one of his videos. I'm gonna try to get it. You guys have to. I'm gonna
I,
find out if he can
I,
like get it for you guys.
I
And it's
saw it.
amazing. Yes, right.
Yeah.
That's the amazing part about it. Is while he was doing it was when he was first started with his new woman, Washi, and he was saying her name when he was doing it, and that orb came out of him. And the spark happened while he was saying her name, and it was
Wow.
like amazing. Yes. So this shows that that's a big part of where our electricity comes out. You know what I mean? Is through our hands.
Mm,
And that's a very
Exactly.
important thing. That's what you're saying, honey. It's like you are a healer, so that's where your majority of your healing and your abilities go, and your spark is going to be in your hands. You know,
mm, mm,
because that's where you heal.
Hmm.
mm,
Just like he does the orbs, he uses his hands, and he's also a healer. Because he works in the medical field. It's kind of um, but yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and we can all do it. It's just a matter of, like you said too. Like I take the gold too. I take monatomic gold too, and I feel way different since I've been using monatomic gold.
And
So
another
yeah.
that's
thing
all I
is,
wanted to
when you
say.
get the next thing you know is also when you get mad, what does your body do?
Tightens up
What else?
and
Does it?
constrict.
It grows more heat, right? You
Yeah.
seem to get hot. That's
Right.
because you're firing that electricity out. It's building up like a generator. It's vibrating. It's vibrating that atoms inside of you, which is causing that heat, that
Mm,
anger. It makes you
mm,
shake. And a lot of people, when they get mad, they start to shake. That's because the particles inside of them, the atoms and neurons and all that, are starting to shake, and that is causing you to get hot. You get angry. You're getting warm because you're getting angry because those atoms inside of you are shaking. When you see somebody you love and you admire and have that little spark of whatever, and what happens again? you get more heated. You feel that's why they said, "Oh my God, you're you're like a bee in heat," because we get heated in a different aspect of not anger, but in pleasure. You're getting heated. It's the
Right.
same thing. You're heating your body, and those atoms are vibrating so fast and so hard. Your body is acting to a natural state of flux, which is vibrating inside of you, creating that electricity. Because sometimes when people get intimate, they kind of get shocked sometimes. That's why, because you're at a higher vibration. Your body and your vibration of your body and your frequency is shaking so rapidly that when you become one with somebody in that act of primal instinct, you become one. Because of that electricity, it melds you into one being for that 1 second where you feel that utopia, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the smaller death is what they call it, where everything just kind of explodes
Yes.
out.
And that
Yeah.
is, you're firing that electricity off in a different way.
Mm.
We have that electricity every day. Pay attention to your body when you start to overheat. Like Sonia, for instance. She gets hot and cold all the time.
Mm.
Why? Because she's firing her electricity, her bioelectricity within her third eye is firing so much, and it fluctuates so much that her vibration is high, it's low, it's high, it's low, it's high, it's low. Just like everybody else. Just like I know Hopi, she says, "Oh my God, sometimes it's hot and really cold out here." Why? Because your body is happy and it's shaking the vibrations within inside of you and everybody else.
Well, and Hopi's vibrations are so high of late, the
Yes.
last several years. Her vibrations are so elevated that it's like increasing her metabolism.
And
And
that's the same
she's
thing when in a scientific aspect, if you shake an atom, I think how a nuclear bomb works is that when it's conducting and they're shaking atoms and they're causing it to do a certain thing. The same thing with CERN. When they're smashing two colliders together, they vibrate them and then they shake them and then they send them off to smash each other. Hence creating a God particle. That is science, normal science. When you shake a particle, it's going to cause electricity. An atom, and that's what inside of us is atoms. So I hope everybody understood that and I wasn't talking crazy.
It made sense to me. I mean, I have always combined the scientific, biological things I learned in science through my nursing classes. And then when I was learning Reiki, then I was learning quantum. It all comes together. It's all the same.
Mm-hmm. And what does a crystal do?
It interacts with your energy and increases your vibration.
Right. Because it's a metal, it's a crystal, and
It's a
that's
crystal.
why I said everything we need is on this earth. We just have to be aware of it. Each one of my crystals, and I even tested this. Now, look over here. You see this table of crystals here. I don't really use those. Well, those I use a lot. That has residue on on a table of crystals there. I don't use that table much. Nothing shows up on there. No residue, no electricity. I touch those more. A lot. It's funny. Even if I turn on that filter, let me see if I can show you. See if I can find that filter and let's see if it happens. Where'd it go?
Crystals take in negative energy and change it into a positive energy naturally.
Right.
Right, and you can develop a relationship with your crystal. You can tune that crystal to yourself, to your own energies, so that where if you have an amethyst, AK, it may interact with you differently than my amethyst interacts with
Okay.
me. That's why I like to choose my crystals when I can feel them, touch them, or hear them call me. When I walk into
Now
a
going around the
metaphysical
room.
store, I often hear the crystals calling to me.
Now see, here's another
No,
fact.
that's why I love my crystals because I'll tell you,
Now
every one of them I've bought
now you
has
see that
called
right there?
to me. That's why I bought it because it called to me.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
did you
those
just
are
see
the
that on
only
this
ones I
table?
buy. Yeah.
When
Yeah, me too.
look,
The only reason that I like would buy a
I
crystal is because I
I
was
have
drawn
touched
to it.
everything on this side lately. I don't touch anything on that side.
Yeah.
And what's it picking up?
Why?
That residue. See, that's the residue. I sit in this chair. Where's the residue?
Yeah.
On the chair. I don't use these crystals. Do you see anything here? Nothing. I don't use them. I don't touch them. I just have them display. Now,
Mm.
I come over here. Probably haven't used these in a while. But usually that they will
Hold
light
the
up.
camera still. I want to see them. Okay. What
You
you
know,
got?
I'll tell you, for
Thank you,
instance, guys,
Dorothy.
ready for this one? I wanted this fire quartz really bad. It was calling to me on the site. And every time I win it, I wanted it, but I'm like, nah, I don't want to spend that money. I don't want to spend the money. And then
Oh, hi,
one
baby.
night, hold on. So one night, it said, I'm going to buy it. The second I went to buy it, this lady bought it because she heard me asking about it. So she bought it, and I bought it at the same time, but she was right before me, so she got it before me. The next day I went in, she never paid for it. It was meant to be mine. I went in the next day, the lady's like, Hope, that is still here if you want it. And I was like, absolutely. And she's like, next time I'm going to recommend do not wait. She said, you kept looking at it and you didn't take it. It was meant to be for you, you know? And she was right about that, you know? And it bothered me that I didn't get it. Like, I was like, that is my crystal. You know what I mean? And, like, now I
Well, I
have it
know
and I love it, you know?
I
That's a
told
good
you about
story.
that one crystal in the metaphysical store. I kept hearing it. I kept feeling it, but I couldn't find it. And then I kept going to this plain, ugly rock. It looked just like just a plain Jane rock you got up out of the alley. It was not pretty. They were using it as a paperweight. It was not labeled. It was not for sale. I had no idea what type of crystal it was. Never seen one before. I just knew it wasn't a very pretty crystal. It wasn't attractive. I couldn't understand why it kept calling me over there. So I finally went and asked the lady. And she said, well, it is a paperweight. We're just using it there to hold down this stuff. She told me what it was for, and then made up a price for it and sold it to me. She said, it wants to go home with you. And so she just made up a price and sent it home with me. And it's been a very useful crystal for me. And when I looked up all of its properties, it was exactly what I was needing for that period of time. And I connected to it, and it's been very connected to my heart since then. And I know exactly when I need to use it and when I need to talk to it. It's just very odd how if you can go into a store and just get called off into some far off corner where you're not really going or looking, it's just suddenly you just keep getting called to this place, and then there's that crystal sitting there.
Right.
But I will cleanse my crystals, and I do keep them in the sun as much as I can, but I also spend time. If I know I'm going to use it, I put it in my hand, I put it over my heart, and I spend time talking to it, bonding with it, and then I use it because I get the most out of them that way. But you know,
Absolutely.
after I started using the monatomic gold, Robin was a little bit skeptical of that. He was like, "What?" And I kept telling him, "I've done the research. I know I'm taking it."
I'll be right back.
And when he came into my energy, he told me it felt like a bubble bath in there. So after taking the gold for a couple of weeks, he could already feel in my energy that it was there. I mean, it was very. He said it felt like sitting in a bubble bath for him to come into my energy, and so I knew
Wow.
it's been very good for me, and Yaya takes it too. I you know I
Yes, like
think
somebody wrote in the comments, you do have to be careful if you're buying the powder, yes, because people can scam you, but there is the I Am Joy company. If you buy
that's
through
right.
them, they are very good. The I Am Joy company, I've never had an issue with it. Make sure it's coming from that company directly. When you
Yes,
buy something online, you're buying from a seller, make sure it says it's coming from that company. They're getting it from that company because that's what you want to make sure of.
it's called I Am Joy, and
Yes, you
that's
can get the red one, or you can get the gold and black bottle. The red one is pure. That is the pure gold form, and the black and gold one has other minerals and stuff with it. And the powder is also pure. So that's what you need to think of too when you're starting off. I started with the black and gold bottle. I now
that's
use the red one, and well, now I've actually changed. I'm using the Hawaiian kind right now. I've changed to try, and I love it. And I noticed since I switched, my dreams are incredible.
really. So
Yes,
is it the same company, just a different?
no, it's a different company. It's straight from Hawaii, and they make it from a sacred vortex out there, and I got the both kinds. I got the one that you use for like the red one, and I got the other kind too. So I have both.
Did you get it from their website or did you get it like from Amazon?
I got it off SD.
Etsy. Okay.
That's
I'll
it.
go
But
look.
they do sell Hawaiian. They do sell this on TikTok shop too. The Hawaiian stuff I got, not the red one, but they have the other one on there. They do.
Okay.
They do have it on TikTok shop also. But I'll send you a picture of it too, honey, so you can know what it is.
Okay. Okay. Because I'd be interested in that. I mean, I've been taking it for so
Yes.
long.
Yeah, and I really, you could try it for a change. That's what I did. I just changed over, and I've been using this one for about 2 months now, and I find it. I think I needed the change. I really do because I've been using the other one for so long, and once I changed it, like up me a level or something.
You think maybe your body was just getting used to the same thing over and over, and you needed to upgrade?
I do believe that because I was kind of led to this, and I thought I'd been taking the other kind for a long time, but then I was like looking through and I seen this one and I read up on it and I'm like, I'm going to try that just to see, and I'm glad I did. I did try another kind before that I didn't like very much, So
Well,
I have to say,
take me a
it's
picture of
trial and
that, and
error.
it's time for me to order, and so I might want to order the one you got.
All right, I will. I'll definitely do it. Like I got a double deal. I got like 2 for $60, and there's good sized bottles too. So
That's a good deal. That's a very good deal.
yeah, if you go on Etsy, just put in Hawaiian gold. It's a
Okay.
Hawaiian Ormus gold, and you'll see. You'll see there'll be a red bottle and a brown bottle. They have usually comes like the double deal. You can buy a single too, but they have a double deal right now. And I got to order some more too tonight. So
Okay. Okay, I'll go look at that. I appreciate that. And maybe I just need a little boost. I know my dreams have been very clear and vivid lately, but again, we were talking earlier in the live. Paul was having the same issue I was. They're very disjointed. Like I'll be dreaming along, having this great dream, and then it'll just stop and move into something completely different. And I'm confused. And then I'll
Yeah,
get
me too.
into the flow, and then it stops, and then something else comes up, completely different. And I'm just, I feel like I'm tumbling around in a gyre.
Yeah.
You know, I can't land on the same dream and finish one. I can't ever finish
Mm-mm.
it.
That was like mine.
And then hold on, Brim. To the person in the comments, it is around $30 to $35 a bottle. You can get bigger bottles. You can get the regular size ones. But yes, it's around that to start off usually.
Yeah. Well, and mine lasts a long time, AK. I can't, I think it's like 60 mils for that 30,
Yeah.
$35, whatever it is I pay for it. It lasts a long
And
time.
there are other expensiver ones out there also. There are. If you go on Etsy, there's like.
Lasts a long
And
time.
there are other expensiver ones out there also. There are. If you go on Etsy, there's like price range, what you like, what you want to do. I don't think just because it has a higher price range makes it any better. I think it's
Yeah,
what works with
you
you.
have
What
to
works
be,
what works with you works with you.
well, and you have to be careful, do your research and make sure you're not just going with the fad. It's kind of like Moldavite. You know, Moldavite should come with a certificate, so that you're actually getting a piece of Moldavite. And the same works
Yes,
for
mine
all
do.
the same works for all these other things. They get into, are like the NAD, the Rias. There were people selling it in bottles that looked exactly like the Rias, but they weren't Rias. And if capsules apart and put them in water, they won't dissolve. And the Rias will. And so that's how you know that's a true, actual NAD compound. But I
What is
actually,
that? What's a Rias? What's Rias? I never heard of it.
Rias is the company that makes the NAD product that I take for cortisol. I take an NAD with resveratrol.
Okay.
But I actually did some more research lately, and I just ordered True Niagen, and it's supposed to be twice as effective as the NAD with resveratrol. So you'll see the improvements faster. It is a
Like
collagen.
with anything out there, you have to be careful with what you buy. It's simple.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
your research and make sure you're going to a reputable company, because you gotta do that. And I have to say, as far as the gold goes, I enjoyed this as a very, very good record. And
yeah.
but I will recommend the Hawaiian one as well because I have tried it and it's really great also. I can say that
Well,
truthfully.
it may be that the I Am Joy one might be one that you start with, and then after you've been taking it for a little while and it's time to level up, then you can level up into the one you got.
Yep, that's true too. Well, they
But
say
I
you're supposed to do it like that anyways. Like with Valium Joy, you're supposed to start with the,
slow.
the gold bottle. You're supposed
Yeah.
to start with the gold
Thank you,
bottle
Feathers.
and work your way up. You're not supposed to start off like it's not going to start the red
Oh,
bottle and the powder.
one.
Right.
You're supposed to start the gold bottle and work your way up.
Yeah. That's what I read too. So, you do have to be careful, and there are people out to scam you. Um, they'll offer it for $20 instead of the whatever it is I pay for the NAD. I think it's for 3 months. I get an NAD for, I think it's 3 months, and it's like 60, anywhere from 58 to $65. This True Nugen was $75 for a 90-day, but it has twice as much. And so you get the results faster. Your wrinkles go away sooner, is what it is. And so I've already seen a good result with the NAD as far as the wrinkles on my face, the crepey skin under my neck and my eyes, and, like under your arms, your arm jiggle. I've seen a big difference after starting it, and I've been taking it
That's
for 6
awesome.
months. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
and it's real good for your gut.
yeah. I didn't realize you were older than you know. You don't look as old as you used to.
Thank you, dear.
You're kidding.
I am 68 years old. I'm nearly 70. And
No, you're not.
I
Shut
am.
up.
I'm 68.
Girl, you
And
look good.
when I went part-time, actually when I left the ICU and went to work for home hospice, I started looking younger. But when I started meditating every single day and then started taking the monatomic gold, and then I began to take the NAD, I have dramatically changed my appearance. And the same thing happened with Loretta. When I first met her, she's actually quite a bit younger than me. Well, not quite a bit, but she's several years younger than I am. But I thought she was older than me. But since she started doing her really diligent meditation, taking the gold, taking the NAD, she looks probably 12, 15 years younger than when I first met her. And that was 6 years ago.
Oh, thank you,
You're all
Feathers.
young.
Mhm.
You're all young.
And it depends on how you feel about yourself too.
I feel like a teenager still, but my brain does, I should say. My body's
Mhm.
shot, but my brain feels like a teenager.
Your heart is young.
There you go. My
Yeah.
heart.
But being have you ever looked at Spirituality with Sam? She's like 45 years old, and she looks like she's 26 or 7. And she said she was an ICU nurse too before she went into full-time spiritual mediumship. And she said that just by meditating every day, that she regresses in age constantly. But if you look at her, and she doesn't use a filter, she looks like she's about 26 or 7 years old, but she's 45. I had no idea that she was as old as she is.
I don't think I've met her yet.
I think I sent you a video, AK,
Um,
that she's
I'll have to
got
scroll back.
she's got those big blue eyes and kind of short,
Was
dark hair, kind of a little bit curly.
was
And
it a live invite or was it a
no,
actual?
it's a video that she did, and I sent it to you because she's doing the Dreaming Women predictions.
Okay, yeah,
She,
I'll have to scroll back and find it.
yeah, look at her and see what you think about how she looks. But she talked about it in a video about how she started regressing her age when she began to meditate on a daily basis. And then now that she meditates and channels almost constantly now, she's really rapidly regressing in her age and her looks. And I feel like it makes a difference if we can just do 15, 20 minutes a day. Makes a big difference in how you feel and how your body feels. But I also do a meditation every single day. That's an activation that activates the pineal gland through the spinal column to rebuild your DNA. And it kind of calls back your original DNA structure. And I think that's made a difference in my appearance.
Yes, that the gold is actually one of the only ways to decalcify your pineal gland. I
Hmm.
believe.
Well, mine was already open, but it made a big difference in the clarity and how I heard my guides. It's a lot easier for me now to hear them. So, but I was going to say, I had a ship that was visiting me regularly, and I haven't seen it in almost 2 months. It's just gone. I have not seen it here. I don't know what's going on with that. And you
What
guys were all seeing more, and now I'm seeing less.
kind of
But
ship was it? What it look like?
it's a Pleiadian ship,
Oh,
and
okay.
they would talk to me, but I couldn't always understand them or hear them. And sometimes it was so intense it would make me extremely ill. And then Paul would have to help intermediate for me because it would I would immediately have a debilitating headache, shake all over,
Wow.
and just start puking. And it was because they were trying to talk to me so hard, and I wasn't, I guess, open enough or ready enough. But my pineal gland is full blown; it's wide open, and
How did you achieve that? Through the gold?
meditation. I've been meditating since the 80s.
Oh,
I learned how to meditate. I knew I was doing it, but I didn't know what I was doing.
I've got
So
a
I
lot.
started going to the library and started checking out a lot of books and reading about it and learning how to do it. And
Okay.
then I did contemplative prayer for about 5 years, along with my meditation. But I've been meditating since probably 1980, 1981. And that was back before it was a popular thing to do.
Yeah.
People didn't talk about it much. But I
No,
had
not at
visions, and
all.
I saw spirits, and I had premonitions, and all my life I've always, and my older sister too. And she was really the only one I could talk to about it besides my mom. And then after my mom was gone, it was just my sister. And that's part of the reason why I've been cut off from my other siblings, is because they think I'm crazy, even
It
though they
seems
saw the
like
result.
all of us that have had like the hardest lives and gone through the most amount of trauma are the ones that are now coming together. And it's like our pain is bringing us together. And I'm wondering if the pain that we went through is what is helping us
Well, if you think about
get
it, if
through
you
the
didn't go
veil.
through trials, you wouldn't have done the experimentation, you wouldn't have done the research, You wouldn't have learned to meditate. You wouldn't have gravitated to people like us. You wouldn't have been constantly searching for what's different about you. Um, and we probably chose these lives to expedite our spirituality, if you think about it.
Well, that's just a theory of mine. And oh boy, do I have
No,
lots of theories
you hit
about
it right on the head.
everything. Yeah, AK what?
No, your theory is a really good theory. You hit it right on the head. A lot of people go through such pain and traumas, and they get through it, and we're learning lessons, and it's making us better people, and we can help other people. I think because it kind of like empaths and stuff, like we I can't exactly explain it, but
Well, if I had not grown up in severe poverty with mainly being surrounded by people of color and people who were very disadvantaged, I would have never gone into healing as a profession. I wouldn't have had the empathy that I have now. And if I hadn't gone through the personal trauma of my family, I don't think I would have ever learned how to surrender to forgive. Because if I didn't have anything to forgive, I wouldn't have learned that lesson, right?
Right.
So I think that we put ourselves here in these particular situations to learn the hard lessons, to get us where we are now, to wake us up. That's how we will.
It's like the pain brought us together, and then it's what is lowering the veil.
Yes.
Like the pain is literally lowering the veil.
Yes. Cryon measures it. Everybody measures it in different ways, but Cryon measures it in percentages. And he said, we were at 15-20% awareness for a very long time. And then we rapidly increased our awareness across the world because of all the horrendous things that are going on across the world. And now we have media to where we're made aware. We're not living in a little protected bubble anymore. We're seeing what's all going on in the rest of the world. It's activating our empathy. It's activating our gifts. And it's bringing us together as a collective. And the more of us that come together and meditate together and work together to raise the light, we're on our way up to where we need to be to reach the ascension. And we're right at around 80% now.
Did you
our
say
most
80?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And
That's a lot.
That is a lot, and a lot of that has happened in the last 10 years. We've had a very rapid growth, which is why so many of the galactics are so interested in us, is because we as a race, as humans, have accelerated faster than any other planet in the ascension process, because many other planets have ascended before us. We're not the only one. We are just one of many, but we've done it faster than any of the others. And so it's very fascinating to them to see how resilient humans are, that we've been able to do this so rapidly. So they're just fascinated with us. That is why they're all here. They're just like, they're at an arena and they've got this, the seats. We're in the middle and they're all watching us, seeing how we're doing. And and also the souls across the veil, even the ones that have never been embodied, they have so much respect and admiration and love for us because they just admire us so much for going through so much to get where we are now. Because those souls who have never embodied, they've never been apart from God, they've never had any duality, they have no idea what it must be like to not be a part of God, of the creation of the universe. And so they just think we're so brave. They just have so much admiration for us as a people that we've been able to do what we've been able to do in such a rapid pace. So they're watching us. And then what'll happen is once we ascend, then we'll all go out and start helping other planets do what we've been doing, just as they've been helping us.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really deep. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
finally feel like I fit in for the first time in my life. Only in like the last month.
Well, it took me a long time to find people I could talk to. I spent a lot of time in the library alone, a lot of time bringing books home, reading them alone, talking to just very few people because everybody else thought I was insane
Right, who do you turn to?
or possessed by the devil. I've been
Oh,
accused
right.
of that too,
Right.
you know.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so, you know, there's just been a lot of changes in my life that have led me to where I am because of my curiosity, because of what happened to me when I was very young. And I've had other near death experiences as well. And the Kundalini that almost killed me. So, and not everybody does a Kundalini the way I did it, and not everybody does one at all. And I've had people that I've, you know, when you look at YouTube's people who are just regular people living a regular life, not thinking anything at all about spirituality, and they're whacked with a big Kundalini experience, and it just changes their whole life. It changes the whole trajectory of everything they've done from then on. And, you know, led them into searching for what we're all looking for now is community, collective, higher knowledge, ascension. And that's what we're all doing right now. And it's so joyful, you know, to look at all the people that we've come in contact with, how joyful their lives are becoming because we are raising our consciousness. And I learned about Christ consciousness many years ago, 30 years ago, and nobody talked about it. Nobody. And they didn't even know what I was talking about. It was like
Right.
I came from a different planet when I tried to explain it to anybody. But now everybody knows what Christ consciousness is. And that's what we're all aiming for. And that's what I'm hoping that we'll keep turning back to, because I see the spiritual community turning away from the Christ consciousness and talking more and more about galactic and how the aliens are going to come save us. And I wish we would concentrate more on the Christ consciousness, which is what we're supposed to be learning.
Yeah,
That's
with
what.
the ETs, there's a spiritual side for sure, and I would have never have thought that I would be spiritual again after growing up in the Mormon cult.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like I got out of that, and lo and behold, here I am, like spiritual again. Like, I would never have thought.
You've got
Well,
some stories, I've bet.
religion really does kill your spirituality. It really does. I was fortunate enough
that I grew up in a Lutheran faith, which is much kinder, much more open, and um, more spiritual than religious dogma. So I was lucky in that way, for sure.
I am Catholic, and in the last few weeks, I've considered asking. This is almost like hard for me to say, because it's the first time I'm saying it out loud. Having them not come by for Eucharist anymore. Is that so wrong of me?
If it, go ahead.
It feels like I'm like
If it
it's
doesn't
what's
serve
doing
you,
now.
then you don't need it.
Let it go.
Yeah. Well, you know, religion serves a purpose. All religion, all spirituality serves a purpose,
I
and
do believe in God.
some people, that's the way they're introduced into the spiritual world, is growing up through a Christian dogma type situation. And so if it serves you, if it makes you feel better, if you feel closer to God, even though you're still viewing it as a duality type relationship, it's still a relationship. And it's a conduit. It's a way to reach your spirituality for some people. Which is why I chose to go ahead and bring my kids up in the church, because I wanted them to have some background and know at least the basics, which is what I learned as a child, but continue to question, to just never let somebody tell you, you think this way because I tell you to, or because that's what we've always done, or that's because that's how we interpret it, and you can't interpret it differently or you're going against God, you know, kind of thing. I taught them to always question. Now, it worked for a while until my oldest got into a cult type religion, with a type of non-denominational evangelical.
Yeah, you hear that word non-denominational, and yeah, I ask questions.
Yeah, and see, now it's turned into more of a evangelical, cultish, traditional wife, traditional family, head of the home kind of thing, which kind of got her into I see it as an abusive relationship. She doesn't. And I love him. He has great qualities, but he loves being the head of the home, the head figure, the, you know, he's everything and everybody else is below him in the family. And that's how they're raising the kids, which is unfortunate. But they come to me with a lot of questions.
Good.
So
Yeah,
Awesome.
good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
so some people like that kind of life, and I don't understand it. I was working for a couple, and he's like, make us lunch, and she's like, okay, and she hasn't eaten anything, and she spent all this time making us sandwiches and things, and I was just like, if you just leave that stuff out, I could just make a sandwich and you can eat, like, I didn't agree with the way that, I don't know, I just didn't like it.
it's disconcerting in that my daughter was always very spiritual. She saw angels from the time she could talk. And she was very spiritual, not religious, spiritual. And then she got further and further into the world of the dogmatic religion. And he loves it because she does everything. She doesn't work anymore. She works every once in a while. She's a social worker and she loves her job and she's very, very good at it. But he wants her home, taking care of him. So she waits on him and she takes care of the kids. She takes care of the house. She takes care of the yard. She takes care of the vehicle maintenance. She takes care of the money. He just gets to make all the decisions. Now she can put in an opinion, but the last word is his.
I
And
would not
Yep.
be a happy person in that kind of relationship.
well,
I would
Yep.
be miserable, but
she
that's me.
wasn't. She wasn't for many years, but she just got tired of fighting it. You know what I mean?
Ugh.
She couldn't see a way
Oh.
out of it, so she just acquiesced, and there they are. And now she doesn't see anything wrong with it. See, that's how cults work.
The programming is complete.
Yeah, yeah.
Dang.
And
Wow,
so now
that's a
she's worried.
powerful statement, AK.
She worries, you know, that she's not going to see me in heaven, kind of thing. Which is weird because she grew up with me, and I don't know how I made that kid.
Yeah. Like, yeah. People get so hung up on seeing their families in heaven that they refuse to face reality and deal with the situation because they're afraid that it goes against their church or whatever, you know. And yeah, I don't know. The Mormons deal with that a lot.
I think the thing that disturbs me the most is that she tells her children that they were born in filthy sin. They are worthless without the blood of Christ.
Living in the fear of God. Those religions are really hard to
Swallow
yeah.
and be around. And my grandkids sometimes will evangelize me. And it's funny because I've read the Bible, I don't even know, 20, 30 times, maybe front to back, and I have all kind of questions. I've read about all of the religions, all of the spirituality things, so I can talk to them about any of the other views, but they're not allowed to learn about any of the other views. And so now we're dealing with the purity culture, and my grandson is 14. So he's having a lot of feelings that he's been told are dirty and filthy and gonna get him sent to hell.
Oh no.
So he comes to me a lot and we talk a lot.
Oh, that's really good that you're there for him and that he knows that he can turn to you.
Right.
That
I mean,
there's someone in his life that he can ask questions to.
well,
That's how I felt about my grandma. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for my grandparents.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they're the ones who really showed me love.
And shaped you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I know, and again, we go back to that soul path. I know she has a soul path that has nothing to do with me other than she chose me. She chose her father. We've all been in the same soul family together. We've had past lives together and lived in different roles together. I know that. And I know that there
Interesting.
must be a specific thing that she came to experience for a specific reason. And so I'm going to trust her and know my guides tell me that she will have her epiphany. It's going to happen. And I'm to stop worrying about it because this is what she's meant to be doing here. This life she's working on something. It's not my place to know what it is. I'm just here to support her. So, we'll get it figured out. It'll work. And as long as I can be there for the kids, I'm okay. My
How
son-in-law,
old are your grandkids? You said 14?
yeah, Hayden's 14, Hudson's 12, and Hallie Mae is 10. And then my other daughter has two girls. Elora is 9 and Ada is 2. And Lindsay and Michael raised their children in a completely different environment, a completely different world. And so it's confusing sometimes to Elora, and especially then when she goes with her dad, who is into the trad deep conspiracy theory, no trust of the government, the medicine, the anything. He has a doctorate in physical therapy. He does work under the table because he doesn't want to deal with the insurances because they're all crooked. And he doesn't believe in medicine. And so he treats people holistically. He gets things wrong, but he's always completely right. He's very narcissistic also. And so, I mean, it's just been a struggle for the last several years. And then my youngest daughter, she never wanted to have children. She's smart as she can be. She's been deaf since she was 14 months old from an illness, and she's struggled her life to get her 2 degrees and her career path. And she's living with her partner, who's older than she is. And so her older sister is convinced she's living in sin. And so they're constantly trying to evangelize her as well. And it's tense.
So you have 3 daughters?
Yes. And it becomes very tense during the holidays. Trust me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. So, anyway, I just gotta trust them all. They're all doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing it in their way, and I have to just surrender it all and give it up and let it be. I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm here for them if they need me, without a judgment, which is hard. It's very hard. And so, yeah, my younger sister cut me off several years back. We haven't spoken in several years because she called me to her home, my older sister and I, to tell us to have a sister week. So we went for a sister week, and she proceeded to tell us that we were not worthy. She did not want to have anything to do with us any longer because the Bible says if you hang out with people that are completely different from you, they might rub off on you. And you don't want to be exposing yourself to people who live in sin. And it would break her heart to continue to love us, knowing she's not going to spend eternity with us. So unless we wanted to repent our ways and go back to the strict church, then that was it. So we don't.
That's pretty much how Baptists and Mormons think of each other, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, when she converted over from being a Lutheran to a Baptist, Southern Baptist, she began to change her way of thinking. And she just became somebody I didn't even recognize. She's very judgmental. And her poor children are very confused. They've been in therapy all their lives, bless their hearts. You know.
I have a very powerful memory when I was a kid. The Mormon and the Baptist churches were right next door to each other, and all the kids were outside playing, we're having fun, throwing a frisbee, just having fun. And all the parents didn't know what the kids were up to, and they, got done with their meetings or whatever in both churches and came outside to gather the kids or whatever, and then they were like really mad that
Wow.
we were all getting along and being friends. You know, like we were like, oh, you believe in God? Oh, me too. You know, just like we're just kids, and so I think that they kind of in you know instilled like a form of hate there in us. Like, oh, we're not supposed to get along with them.
Right. Yes, and that's why my sister's girls are so messed up. And she kept them in that bubble all their lives, investigated all their friends' parents, and if they didn't have a certain kind of lifestyle, they were not allowed to mix with those kids at school. They were very protected. And then when the first one went off to college, she went into culture shock and had panic attacks like every day, trying to live in the real world, you know. And she's been in therapy. She's a psychologist, but she's still in therapy.
You know what they say about psychologists? They get into the field because they want to learn how to fix themselves.
Yes, and that's what she told me. That is what she told me, and she works with children. And the sad thing is, AK, is her youngest is gay, and it has been hard. They put her into camps multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a topic or a buzz topic for
Yeah.
the live or anything, but yeah, I don't. Same thing. Like the Mormons spent like 25 million or something fighting the marriages. It's just like that money could have easily helped like so many poor families. I grew up super poor. We used, you know, help from the church to just get by. And I was like, that could have gone to help a lot more people than fighting some kind of law.
Right. How many kids could you have fed with that kind of money? You know, how many families could you have homed? I think they did a study where there's so many churches within the U.S., there's like a church on every corner. And if every church just took in one child, there would be no child system, that they would not have to go into foster homes, and they could all be fed and housed and educated. Every single child within the welfare system today could be taken care of if every church just took in one child. Isn't that fascinating?
Mm-hmm.
They get all
I've
their
never
money
heard
from
that.
that system, you know. So
That whole system is wild, the way they do things. But we could also, I mean, think about all the food we send in USAID that ends up being wasted, or those governments take over what we send and the people never get it. Everything's so corrupt. And
We are so
Yeah, true
broken.
story.
So
but we're
broken.
learning, and because of what we're learning to change it, right? If we
Through collective consciousness and awareness,
Mhm.
and just talking to each other about it, we're asking the right questions, and yeah, that's why they wanted to take it away from us.
Well, and if we didn't have the internet and TikTok and all YouTube and all the things, we wouldn't know how other people lived in other countries.
It kind
I
of
mean,
backfired on them. You know what I mean? They got the technology, and we have the technology. They passed it on to us with internet, phones, and now look.
Well, we've
Right?
learned from
Kind
these
of
other
funny.
countries. We were told that they had such a horrible system and they were so deprived. How many commercials did you see about starving children all over the world? But Americans, hey, we're living the life. But now we're realizing that we're the ones they're praying for.
Yep. We're
yeah, they
actually
don't
a third world country.
they don't live in the what we're shown, like just disheveled communities and like yeah, it is not what we know, what we've seen on TV or whatever.
Or heard on the news.
I mean, we were
Yeah.
taught
You
that
know,
like Africa, everyone in Africa lives in dirt floor huts.
Right.
Yep, yeah, and then you look at it really, and there's like immaculate cities and stuff. It's like
What?
Every
And
they have public
India,
transport.
yeah,
every
yeah.
child
It's
in
affordable.
India is starving and skinny, where their bellies are extended, and in horrible, horrible conditions. And that's all India. Well, you know what? Look at India now.
Well, and we started getting nurses from Africa, and they are some of the most intelligent people in the world. They learn 3 to
Yep.
4 languages as they're coming up into school. And our
Yeah,
friends
with a mixture of cultures.
I have a third shift nurse who's from Africa, and she's amazing. I love her.
she's so smart, and
Actually,
it's just they don't live like they tell us they do. Honestly, they're very
have you guys seen
They lie to
videos
us about
lately?
everything, but a lot of things, my biggest thing was when they had the big sickness in 2019 and 20, we won't get into the word thing. But, and everybody was in their homes and they thought, this was going to be a big thing, but it backfired on them.
well. We figured out we didn't need them.
Exactly. And everybody, like us, certain people, a lot of people, that's when a lot of people, as they call it, awakening, their eyes were opened. And that's the biggest time when most of it happened.
Yes.
And, that was they made a big mistake doing their little thing when they did that,
Well, people realized they did not have to go into the office to work 60, 80 hours a week. That they didn't like what they were doing because they weren't able to do it anymore. They had to find something else. And they figured out that even if they had to work 3 other things, they were 3 other things they liked a lot better than what they were doing. And they're spending more family time and
Or
working on their inner selves and building their own businesses and
exactly.
being
Yeah,
creative.
instead of working 3 different jobs they hated, they'd work one job they loved for only a few hours a day and make way more money than they were making working 3 jobs.
Right. But as Cryon said in a couple of his videos, this was something that was divinely supposed to happen. There are just a few things that are absolute that are going to happen because of free will. You can't say that there's that this is absolutely going to happen whether you want it or not. But this was one of those few things that was scheduled to happen, and it happened. And then it was up to us to figure out what we wanted to do with it. And so thankfully, the majority of us used it to raise our consciousness. And they really sped up that increase in consciousness during that period of time. Woke a lot of people up. So it was a catalyst that was pre-planned, I guess you'd say. And there's only been a few of those in the history of humanity.
what are the other
I've
ones?
I've heard the same thing from Bashar actually.
Yeah. Yeah, Bashar says some of the same things that Cryon has always said. They're not completely on the same path, or messaging. They're not completely the same. Bashar is more looking at the galactic part of it, and Cryon is more into the actual Christ consciousness, spirituality part. But I've been listening to Cryon. He came on the scene in like 1986. But I did not find him until around 2000-ish, somewhere around in there. And I started listening to his um, seminars and teachings, and he has conventions all over the world where people come and stay for like 2 or 3 weeks and do learnings and all sorts of immersed spirituality. And Lee Carroll just channels through all of this, and then they started publishing. So I started reading the books, and then they had tapes, and then they were on YouTube, and that's how I've been listening to him since around 2000. And I've just learned so much of,
Yeah, Cryon's pretty cool.
but I do see Bashar saying some of the same things in a little bit different way.
Yeah, that's why I was like, because I didn't know who Cryon was at first until later when you told me about him.
Have you listened to him now?
A couple times, yeah.
Excuse me. I just find him so comforting. And then the emphasis that he puts on how much we're loved. We are so very loved. We have no idea how admired and loved we are. And just being able to develop the knowledge that everything you are is within you. It's all you. We're all one. We are the collective. We are, each and every one of us is a piece and part of one another. So if I looked you in the eyes and saw God in you, it would make it a lot harder for me to be mean to you, right? And so if everyone would look at everyone else as the God they are, we couldn't do mean things to one another. We just couldn't. And so that's, what the whole Christ consciousness is all about, is what Yeshua came to tell us is, we are the I am. So I read the I Am discourses, and then read A Course in Miracles, which are the words of Jesus. And I found all the lost gospels and read all of them. And Saint Germain was a big eye opener for me. I tried really hard to read Enoch, but it just didn't resonate with me. I could not. And then all of a sudden, I could. It was really
Doesn't Enoch mean Metatron
yes,
in
yeah,
another language?
yeah. He's actually Metatron, yeah.
So it's the book of Metatron, basically.
Hmm. But there's several different publishings. There's the Book of Enoch, but essentially what it all boils down to is Enoch is Metatron. As an ascended or an archangel.
I tried to get it, but they won't send any books that are on the list. That's one of them, to my state. I can't order any books like that.
I downloaded it as an audio from YouTube for free.
Yeah, I could probably download it. I just wanted a hard copy, though.
I know. And I've had.
Are you kidding me? Your state don't allow you to buy books?
Not like 1984. I can't get the Apothecary book. That's all these awesome books that are on TikTok Shop. Can't get them.
May I ask what state you live in?
Alaska.
Okay,
will
but
not
still
ship
odd.
any books that can help people survive or answer questions. Can't get Animal Farm. I mean, for entertainment purposes only. Can't get 1984, Book of Enoch, Animal Farm.
The Handmaid's Tale? Isn't that on the list?
I haven't heard of that one.
The Handmaid's Tale? You
Yeah.
didn't have to read that in school?
If we did have that, I didn't read it.
You should download it on audio. Yeah, it's what's happening now. Or
Yeah.
trying.
They have a show on it now. There's a show.
It's not the same though, Hope, honestly. I mean, I read it when I was in high school. It was required reading. And then I read it again in college. And then I read it again just later on because I really liked it. But it's what they're trying to do. It is literally what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I've noticed that. Any books that teach you, they're trying to suppress people from having them.
Well, if you can't get that apothecary one you're talking about, there's a
Yes.
there's a very old I'll let me see if I can on my bookshelf right now. It's called The Complete Book of Natural Medicines by David Carroll.
Yeah, David Carroll's good. Yeah, I've heard of him.
And that's a very similar book, and I've had that for about 45 years or so.
Yeah, I can go online and get Barbara O'Neill's books through her website, but I can't get it. Well, she had it on TikTok for a short time, but there were so many scammers who just use AI to recreate the book and change the wording on things, and then they'd print copies out and sell them for less, but they weren't. It wasn't the real product, and so she just shut it all down. And you have to go to her.
Well,
actual website
couldn't
to
somebody
get it.
couldn't so you knew somebody to get you the books and send them to you? Couldn't you do that?
I could, and I'd probably ask River Blues
Yeah, she could
because
do that.
Yep.
Or
she has my information.
I would do it for you, AK. I don't mind.
Okay.
Another one is a very old one. It's Culpepper's Complete Herbal. It's very old. It's kind of old fashioned in the way they write it, but it's very useful if you get past all the old timey way they talk.
Yeah.
I've had that one forever. Back in the day when I was doing my herbal certifications and aromatherapy certifications and stuff, I got a lot of these.
Honey, do you have not the one with the Forbidden Book of Knowledge, not the the knowledge book?
No, I did not order it because I have these older ones, but they do have it at like Drug Emporium. And then
The one that I'm talking about, the big one that the guy reads online here.
yes, I haven't ordered it.
Yeah, I've seen him.
They have it.
I bought it. I just got it in the mail today.
Yeah, but what I was
Nice.
telling AK is the one I have is really old. The Complete Book of Natural Medicine, the Culpepper Complete Herbal. They're all the same. They're just different. People wrote them and they're very old. Some of these I got at garage sales or estate sales. I have another really old one called the Herb Book. It's in kind of old-fashioned language. And then the Old-Fashioned Health Remedies That Work Best. That's like from the 1800s.
Wow.
but they're all the same. They're the same as what is in the book you just got. And then they have copies
What?
of those at Drug Emporium that I could just go buy. And so my next trip there, I was going to get copies for the kids.
You sure you got the right book I'm talking about? Because the one I got is a very expensive book that you can only get in one place, really.
They've had that book at Drug Emporium for I've been seeing that book there for 15
The
years.
big purple book.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not
Okay, you got the
it's
right
not
one.
new. It's one they've had around for a long time. They've
It's from the 80s.
yeah. It was actually fashioned after a book that was written much earlier than that though. Much earlier than the 80s. But
Well, I bought it as a gift to myself for my birthday. I wanted it for like 2 years. I finally bought it for myself. Paid $150 for the thing.
yeah. Some of these books
Holy.
I've got are from the 1800s, and you pick them up at estate sales or find them at the herbal store that I go to, the Drug Emporium. The Drug Emporium here is a family-owned Drug Emporium, and they sell everything and everything. And then they've always had the books. And that
Oh, wow.
I've been seeing that book at Drug Emporium for at least 15 years. I just didn't get it because I have all these other ones that I use. That's how I make my tinctures and my healing potions and my soaps and
Why
lotions.
is this book the book of knowledge? Is there stuff about that in it? I don't know what's in it yet. I haven't started reading it.
Yeah, it's just presented in a different format.
Yeah,
You
because
have
when he
me.
reads it, he don't talk about stuff like that in it. You know.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
You had me at healing potions.
Oh
You
yeah.
make you make healing potions?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
tell me about this.
well, I mean, I learned how to do it all the many years, thousands of years ago when I did my herbal certificate because I used to teach herbal classes, aromatherapy classes, meditation. I did all that within the hospital for alternatives for pain medication and anxiety medication. We could do,
My doctor told me to get aromatherapy going in my room.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm like, I'd love to, but it's, again, in my storage units. But
yeah.
yeah, I was told that aromatherapy works, and that's something that I've never tried. And I've dealt with pain for little over a decade, maybe 15 years.
Well, I instituted several programs in my hospital for alternative therapies that were included in orientation programs and especially into the critical care to use for alternatives for pain and anxiety meds, things that you could use in conjunction with, and also music therapy. I did a music frequency class to help teach the nurses how to help relax their patients without using so many meds. And when I was doing my hospice, I was able to reduce the amount of pain medications that my patients required by up to 50% using
Wow.
alternative methods and tinctures but I have a healing tincture, like if you get a cut or a scrape or if you get a bee sting or if you get a cold sore. We used to make food out of all the herbs and flowers we grew in our yard. My girlfriend and I, we did all organic. We joined a flower club here in town. Most of the people were quite a bit older. And this one guy, he did bonsai. He taught us how to do bonsai, which was pretty cool. But we taught them aromatherapy, and we would have tea parties where everything was made out of something out of our garden. And, like scones and butter, flavors of butter and scones and jellies and, I don't know, different, all kind of teas, things, because teas are very healing. There's a lot of, it's coming back now. It's very popular now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I drink what is it? Turmeric and ginger for my
Yeah, that's a good one.
horrible intestines.
Well, I learned a long time ago that bergamot was a smooth muscle relaxer. And so I would
Really?
make Earl Grey tea, the Bigelow brand that has real bergamot,
Yeah.
and put honey in it. And my girls never had menstrual cramps because the
Oh,
minute,
that's a good idea.
yeah, the
As a
minute,
guy, I don't have to worry about that, but my girlfriend is she has low iron, and she's in horrible pain all the time.
well, make her, but it has to be Bigelow, unless you use the actual essential oil bergamot, because all the other teas use an imitation bergamot. And so buy the Bigelow brand and make her a cup of Earl Grey and just sweeten it with honey until she likes it. And then it will relieve it within probably 5 minutes or so.
Wow.
Yeah. It's good
Okay.
for
That's
migraines.
really on my shopping list.
It's very good for migraines. It's good for neuropathy. Even though,
Yeah. That's
even
what I'm thinking right now is the neuropathy aspect.
yeah, there's a lot of different things with essential oils and herbals. And I grow my own herbs to use for cooking and making whatever's. I used to
Can
spend
I
all my
ask
days off
if
doing
you
that.
take any medications, like prescription medications, or are you completely holistic?
I am holistic, but I know what the alternatives are to the prescription.
I like how they call them alternative medicine, but plants are original medicine.
Yes,
So
Right?
yes.
Exactly.
Well, we all know, aspirin was created from the willow bark, and that's what the herbal healers used for fever all those thousands of years ago, and then they discovered the healing aspects of it and turned it into aspirin.
Yep.
Yeah.
I learned that from the Native Americans that live up here. They chew on the bark and they're like, oh, it's just like chewing on aspirin because it is aspirin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And calendula flower, it's used, you can eat it. It tastes like nuts in your salad. It's very good. And then it's also for your digestive system. And it's a pretty flower as well. And then you can grow yarrow, and it has a ferny leaf on it. And if you cut yourself and you're bleeding, just slap a leaf on there and it'll stop it right away. Stop the bleeding
cool.
immediately. There's several things that, I just found it fascinating. And I guess I didn't have enough to do with 3 kids and a full-time job. So I just spent all my time getting certifications and all these things I like to do, and taking writing courses. I did a lot of that too.
Wow, you have really lived life.
I am a lived woman. Yes, I am. I have lived a life. And
I admire
Wow.
that. I wish I could say that I was that way, but
no,
that's
you be who you are. You be who you are. Don't worry about being who somebody else is. I did it because I could and I wanted to, and I like to paint. I like to draw. I told my husband, you know, in my profession, I saw way too many things happen. People worked and worked and worked and worked and worked, and then, you know, all so they could save it up for some reason. But when that time came, something happened. And I told him, we're not doing that. We're going to live how we live now. We're going to take vacations. We're going to take our children on trips and show them other places where, like, how other people live. We're going to do the things we like to do. We're going to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and drive for an hour and go fishing. We're going to do the things we want to do now, because I saw way too many people wait until they were 60, 70 years old, and then something happened to one of them or both of them, and they had all this money, and they had never done anything, and they didn't spend their time with their kids, you know. And if I will tell you, if the most common thing I heard when people were in their transition was, I wish I hadn't worked so much. I wish I'd stayed home more. I wish I'd been a part of my family. You know, I wish I'd seen more of the world. And there's just no reason why we shouldn't. We shouldn't do it. You can still save money for retirement, and because abundance is not always money. It's experiences. It's the love.
Exactly.
But it also has a way of finding you. If you spend your money, it will be replaced. Honestly. We never ran out of money, and we always had everything we needed. We had a lot of fun trips. We did a lot of things, and we still have plenty of money for retirement, you know? But we didn't spend all our time working.
Way cool. Well said.
So,
Yeah.
but
Bravo.
it was because I saw the grief I saw. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Get away
I
from it
totally
all.
Well, I saw what happened to people.
Yeah.
I saw that life is fleeting and you don't know. And so being miserly didn't get anybody anywhere. And working all those hours didn't get anybody anywhere. So, you know, we just all have to understand that we're here to live a human life. We're here to live in joy and love one another. That's why we came here. That's why we have this opportunity. And rather than longing for something in the future or longing for something in the past, we have to live now. We have to do it now.
No time like the present time.
Correct. And Bashir says that a lot too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yep.
Yeah. But I learned it from experience. And then I heard Cryon talking about it too. And so I was like, yay, I was right about something. But my father came from a very, very, very small town about 60 miles from here, way out in the country. He was part of the German community. And you know, that town was split down the middle. You had the Germans and then you had the everybody else's. And so I also grew up in Memphis, Tennessee and Arkansas, where you had the white people and you had the black people and the Mexican people. All the prejudice. And I grew up seeing all of that and seeing the injustice of it all. But I also grew up in a country where people didn't have any money. They didn't have access to health care. And so they went to people who had common knowledge. And there was an old pharmacist in Winters, and he made all these tinctures. And he was kind enough to write all the ingredients on the container. So I saved up all of his containers, and I was able to make up a lot of his tinctures that he made for people that he treated, like my grandmother when they were young and married. He treated their whole family all until he passed away. And I had his secret recipes. I was very lucky.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what got my attention too. I don't know if you guys know that they used to keep these kitchen ledgers, The my great aunties. Some of it was in German,
Yeah,
so I had to learn German to be able to read some of it. But
yeah, they were like prized possessions. I remember like family. Yeah, you'd pass them down to all these recipes and things.
yes, and they would write on there, sold one egg to Farmer Brown down the road yesterday, or sold traded two ducks for two guineas, or just crazy stuff. But they also had recipes for soap and tinctures and food and cookies and cakes and just everyday things. And I made some homemade soap that was from they used their lard. And so one of my aunties converted it to butter. And what they did was they used rancid butter. When it went bad, they would just set it aside to make their soap from. So then I had to calculate how much butter needed to be used to exchange from the lard and the rancid butter. Went out and bought all this butter, brought it home, cooked it all down, rendered it all down into the soap, and I ended up having to open every single window in my home, every ceiling fan. He had to change every filter and every air conditioning system. It smelled so bad. It was the worst. I mean, when he came home and he's like, what? Why? Because I had this giant pot going, like my witch's brew. But you know what? After I spent about $200 on essential oils to pour into it, that was the best soap I ever made in my life.
Really?
I French milled it. After I poured it in the molds, I let it harden, I let it cure, and then I shaved it and melted it back down again, and that's called French milled. You shave it down and remelt it and then remold it, and one bar of soap would last 3 to 6 months.
Wow.
Yep, but I did have to spend a lot of money on fragrance to try to make it not smell so bad.
Yeah.
But
And that's why he built you a witch's shack outside, so you
no,
can make it out there.
I don't quite have one yet, but I do have a designated spot outside to be doing that kind of stuff from now on.
Yeah, my twin brother's wife is Wicca, and he built her a thing outside.
A she shed. See, Yaya has a yacht, and I want a she shed, because we have enough
Yeah,
room.
I've built those for people before.
We've talked about it, but I don't know if I want an outdoor kitchen or a she shed. I'm trying to decide. But I know I'm gonna have a greenhouse. We talked about that. I'm gonna build a greenhouse out here.
Yeah.
I've got enough backyard to do a couple of those things. So, but yeah, I've done a lot of crazy things in my life. But it's been fun. Did Paul wake up?
Huh?
He's there. Yeah.
We heard you snoring, buddy.
I heard him
What's
too.
fading in and out?
Oh,
What's fading in and out?
Yeah. I was gonna say it's getting rather late. I'm as far west as you can get, and it's getting late for me.
It's like 3:30.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
3:30.
you on the east side. Holy cow!
Yeah. So we need
But
to.
anyways, it was good talking to everybody. I learned a lot tonight.
We had a good reading. We had a good healing for Lisa. We're going to
Yes, thank you so
continue to
much.
send Lisa healing and prayers.
Thank you.
I hope they get you straightened out.
Send me all the angels. I'll take them all gladly.
Well, they're already there with you, is what they're telling me.
I'm feeling a little better.
Yeah.
You sound much better than you were like earlier when you were talking about the pain and stuff.
The pain is subsided a little bit.
Good. That's good. Well, we'll keep working on you, and I'll send you some more videos. And AK, you send me a list of books you want. I'll get them for you and mail them to you. Or you can
Yeah.
Oh, good.
or you can ask Suzanne. Either one of us. We're happy to do it for you.
All right, I'll DM whoever's around.
Okay. Well, you've got her phone number, and I can send you mine in the DM here if you need it. No.
Cool beans. Good
And
reading.
you can
I
DM
really
me
like.
too, just if you want to.
Well,
Yeah, I'll send you the cat purring video I have. You
Yeah.
just put your phone. You just put your phone where it hurts. You got 3 cats purring really loudly.
How cute.
isn't that a wonderful feeling? My cat just lays over me and purrs, and it's.
I miss it. I don't have a cat anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, poor guy.
I don't
Yeah.
know how anybody could live. Hey, Hope, I ordered that book from James's live. What
Oh,
was,
the Emerald tablets.
no, I have the Emerald tablets, and I have the compendium to the Emerald tablets, and I
Oh, initiation.
yes, initiation. That's the one I ordered. I get it tomorrow.
Yes, I forgot to order that. I'm gonna order mine tomorrow. I forgot about that.
Okay, that's another really good book. James has been reading from on his lives. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's an older one, isn't it, Hope? It's old. It's an older book.
Yes, it's an older book. It's an older book. He also there's another one too. There's a couple of different ones he has. I've gotten the other ones, but I need that one.
Well, I started reading Downloads from the Nine again today because I brought it up to you and it made me think about it. So I started reading it again. And I have the other one, the Emerald Tablets, as channeled by, I can't remember the name. I like reading that one too. And, the Emerald Tablets, you can just put it under your pillow at night and you can, know it. If you sleep with it under your pillow.
Wait, say that again?
If you put the Emerald Tablets underneath your pillow at night.
Wait, Groovy, do you know what the Emerald tablets are?
No.
Tell it.
Oh, do you know what that? You don't know what they are, Lisa?
No, I've never heard that. No idea.
Oh.
Well, send me your address and I'll send you a copy.
What is it? It's a book?
Yeah.
Yes, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's about how we all came to be. By the, as
I only have 2 books.
as from the Anunnaki.
I got the Book
Do
of
you have the
Enoch.
Emerald? You don't have the Emerald tablets for him?
I have the Emerald tablets. I don't have the other one.
Oh, you have the compendium, but you don't need that. You don't need that one.
No, you don't really need the
I was told to
compendium.
get that one.
But the other one I have is it's called The Lost Book of Enki.
Yeah.
It was a channeled
Yeah,
message.
that's the one I don't have.
And you know what, when I read it, I get these weird, like when I read the Book of the Nines.
I'm hearing a cat.
Yeah, he's whiny. When I read Downloads from the Nines, I get all these weird tinglings and knowings, and then my mind goes off into things. And that's what happens when I read that Lost Book of Enki too. But I read the Emerald Tablets so many times, over and over and over, and then I've listened to it on YouTube, and then I just started putting it under my pillow at night.
Yeah, they say
That's
you're supposed to put it under your pillow. I was doing that for a long time. I'm gonna stop putting it back under my pillow again.
It's like it infuses or something. I
I
don't
play
know.
it on my phone. I play it on my phone when
Yeah,
I'm asleep,
so you can hear. Yeah, yeah, that
and
works.
I wake up
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I have dreams and stuff.
Yeah.
So you read the book and then you put it under your pillow, or you don't read the book, you just put it under your pillow.
No, I
No,
read
you
the.
should read it. You should read it. And if you also you can play it like if you want to hear it by audio, they have it on YouTube and you could listen to it with headphones at night and fall asleep to it and it will stick with you too with the book under your pillow. Even better.
Yeah, double dose. Yeah,
And
Right.
it's called what again?
the Emerald
I know I
Tablet.
listened to it when I was asleep, but when I
Emerald,
started
like
getting stuff.
the jewel, the gem,
Emerald, like the green gem. Yeah.
the green
Yeah.
gem. Okay.
The emerald tablets. There was like 6 of them.
Oh no, there's how many? Oh, there's more than that.
There's a lot.
No.
There's
No,
only
what
so
did I
many
get?
in there's only so
I think
many in
there's
the book.
13.
There's 13, but there's some missing that we will never see.
Right.
But the emerald tablets went off to different, all
There's
different
supposed to be
places
21.
in the world, in the planet. And what the Aborigines had one, and they weren't like.
Yeah, there's 21.
Go ahead.
The rest are hidden
There
though.
was
There's some
21,
that
and
are
only
hidden.
7 were introduced. 13 were introduced to the world. The other 7 are hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 7 hidden.
Yeah. And no. Yeah. And we don't know where. Right.
I heard the Vatican has them.
Well, yeah. They probably have. They have everything.
And I know that because the only reason why I know that is not because anybody told me, it's because I went into the halls of Amente and I seen 2 tablets there, and they were emerald, and it had 21.
Were you able to go through
There was
them?
21 tablets there.
Could you touch them when you were there in the hall? Of
I went through the first 13, and I was getting on the 14, and then I woke up. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
You need to go back.
I see them all the time when I go in there.
Well, you should take a peek at the last few and let us know.
Every time that I walk, every time that I have a spiritual awakening or a dream or something, when I go in, the first thing I do is I walk into I'm in Egypt. I walk into the Great Sphinx. Down below is the halls of Amente, and I put on a crown, an eye of Horus, a staff, and I walk through. And in the first room, I pick up my stuff and put it on, and then I walk into the second room. I see the emerald tablets, the blue tablets, and there's red tablets. I look at the emerald tablets, and I noticed there was 13. They were shifted differently, but the other 7 were still there, but it was a little bit harder to interpret, and they were a little bit darker. They weren't lit up. Then I noticed there was red tablets and blue tablets down there. They look like ruby and sapphire, so I don't know.
Wonder what that's about.
And then I went into other rooms, and I seen ancient things. Huh?
I'm just wondering what that's about. The
Huh?
different colors, the ruby and the sapphire. I don't think you've told me
I
that
don't
before.
know.
I don't remember you
They
telling
had,
me.
when I looked at it, there was, it had like, yeah, I have.
Oh, well, I guess my
I said that
internet
there was other
not working
tablets
as well
down
as I
there.
thought.
I just couldn't get to them.
Mm. They wouldn't let you close, or you couldn't get there.
Because there was red, blue, yellow.
So
I
what's
couldn't get it because they were too high. The yellow ones, the golden ones were too high to reach, and I couldn't see them. And the red and blue were locked behind the door, but you could see it.
hmm. That's very bizarre.
There was also a Stargate down there.
Really?
And there was other technology.
Well,
Huh?
one of these days, you're just gonna have to come get one or two of us. You know that, right?
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of stuff down there.
Tell Brim I've ridden on a motorcycle lots of times.
It's under the Sphinx. It's all under the Sphinx.
Huh.
That's where it's located.
Huh. Well, we're gonna have to talk about that some more, because that's
I don't
interesting.
need a wayfinder to find it. I know it's there.
Yeah.
Oh, what's under there? I was
I thought
paying
you,
attention.
thought you already knew all that. And
The Emerald Tablet, one of them.
He
Is
saw
that what you're
different.
talking about?
He saw multiple colors. He saw the ruby, the sapphire, the golden.
Oh, okay. There's different kinds of tablets.
Uh-huh. And he probably did tell me this, and it was probably lost in all of our other weird
yes.
discussions we have.
There's a 21 original Emerald.
Yeah.
13 were lit. 13 were lit up. 7 weren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that'll be maybe we can make that a topic.
Because the ruby tablets, the stuff was written. It was carved.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because it was in ruby, but it had gold writing on it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know why I can't.
I remember seeing them.
Well, we'll have to make that a topic one night.
There's 3 other colors down there.
We'll have to talk about all that and figure out a way to visit the pyramid or the Sphinx
All right.
in our dream. So, are you ready for bed now? Are you tired?
Yeah, it's down there. I know it is because I see them all the time.
Yeah. Well, tell Aria we miss her, and Epi, we miss them. And tell Brim again, thank you tonight for the reading. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it
Can
was a really good reading. I resonated with a lot of it.
Uh-huh.
I don't know
You're
about you
very
guys,
welcome.
but there
I think
was a
everybody
lot.
did. I think we had like 16 or 17 people in here doing that, and I think it resonated with a lot of people tonight.
I agree.
Yeah, and we've enjoyed AK.
It's
Yeah,
fun.
I find it.
It's 18 in here.
What's that? What you were saying? Sorry, I was speaking over you.
I said we enjoyed having you a lot tonight.
Oh yeah, no, I heard Honey. I heard you. Brim was trying to say
It tells
something.
me that
I was 21.
21.
Mine says 18 people are in it.
I got 21 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes TikTok glitches.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know.
Well, we've had a lot of people in and out, and that's good.
Yeah.
I think we had a really
Yes, it
good
is.
discussion tonight. And I hope that everybody comes back.
Yeah, we really I really hope that we stick to doing this on Tuesdays and Thursdays cuz I really like this.
Well, Paul's usually pretty reliable. He just had an inner thing he needed to work on, I think.
I'll try to do two. Well, I would have done Tuesday, but I got wrapped up in.
I can't hear you, Brim.
Yeah.
He got all wrapped up
Yep,
in
yep, yep.
himself.
Oh.
I had to take my headphones off.
Sometimes he comes on Sunday night too. If he
My headphones make it so I can't speak loud.
Well, that's why I DM'd you guys. I DM'd a lot of people saying that, you know, I knew what I needed to do. I needed to get on live and do boxes. Because there was no way that I was going to calm down without venting and just releasing that anger. And like I said, I do feel better, and I'm so blessed and so grateful that I have you guys in my life.
we love
I
you.
really am.
We love you. You're stuck with us.
I'm totally okay with that.
We're pretty fun.
Yeah, you are.
It can get a little raunchy in here sometimes, especially when Yaya's in here with us. She can let loose.
She's a dirty birdie, huh?
Well, you know, a lot of people thought she was so prim
Get
and
out of
proper.
hand.
A lot of people thought she was very prim and proper. And then she's kind of let us know. She's got
My
that.
mic's working now, huh?
She's got her other side that we get to see.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Hey,
love
guys, let's see if we can get him up to, what do we got, like 30,000?
We can probably do that.
Yeah, we're
I'll
so
probably
close.
get up to 30,000 pretty quick.
Yeah, Ginger, it really does. I mean, I felt better when I was able to, you know, let the DON and the ADON know what was going on. And it was a good 1 hour that they spent in here with me talking.
That's good.
And I said, you know, you guys are in charge of this building. You need to know what is happening.
Yeah, they do. They do. And I
And
want
if I don't tell them and I stay silent, they'll never know.
right.
And that's not okay with me. I've always been someone who spoke up. Always. Always, always. It's just the way that I've always been.
Well, and you telling them will help the other people also there.
Right. You know why? Because there are people here who are not lucid. And since I am, I
Right.
need to be their voice.
Yes.
Because those people, they're either, how do we word this? Either close to on the way out or not lucid anymore to the point where they're not able to speak up for themselves.
Mhm.
They need someone else to advocate for them, and I'm so happy to be that person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really nice of you.
I'm probably the youngest one here. Hey, there you are.
Handsome man.
Are you all snowed in where you're at?
I am.
Yeah, yeah, well, I'm sure you are.
No. Cold, not snowy.
It is cold. It's very cold.
I'm just sitting here next to.
Mr.
Hey,
Minister.
baby. Hi.
I got my little compadre right here.
Pretty boy.
I need a dog. They need to allow people to have dogs in nursing homes.
Where you going?
I think I told you that in the small towns that I went to, they had animals in their
Yep.
facilities. They
I'm
had
now just starting to finally see videos on TikTok of hospitals allowing the dog to come in to the owner and to be there when the owner's really sick or transitioning, and letting the dog know that, hey, this person didn't just leave me, and where did this person go? Now the dog
Yeah.
can know that, okay, my owner, because dogs know, animals know, all the animals, they know. And, you know,
these
that way the dog has peace of mind to know where his or her owner went, and that they just didn't leave him stranded in the house alone.
Yeah, you know they say dogs or animals have no concept of death or unaliving. I'm sorry,
Yep.
but that's because they're not around. Like you
right.
said, they're at home. Their owner just disappears on them. It's like,
Well, several of
So
the
many
homes
times.
had resident pets. We took care of them. I took food a lot for the cats that were at the nursing homes I went to, and they would be able to go anywhere they wanted within the facility. So they would just go visit different patients at different times,
Oh, that's so cool.
and you could tell when it was someone's time
all
because
the
that's
animals.
where the cat went. Yeah, yeah.
One of my CNAs is now bringing her dog for me. She
Oh,
works third shift, which
Oh,
is
she
10:30
deserves a
p.m.
raise.
to 6:30 p.m. And so I get to sleep with Princess now. Sometimes.
oh,
She's blind. Her eyes were unfortunately gouged out by a cat, a vicious, mean cat. And she's a Frenchie. I forget what kind of Frenchie, but she's a big girl. She's a big Frenchie, and she just like sleeps right on top of me, and it's
oh,
wonderful. And I have insomnia, so I actually get a good night's sleep with her.
that's good. That's good. Oh, my cat he's a loud purr, and he gets right up in my ear, and he likes to get up in my face and hug me and chew on my ear, and he grooms my hair. That's a weird cat. But
Look at those ears. Oh my goodness.
I think we all need pets. They did.
Yeah,
They did. They do
they
pet
need
therapy
us.
at my hospital where I work. They have a whole group of animals that come in, even cats, that they put on a halter on them, and they bring them around to visit the patients. I think that's cool.
What?
That is awesome.
There's been so many times that I've been hospitalized and I've just wanted my baby with me at the hospital. And she is such a good girl. And all she would need is to go out,
Yeah.
3-4 times a day. She's a good girl. She wouldn't give them any problems. She's a little 30-pound Beagle Jack Russell.
Oh,
She's the best dog ever. I loved her so much, and she went through so much crap with me.
they do.
That unconditional love. Oh my goodness.
Mhm. Well, that's one thing I was always grateful for at my hospital is people were able to bring their pets in for visits. And it didn't even matter if they were in the ICU or in the regular hospital. The family could bring the pet in for certain periods of time. And I was always very grateful for that. Plus, they had the whole department of pet visitors where they had the different trained dogs. There were labs and different types
This
of bigger dogs.
service animal or therapy animals, I mean,
Yeah,
emotional support animals.
yes, yes, and they were so precious.
Yeah.
I'm doing great, Ashura.
It was good for the nurses too, you know.
It de-stresses everybody. It brings the tension down in the room like 20 notches.
Yep. Yeah. We got pretty attached. That's pretty cool. Well, Paul, get some
Right.
rest. AK, I'll DM you my phone number. Did he go?
Oh, I think he left.
Okay. Well, Hopi, what were you gonna send me? You're gonna send me something.
Oh,
Oh, I have to send you my address.
Yes, send me your address. And Hopi was gonna send me something too. She was gonna send me a picture or something, but I've
I'm gonna
forgotten
send
it.
Hopi
I
some
think she was
a
gonna send you
stone
a
if she wants
picture
it.
of that whatever the gold stuff you guys were talking about or
Oh
powder.
yeah. Yeah, the red or the other one she got.
Oh, that we're at 33K. All right. Good job, everyone.
Yep.
Bravo, bravo.
Yep. 33.2. Good live, Paul.
Very good live.
It
So,
was waiting
how many
for
hours have we been? I had to charge my phone almost twice. We've been on
You
to
guys made the line.
4 or 5 hours.
Mhm. Yeah, he came on at 8.
9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
Oh yeah, it came on
About
at 9.
7 hours.
hours.
Yeah, 7 hours.
Damn.
Mhm.
About
Yeah, I've
7
seen
hours for me because it
Ginger.
started at
She
9.
happens happen.
Yeah.
Ginger's thumb is falling off.
Well, we've
In
appreciated
10
every.
minutes, it'll be 4 hours, 7 hours.
Mhm.
And
What?
you know what? It's gonna be 3 o'clock here, and I'm still wide awake.
No
I think I'm gonna
problem.
get
It
off
was
the
an
air.
honor to
I'm gonna
help
put some
everybody.
cheers on.
Yeah.
Watch some cheers.
Yeah, watch something relaxing and not something you have to think about.
I already got my cat napping, so I'm wide awake now.
Hmm.
Ginger, what state do you live in?
I already did my whole cat nap, so I'm good to go.
Yeah, we heard you. You let out a
She's
couple snores.
probably in the central
Oh, you're in Texas too. Okay. I'm in Illinois. I'm outside of Chicago.
Oh,
I've got a lot of
see,
family.
everybody happens to be in Texas.
And I should
Whenever I
say
get my
family.
license, that's where I'm going to drive to.
I got family in Dallas, Austin, and Houston. Oh, really? You're born in Illinois? Were you up by Chicago, or were you like Southern Illinois? Oh, okay. I know where that's at. Wow.
We're at we're at 3.7 likes and 21
Yep.
people in the room.
That's what I got. 3.7, 21.
All with 7s and 3s.
Good job. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Well,
I'm
next time we do this,
Hope he
Ginger,
probably
you
fell
have to
asleep.
come up in a box. I don't want to force you on anything, but yeah, you should.
the more the merrier.
Exactly.
We can always make room for everyone. I don't have to sit up here all night.
Oh, I gotta fix another bracelet, another one.
Yeah, there you can add a lot of boxes.
I think we're even now.
10 at the most.
Well, I guess we'll call it a night because everybody's starting to fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to. All right, love you all.
Sounds like Honey's about to pass out. Hope he's drifting.
Yeah. Hope he's got to get up in the morning. She's got kids to.
Love y'all. It's
we're
been
we're
a
we're
pleasure
actually
and
we're
an honor.
actually on
You guys make a
we're on
lot.
February vacation right now, so it's not a problem.
I just got a fur baby right here.
Well, I'm glad I came into the live tonight, guys. Love you all.
Love you all. Good night.
Ah!
I guess what
Oh,
we'll
it's
see you
me.
there maybe Sunday or
You
Tuesday,
jumped up
right?
here again. Oh no.
Good night.
Love y'all. Have a good night. Yeah, Sunday or Tuesday. Probably Sunday this time. I'm probably gonna do one Sunday. I'll post a video. Everybody have a good night. Blessed be.
Good night. Lots of love.
Night. Blessed be.
Good night. Lots of love. That picture.
All right, I will.
All right. Bye.